Steve, Carter, Howard, and Sharon have all learned fighting skills with Chenmo. Now that all these disciples, registered disciples and unworthy disciples who want to bully their masters and destroy their ancestors have arrived, Chenmo begins his master career again. During the daily practice time, Steve, Carter, and Sharon all joined in and received Chenmo's training together with Howard. Both the individual training and Chenmo's guidance are good. What really bothers Howard is the last fight. In every fight, Chenmo arranges Steve and Carter for a pair, and he is in a group with Sharon. Howard thought that maybe he was too careless to be defeated easily by Sharon. But after fighting with Sharon again, Howard began to doubt life. I think he can't even defeat a teenage girl. He was knocked to the ground in a few moves. How could he manage the Shendon Bureau if someone knew about it? It's no wonder that Howard is not Sharon's opponent. Although both of them are injected with improved super soldier serum with similar physical quality, Howard is far away from Sharon in fighting skills and fighting consciousness. It takes a lot of effort to catch up. It has to be said that Chen's apprentices are still very experienced and know how to stimulate a person's enthusiasm for learning. Being defeated by Sharon one after another, Howard's desire for becoming stronger was thoroughly aroused. In the later period of time, he was obviously more devoted and hardworking in learning, and his strength improved faster than before. However, it's obviously not possible to surpass Sharon in a short period of time, so despite Howard's great efforts, the result of each fight has not changed at all. The difference is that from the first few moves he was defeated, and then he was able to hold on for a while, and the fight time has gradually become longer and longer. This also made Howard see his own progress and the hope of victory. He did not give up halfway like he had learned fighting before, but insisted on it rarely. Chenmo and Howard moved into the martial arts school, and Tony Stark returned to Lowe's Angels. Most of the task of studying the desperate virus fell on Maya Hansen and Dr. Abraham Erskine. Although Tony is very good at various theories, his experience in specific biological experiments is basically zero. Even if he stays there, he can't help with his usual experiments. As long as he meets difficulties in research and needs to improve the formula and theory, he will come to work out new solutions with Chenmo and them. Most of the other time, he stayed in Lowe's Angels and lived a happy life with Pepper. But in Lowe's Angels, Tony can't be idle because Chenmo assigned him other tasks. Chenmo's iron and steel battle suit is burning continuously in Killian's high-temperature flame, and the electronic system is almost completely abandoned. He needs to repair Chenmo's Edelman alloy battle suit and other battle suits damaged in the battle. But before that, he needs to solve the impact of extreme heat on the war clothes. Chenmo also doesn't require that the war clothes completely ignore the high temperature under any circumstances, but at least when encountering the high-temperature flame that Killian spits out again, the whole set of war clothes can be unaffected during the battle, so that he can fight normally, instead of quickly paralyzing in a short time and losing the combat power. It seems difficult to encounter this situation again, but Chenmo shuttles through all kinds of worlds, but he is likely to encounter even stronger fire enemies than Killian, such as the existence of fire giants, lava monsters, or the high-temperature energy attack of alien civilization, which may pose a threat to steel and iron battle suits. Although the Edelman armor is indestructible, it can't cut off the temperature. Once the electronic system is destroyed, the war clothes will be completely paralyzed, and all kinds of power increase and auxiliary functions will disappear. The high temperature will directly affect Chenmo, and then the war clothes will become an oven and bake him slowly. In order to achieve this, in addition to the sealing design and cooling system of the warsuit, the most important thing is to upgrade the thermal insulation materials. Tony has taken out the most advanced thermal insulation materials he can get before. Other materials with better effect are not without, but there are big problems in volume and strength, which cannot be applied to the steel warsuit. In fact, it is difficult to solve this problem, at least not in a short time. The research and development of a new type of heat insulation material needs no less time than the research of extinct virus. But for Chen Mo, the problem is much simpler. Chen Mo controls the Shendan Bureau, Hydra, and Wakanda. These organizations all have cutting-edge technology far beyond the current level of technology. After Tony Stark was confused for a long time and finally had no choice but to ask Chen Mo for help, Chen Mo turned around and sent him several copies of super thermal insulation materials. Using the laboratory of Stark Industry, Tony quickly produced these super thermal insulation materials. After specific experimental comparison, he chose a super high-temperature thermal insulation material produced by Hydra. This kind of material has a strong ability of temperature isolation, which can completely block the high temperature below 4,000. When the temperature exceeds this range, it can still block more than 90% of the heat. With Tony's improved and strengthened temperature regulation system, the temperature below 6,000 can be fully tolerated, ensuring that the internal temperature of the war clothes is kept in normal mode inside. There will be no impact on the internal electronic components and personnel. Tony also improved all electronic components and equipment to improve the heat resistance. Even if the external temperature exceeds the upper limit that the thermal insulation material and the temperature regulating system can fully regulate, and the temperature exceeds 6,000, the operation of internal electronic components and various equipment will not be immediately affected or even collapsed. In a certain period of time, the war clothes can still work normally, even in case of sudden strong explosion and high temperature attack. It also has sufficient response and evacuation time. In addition to the upgrading of thermal insulation, electronic components and equipment, the overall tightness of the war suit, and the strengthening of the temperature control system, Tony Stark has also comprehensively upgraded the low temperature resistance, radiation protection, electromagnetic interference resistance, compression resistance, and seismic performance of the war suit according to the experience and technology accumulated from a large number of steel war suits manufactured before. After the thorough improvement of the iron and steel battle clothes, although the strength has not been further improved, the battlefield survival ability has been greatly improved. After being upgraded again, the Edelman alloy steel battle suit can not only easily resist the fire attack of Killian, but also have strong resistance to the higher temperature flame, extreme low temperature, vacuum, and other worse conditions and environments. It can move freely in the extremely harsh environment of volcano, deep sea, and space, and greatly improve its ability to cope with complex environments and situations. For Chen Mo, he will face all kinds of powerful alien creatures in the future. This improvement will undoubtedly help him in the future. Chen Mo taught his apprentice in the martial arts school leisurely and relived the time when he taught Steve in the martial arts school. During the day, Tony strengthened the refitting of more than 30 sets of steel war clothes in the garage laboratory, and at night he returned to the room, working hard day by day, tired and happy. The busiest of all was Maya Hansen and Dr. Abraham Erskine. After Tony Stark provided a new experimental formula and determined a new research direction, the extinct virus research, which had been stagnant for a long time, once again came to life and showed a greater research and development space than before. Every day, they can clearly feel that research is moving forward, and that's why Maya Hansen and Dr. Abraham Erskine are so energetic that they almost go to sleep and forget to eat. Apart from their short sleep time, they spent almost all their time in the laboratory. Sometimes they went to the key places and even stayed up all night. Their efforts were comparable to those of Tony Stark, who worked all night. With the development of the research, the worship of Dr. Abraham Erskine by Maya Hansen is more and more deep. Dr. Abraham Erskine, a gifted scientist who was able to invent super soldier serum 70 years ago, is no less gifted in biology than Tony Stark. In addition, during these years, She has been learning the most advanced biological technology to supplement herself in the non-dormant state. Dr. Abraham Erskine's technical strength is far beyond Maya Hansen's imagination. Many places are beyond her reach, and her control over the extinct virus even exceeds her creator. Maya Hansen felt that she was just lucky to discover the subject of the desperate virus. Without the formula left by Tony at the beginning, she might not even be able to produce the current ultimate creatures by herself. The potential of the desperate virus can only play a small part. Even if there are new formulas and research directions, Maya Hansen still feels a little out of hand at the beginning, and it's still very difficult to implement by herself. Now, after fully feeling Dr. Abraham Erskine's ability, Maya Hansen clearly felt that in Dr. Erskine's hands, the potential of the extinct virus would be fully exploited, far beyond what she could achieve. At the same time, Maya Hansen slowly learned about the experience of Dr. Abraham Erskine. Knowing that he had been caught by the Hydra and helped them to study the super warrior, Maya Hansen, who had similar experience, took Dr. Abraham Erskine as a life idol completely after he escaped alone with his own wisdom and bravery. If it's Dr. Erskine, it's estimated that after discovering Killian's ambition, he has already tried to escape his control, rather than become his accomplice like her. Of course, Maya Hansen also revered Chen Mo, who had foresight and foresaw the serious consequences of the abuse of super soldiers' serum, and proposed the plan of establishing the Shendan Bureau. Both of them have a firm principle and the quality of fearless sacrifice, a lofty spirit and Superman's vision, which are beyond her reach and can only be looked up to. As for Howard, Maya Hansen also saw that he was just a boss in the name of Shendan Bureau, more like a temporarily appointed general manager, while Chenmo was like the chairman of the board. Howard couldn't get along well with Chenmo at all. Compared with Howard, Chenmo was more like the director of Shendan Bureau. A month passed quickly after the research was put into. During this period, Tony, Chenmo, and Howard also returned to the Shendan Bureau because of the problems encountered in the experiment. After short or long discussion and research, these problems were solved one by one. This time, they encountered a bigger problem. The faces of Dr. Abraham Erskine and Maya Hansen were heavy as they watched the mice in the explosion-proof room explode again in the fierce red light. After receiving the news from Dr. Erskine, Chen Mo and Howard soon returned to the SHIELD office, and Tony was called out from the bed. "Can't we wait for tomorrow? I live far away, okay? Flying at night is boring." Tony Stark, with a pair of panda eyes and an overindulgent look, still wants to solve the problem quickly and go back to continue. Howard looked at Tony's thick black eyes and didn't have to think about what the guy had done. No matter when he comes here, he always looks like this. At the beginning, Howard thought that Tony had worked too hard to improve his war clothes and complained about Chen Mo, but Chen Mo directly exposed Tony's background. For his son's behavior, his father can only say he is still young. Then I dare not complain to Chen Mo again, but usually it's not enough. Now when he's doing business, the boy dare to push back for those things. Howard's eyes can't help but burst into a rage, even when he's ready to speak up and scold Tony severely. But Chen Mo didn't want the father and son to quarrel here. At first, he gave Howard a look, blocked his words, and then looked at Tony, who was eager with a bad face. "Since it's too far away, you'd better stay in Shendan office. I'll arrange a room for you so you don't have to rush back and forth." Tony's face changed as soon as he heard the words, and the impatience on his face disappeared instantly. He said with a straight face, "Don't bother. In fact, it's not far. It's more than half an hour to fly at full speed in a war suit. It's coming in a flash. Although it's boring at night, it's still beautiful to see the night sky." Chenmo glanced at Tony once again, then said nothing more. Then he turned to Dr. Abraham Erskine and asked positively, "Doctor, what's the problem this time? Why are you so eager to call us all here?" Dr. Erskine turned her head and motioned to Maya Hansen. She nodded immediately, operated on the computer, and a video played on the screen. They are not unfamiliar with the scenes on the screen, which are shot in the explosion-proof room through the strengthened bulletproof glass window. A little white mouse fixed by a scaffold, and locked in a special iron cage, is connected with an injection tube. As a stream of orange liquid is slowly injected into its body, a stream of magma like light constantly emerges on its body. The mouse, who had been quietly in the cage, began to twitch and struggle violently. However, because its limbs were fixed by the bracket, it couldn't break free, so its body could only wriggle continuously in the mid-air, unable to prevent the continuous infusion of orange liquid. After the injection of the desperate virus, the light on the mouse became more and more intense. Instead of stopping the struggle, it became more violent. The red eyes emit two real fire lights, and the limbs fixed by the special bracket become brighter and brighter. The limbs seem to become magma, and the heat-resistant ceramic materials that fix the limbs begin to turn red. At the same time, its mouth suddenly opened, a hot flame from its mouth out, shot at the cage in front of it. The position burned by the flame quickly became red, and soon, the heat-resistant ceramic material that fixed it on the shelf began to melt, and its body was suspended in the air and then fell into the cage. As soon as the body fell to the ground, the white mouse, which was glowing red and still turning red, began to crash and bite towards the cage at an extremely fast speed, just as it turned on the berserker acceleration mode. This cage has been specially strengthened. Besides the solid alloy structure, it is covered with a layer of high-temperature-resistant ceramic materials. Although the impact strength of the experimental mice is very large, far beyond that of the normal mice, which makes the cage roar, but due to the shape, the cage still fails to deform. The high-temperature-resistant ceramic outside the metal structure is also very strong, and has not fallen off or broken under the continuous crazy impact. However, when the mice injected with the experimental extinct virus began to bite the cage, the situation was totally different. The white front teeth of the mouse turned red and bright, just like two burning red razors. Biting on the high-temperature-resistant ceramic material soon turned that piece of ceramic red and slightly melted. Each biting can chew down a layer of melted magma, and its mouth also spits out a block of hot flame from time to time, which intensifies the melting of high-temperature-resistant ceramic materials. With its crazy gnawing, the thickness of high-temperature-resistant ceramic materials is rapidly thinning. Once the high-temperature-resistant ceramic material is bitten through, the alloy material inside can't resist the high temperature at all. It will soon melt and escape from the cage. However, before it completely penetrated the high-temperature-resistant ceramic material, the light it had been constantly enhancing had reached the limit. Finally, a fierce fire light broke out in the cage, covering the whole cage, forming a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 5 meters in the room. When the fire disappeared, the cage in the middle of the room had completely melted into a mass. The completely melted metal and the semi-molten heat-resistant ceramic material were mixed together, and the trace of the experimental mouse was completely disappeared. At the end of the video, the crowd turned to Dr. Abraham Erskine. Dr. Erskine didn't show off either, explaining it directly. According to the research plan, we have successfully improved the enhancement of the self-healing center of the brain by the extinct virus. The self-healing speed of the experimental body is faster than before, and the flame energy in the body has become more powerful and violent. The heat-resistant ceramic material on the surface of the fixed device and cage in the video can withstand the high temperature of 4600, but it is easily melted. According to the data we collected, the maximum temperature that the experimental body can manufacture has reached 5000, and its power has been greatly improved. But we have problems with improving the genetic recoding and physical fitness of the virus, said Dr. Abraham Erskine, looking at Chenmo, and continued. We used your gene as a reference to modify the coding method of the extinct virus. Through experiments, although the strengthening effect of the experimental body is better than the original ultimate organism, it can only be strengthened to the original 8 times, which is far from our goal. The most serious is that the enhancement of physical quality has not kept up with the improvement of flame energy. The brain's control over the energy in the body has become weak. The flame energy in the body has become extremely unstable, and the enhancement success rate is much lower than that of the ultimate organism. So far, we have conducted 34 experiments with the latest desperate virus, and none of the experimental bodies has survived for more than 15 years minutes. That is to say, the problem we have now is that the extinct virus can no longer continue to improve its physical fitness. Tony Stark asked with a frown. Yes, the virus can improve all aspects of the body's quality by re-coding the body's genes, but our current gene coding method has reached the limit that can be achieved at present. Although it can be determined that there is still a great potential for gene coding to be explored, we do not know how to continue to improve the gene next but carries on the further enhancement to the physical quality. We have a bottleneck. Tony's face was heavy when he heard the words. He thought that this time, as before, it was just a small problem, and he planned to solve it as soon as possible and go back to sleep with Pepper. But now it seems that the problem is serious. Can we use other people's genes as a reference to find new gene coding methods? Asked Howard. Dr. Abraham Erskine shook his head and said slowly, "We've tried. Chen Mo's gene is the strongest on the planet. Other people's gene coding enhancement effect is far worse than him and can only improve their physical fitness by 3 to 5 times. Have you tried Hayek's genes? He should be stronger." Chen Mo could not help asking. Desperate virus is also very important to him. Although his current strength is the strongest on Earth, in the future, with all forces in the universe coming to the stage one by one, it goes without saying that the big boss will eventually destroy the hegemony. Even his 5 obsidian generals can't deal with it now. In addition, Odin, Hela, Igor, and other top powers in the universe can easily kill him now. Chen Mo urgently needs to improve his strength, and the desperate virus is undoubtedly a good way for him to improve his strength. Originally, Chen Mo thought that with the help of Tony and Dr. Abraham Erskine, the perfection of the virus would be very smooth, but now it seems that he thinks things too simply. Although he doesn't intend to become a green monster like Hulk, the power of Hulk is undoubtedly very strong, even compared with those cosmic powers. In Chen Mo's mind, if we can learn from the fragments of Hulk gene about power, even if we can't reach the same level as Hulk, we should surpass the current many. But Dr. Abraham Erskine shook his head and said, "Hulk's power is generated by the variation of gamma radiation. It seems that his power is not simply from the body or genes, but from the anger in the heart. I also used Hayek's gene to carry out the experiment, but the power of Hayek seems to conflict with the flame power of the extinct virus, which can't be strengthened at all. After the extinct virus is injected into the experimental body, it will explode soon." They discussed and studied in the laboratory for a long time, but still didn't make any progress. Throughout the night, they tried many ideas, conducted many animal experiments again, and finally all failed without exception, and never found a feasible solution. The atmosphere in the laboratory became more and more heavy as the research got stuck. If they can't solve this problem and break through this bottleneck, their God creation plan will be stranded. At this time, Tony was suddenly in front of a light. A figure flashed in his mind. Suddenly turned to look at the crowd, Tony Stark's eyes slowly said, "Maybe we need a real Protos." When Dr. Abraham Erskine heard this, he was puzzled. He had been sleeping all the time before, and then he was awakened and put into the study of the desperate virus. He didn't know the current situation or the existence of the Protos. So when Tony suddenly asked for a real Protos, Dr. Erskine looked at the fool's face. "Tony, there's no God in the world. Are you out of your mind?" But in addition to Dr. Erskine, other people were quick to respond. Tony's Protos was Thor, the god of thunder. Before, their God creation plan was just a kind of assumption, lacking of real reference objects, so they could only use the gene of Chen Mo and other superheroes as reference, and use the ability of desperate virus to recode the host gene for gene optimization and transformation. However, there is a huge gap between the current transformation effect and the real Protos, but there is no reference object. There is a huge natural chasm between the real Protos and the real Protos. But if at this time they can have a real Protos as a reference, then the next research direction will be more clear. All of them could not help but see the light under Tony's warning, but Howard then frowned and said to them, "But the problem now is that Thor is not on Earth, and we don't know how to get to Asgard." When Dr. Abraham Erskine listened to Howard's words of Thor, Asgard, and other mythical and legendary terms, his eyes on Howard were also weird. This unreliable guy usually talks nonsense out of tune. Now they are talking about business. Tony's nonsense is all. How can you be a father's brain? Thor, of course, is not on Earth. This god of thunder and power in Nordic mythology is naturally in the legendary Asar realm, Asgard. As for the way to Asgard, it's through the Rainbow Bridge in the myth. Maybe the father and son can find the rainbow, see if they can fly to Asgard and find Thor, the god of thunder, and draw a tube of blood. Dr. Erskine turned to look at other people with an absurd expression, but found that Chen Mo and Maya Hansen did not feel absurd as he imagined. Instead, they showed a thoughtful expression, which seemed to agree with Tony and Howard very much. What's wrong with the world? Can it be that during my dormancy, Thor came to Earth? When the atmosphere in the laboratory began to become very strange, Chen Mo suddenly raised his head and looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "I know how to get to Asgard." When Dr. Abraham Erskine heard this, he could not help showing his face that the world was crazy. Why is Chen Mo talking nonsense? Dr. Erskine couldn't help but look at Chen Mo and ask in a strange way, "Do you mean to go through Rainbow Bridge?" Chen Mo nods at the words. "Under normal circumstances, we could only reach Asgard through the Rainbow Bridge connecting the 9 boundaries." Dr. Erskine watched Chen Mo seriously talking about the mythical and legendary things. His face became more and more strange. "God, what's the matter? Are they crazy, or am I crazy alone?" As he spoke, Chen Mo turned his eyes to Dr. Erskine, and then found that he was looking at him strangely, as if he were looking at a mental patient. Chen Mo was stunned at first, and then suddenly reacted. Dr. Erskine just woke up and didn't know about the thunderbolt. Chen Mo immediately explained to Dr. Erskine what happened in this period of time. He told the story of the arrival of Thunder Robot and the invasion of the Earth by the Zetari led by the evil god Loki, and then showed him the relevant video. Dr. Erskine looked at the Zetari soldiers who were big and constantly attacked with energy weapons, the Leviathan giant who was huge but could fly in the air flexibly and crash a building into the ground, the Leviathan giant who was standing on the top of the giant, wearing silver armor and flying scarlet cape behind, summoned a powerful thunderbolt from the hammer of Thunderbolt in his hand to directly kill the giant beast, a big blonde. Is this the legendary Thor? After a long time, Dr. Abraham Erskine finally accepted the existence of Thor. Until now, he realized that the world was bigger, more mysterious, and more dangerous than he knew. But at the same time, Dr. Erskine is excited again. Since Raytheon Sol is real and has the same strength as legendary, their simultaneous interpreting plan is really possible, so long as we can get the gene of Raytheon. Thinking of this, Dr. Erskine could not help looking at Chen Mo and said excitedly, "You said you had a way to go to Asgard." Other people have also focused on Chen Mo, which is related to whether their next research can continue. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Mo nodded and said slowly, "Rainbow Bridge can only be opened by Helmdale, the patron saint of Asgard, but there is another way to reach Asgard besides Rainbow Bridge. In mythology, the universe is made up of 9 kingdoms, which travel through the universe tree. They move around Midgard just like the earth revolves around the sun. Every 5,000 years, they will appear a phenomenon of linear alignment, known as celestial aggregation. During this period, the boundaries of the 9 countries will become blurred. Our world and Asgard and the 9 other countries will partially overlap. In some places, space channels will be generated. Through these channels, other countries can be reached." Listening to Chen Mo's words, all the people present showed a very similar look to Dr. Abraham Erskine just now. Although Raytheon has been proved to exist, the top scientists in all fields are here. They will not directly explain everything with myths and stories, but they will explain these things with science. In their mind, Raytheon, like the Zetas, are all aliens, but they came to the Earth many years ago, leaving their own myths and legends on the Earth. As for Asgard, the Nine Kingdoms should be a way of addressing different planets. There is no world tree at all. Even if there is any real phenomenon of celestial convergence, it should be the same as the 9 stars in the solar system. At most, there are some natural phenomena such as solar eclipse, lunar eclipse, gravitational tide, etc. As for the coincidence of countries, space channels, etc. are impossible for them at all. Looking at a few people who looked at him strangely, Chen Mo was too lazy to explain to them. Calculate the time. It seems that it's not long since the Thunder Robot 2 story happened. When the celestial aggregation really happened, they will naturally know whether he said it was wrong. Chen Mo immediately did not delay anymore. He stood up and said to the people, "The God-making plan is suspended. First, you implement the second plan to improve the self-healing function of the extinct virus and create a self-healing medicine that can regenerate the severed limbs. I'll find a way to get the blood of Thunder Robot if I have problems with body strengthening." After Chen Mo finished, he didn't wait for the crowd to respond, so he turned around and left the lab. Dr. Abraham Erskine and others couldn't help but look at each other. Although so many years of experience and cognition have told them that it's impossible for the 9 countries to coincide with each other in what Chen Mo said about the aggregation of celestial bodies, there is another voice in their hearts telling them that those may be true. Howard, who saw Chen Mo leave and followed him from the martial arts school, quickly responded, shrugged at Dr. Abraham Erskine, and then hurriedly followed him. Chen Mo did not leave the Shendun Bureau as quickly as he feared, but walked into the elevator leading to the base of Shendun Bureau above. Seeing the door of the elevator closing, Howard ran to it and shouted, "Wait for me." Chen Mo looks at Howard, who is catching up with him, reaches out and presses the open key. The elevator door that was about to be closed reopens. Howard rushes in before the elevator. The elevator door closed slowly again. Howard looked at Chen Mo and asked seriously, "What you just said is true?" Chen Mo glanced at him and said nothing. Howard saw it, but his face was heavy. He knew that if he was not sure, Chen Mo would not say anything casually. Although he still couldn't believe it in his heart, Howard knew that Chen Mo's celestial body aggregation was really possible, and it didn't seem to take long. Howard is also the director of the Shendun Bureau. He has been exposed to many special events and has a keen response to potential dangers. When the heart has accepted the 9 countries are about to coincide, Howard soon realized the great danger. In the last New York incident, Loki led the army of Zeteri to invade the Earth. He opened the wormhole in space through the cosmic cube and let the army of Zeteri come to the Earth through the wormhole from the remote space. And this time, if the convergence of celestial bodies really happens, the 9 countries coincide, which is equivalent to creating 8 wormholes connected with the other 8 countries above the Earth. Howard didn't know what was in the 8 kingdoms, but according to the legend, the giants, elves, dwarfs, and protos living in them are all powerful races, and there are many fierce monsters living in these countries. Any one of them has a powerful power no less than the Zetas. If the 8 countries are opened at the same time, the Earth will really face extinction. Is there any way to prevent this kind of celestial convergence and avoid the opening of space channels? Chen Mo shook his head and said, "This is the law of the universe. It can't be stopped. And if the space channel doesn't open, we can't find Raytheon, so the research on the extinct virus can't continue." Howard's face got tangled when he heard the words. Chen Mo continued, "The convergence of celestial bodies is not as serious as you think. Although with the gradual coincidence of the 9 countries, the space channel will gradually appear, but the initial space channel is very unstable, and its size and duration are very limited. Even if a small number of different world creatures accidentally enter the Earth, they only need to be cleaned up in time and will not cause too much damage. Moreover, even if the celestial bodies converge to the peak, the space channel connecting the 9 countries will only last for a very short time. With the continuous operation of the 9 countries, the space overlap will be lifted again, and the last invasion of the Zetas will not happen again. After listening to Chen Mo's explanation, Howard was a little relieved, but he didn't dare to take it lightly. Even if the duration of the space channel is relatively short, who knows what kind of powerful alien creatures will come to the Earth, and if they come directly to the densely populated areas, they will cause a lot of casualties in a short time. Do you know where the space passage will open? Howard looked at Chen Mo and asked eagerly. Their mission is to protect the Earth's security. This celestial aggregation is undoubtedly a major Earth crisis. As the director of Shendun Bureau, Howard must respond in time. Chen Mo said to Howard with a smile. I think someone will know. Howard is trying to ask who this person is, but the elevator has stopped. The door of the elevator is open. Chen Mo directly steps out to the director's office. Although Howard was full of doubts, he could only keep up. Sitting down in Howard's position as director, Chen Mo ignored Howard's questioning and directly began to issue orders. With Chen Mo's orders, the power of the Shield Bureau was quickly mobilized. In England, on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, a team of Secret Service personnel began to move out. At the same time, two detailed information were sent to Chen Mo. Although Chen Mo directly mobilized the power of the Shield Bureau in front of Howard, Howard was not dissatisfied. He is very clear about his weight. He is a super genius in science and technology research, but he is far behind Chen Mo in the management of Shendun Bureau and task arrangement and command. When he fought with Hydra, Chen Mo, the commander, was responsible for all the task arrangement and wartime command, and he did everything best. He was a logistics personnel. Except for his meeting at the beginning and following Chen Mo to wipe out the 3 mafia families in Brooklyn, he didn't even go out in the field. If Chen Mo is not here, it's all right. Naturally, he is in charge of the Shendun Bureau. But as long as Chen Mo is here, it's obvious that Chen Mo has more say in this respect. That's why Howard has been worried that Chen Mo will directly dismiss him. As long as Chen Mo doesn't deprive him of the post of director of Shendun Bureau, everything is easy to say. It's all right to give orders for him. After listening to Chen Mo's arrangement, Howard reached up to Chen Mo, who was sitting on the throne of Director General, looked up at the information on the document and asked in doubt, "What do you want from both of them?" Although they have something to do with Thor, they can't help you go to Asgard, can they? Chen Mo glanced up at Howard and said, "Remember who opened the wormhole over New York?" Howard said immediately. "The evil god Rocky first took the magic cube of the universe, and then controlled Dr. Eric Selwig." Speaking of this, Howard suddenly understood who Chen Mo was talking about. But Dr. Eric Selwig only used the power of the cosmic cube to open the wormhole in space. Now the cosmic cube has been brought back to Asgard by Thor. Howard doesn't think he can open the wormhole to Asgard without the cosmic cube, but when he thought of Chen Mo's earlier celestial aggregation, Howard had a guess in his mind. "You mean, through Dr. Eric Selwig, we can find the space channel formed by the aggregation of celestial bodies and go to Asgard to find Raytheon?" Chen Mo hears the words but shakes his head, shakes the information in his hand and says, "According to the data, Dr. Selvage hasn't found the location of the space passage. To find the Thor, we have to rely on her." Chen Mo said and patted another document on the table which said, "Jane Foster, on Salisbury Plain, 120 kilometers southwest of London, is a world-famous scenic spot, Stonehenge. At 10 noon, there are fewer tourists around the Stonehenge than in the morning. Only a dozen tourists are touring around the Stonehenge." A shabby car suddenly stopped before the Stonehenge formation. A middle-aged man in a suit and thick face came down from the car and took down several long metal scientific instruments. Just as the tourists were looking at his strange behavior, they were curious. His next move made all the people present shocked and stared. The middle-aged man, who looks like a university professor, even began to take off his clothes. Some people react quickly, take out their mobile phone and start to call the police, and more people are rushing back to the distance, as far as possible away from the middle-aged. Just as people were in turmoil, several large black SUVs suddenly came from afar and stopped beside the middle-aged people who were taking off their clothes. The doors of several cars were opened almost at the same time, and a group of healthy men in black suits came down from the car. At this time, the middle-aged man has stripped off his coat, showing some fat white body, and is ready to continue to untie his belt. The sudden appearance of these people in black obviously scared him and made him take off his clothes. Several people in black walked forward quickly, but they didn't talk to him, so they put his arms on one arm and took him to an SUV. "Who are you? Don't hinder me. I want to save the world." A dozen tourists not far away watched the action of the group of people in black. At first, someone wanted to ask, but the words shouted by the middle-aged people were swallowed back. They don't want to be a psychopath. Once again, everyone pulled back a little bit, leaving enough space for people in black. No one asked who they were and why they arrested them. This middle-aged man obviously has an abnormal brain. He is likely to run out of the mental hospital. These people in black may be the security guards of the mental hospital. As for how they look like agents, it has nothing to do with them. No matter which country, Secret Service, ordinary people still have a long way to hide. Otherwise, if they are involved, it will be tragic. Soon, the naked middle-aged man was taken to the car, the door closed, and his shouts were completely cut off. Several agents quickly put away the clothes he took off and several instruments leaning on the car. Even the car left by the middle-aged man was driven away and the motorcade quickly left. Soon, silence was restored around Stonehenge as if nothing had happened. Just then, a female voice suddenly rang out in the phone of a tourist. "Hello, this is the London police station. Can I help you?" The tourist looked at several cars that had already driven far away, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Sorry, wrong number." In fact, no matter whether the tourists report to the police or not, they will not be affected. The motorcade left Stonehenge and soon entered a small manor on the outskirts of London. After Dr. Selvage was taken to the car, he was caught between the left and the right. He was a big man with sharp eyes. He was not easy to offend people in black at first sight, and he felt a little uneasy. He's just planning to run naked. As for sending these people to catch him. What's more, his purpose of running naked is not the same as that of the perverts who are exposed. He is to help him think more and find a way to save the world as soon as possible. "Hey, are you from Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support? I know your director very well." Dr. Selvage tried to talk to two people in black around him, but found that they didn't mean anything to him, which made him more uneasy. But the situation is stronger than people. As far as his body is concerned, he is not the opponent of these strong agents at all. He has to shut up his mouth. At least look at these guys. They're not aliens. He doesn't want to be captured or controlled by aliens anymore. In Dr. Selvage's uneasiness, the car stopped in the manor, and Dr. Selvage was directly taken into the manor by two tall men in black. After taking him through the porch and entering the hall, the two men in black who had escorted him turned and left directly. Dr. Selvage looked at the hall with some uncertainty. When he saw the figure sitting on the sofa not far away, Dr. Selvage couldn't help but stare. "Commander," said Dr. Selvage with a surprised look. "Long time no see, Dr. Selvage." On the sofa, Chen Mo looked at Dr. Selvage and said slowly, "The last time they met was in New York. Dr. Selwig, who helped the Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau to study the Universe Cube, was controlled by Loki. He helped him use the Universe Cube to open the wormhole in space and take the Zeteri army to enter the Earth. But when the space wormhole opened and the battle really started, Dr. Selvage fell into a coma. When he woke up, the battle was already over and the wormhole was closed. However, in order to prevent other effects of Rocky's mind control on him, Dr. Selvage was taken back to the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau for a period of treatment. There he saw Chen Mo and knew the commander's appearance, so he could recognize it at a glance when he saw Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked at the naked Dr. Selvage and said, "Or you can put on your clothes first." When Dr. Selvage heard this, he found that he was still naked. At the same time, a secret agent in black came in with his clothes and a few metal instruments over 1 meter long. Dr. Selvage hurriedly took the clothes and put them on in a hurry. Chen Mo glanced at the instruments placed on the table by the agent and asked Dr. Selvage, "What's new in your recent research?" The convergence of celestial bodies is about to begin. When Dr. Selvage heard about it, he could not help his actions. As the world's top astrophysicist, Dr. Selvage has been studying space wormholes, but the formation of space wormholes is very difficult, even in the universe is extremely rare. So far, in addition to the wormholes in space opened by using the magic cube of the universe under the control of Loki, he only had a brief contact with Raytheon when he first met him. But recently, he found that the space of some areas of the Earth began to become very unstable. It seems that it is possible to open space wormhole at any time. There is no doubt that this phenomenon is very abnormal. According to his research, all these seem to be related to the 5,000-year celestial aggregation of 9 countries around the world tree in myth and legend. But this conclusion even he himself is some incredible, even once thought that he was suffering from mental illness. He had been with Thor, the god of thunder, who had been deprived of his power by Odin and exiled to the earth for a long time. As a world-top astrophysicist, Thor and Rocky are just aliens in his eyes, just like the Zetas. According to the existing theories and discoveries of human beings, the whole universe should be composed of various stars, planets, and other celestial bodies, which is vast and incomparable, rather than the world tree and 9 kingdoms in myths and legends. After all, myths and legends are myths and legends. There must be a lot of exaggerated or even fabricated imaginary things. Although the existence of Thunderrobot has been confirmed, it does not mean that the way of existence of the universe will be completely overthrown. The existence of wormholes should be the channels connecting different spaces in this universe due to space distortion. The generation of wormholes is very accidental, and the number is not large. It should never appear so many on the Earth at the same time. Dr. Selvage can't accept the existence of the world tree and the 9 kingdoms. Are we really living in a huge tree? Are we all wrong in understanding the universe for so many years? There is a huge conflict between the research conclusion of the recent spatial fluctuation phenomenon and Dr. Selvage's inherent cognition of the universe. His whole world outlook has been greatly impacted. He once suspected that he was crazy and began to take prescription drugs in large quantities to try to stabilize himself. Dr. Selvage can't tell whether all these things he found are myths and legends or real facts. During this period, he has been tangled in contradictions and conflicts. Coupled with the great crisis that may be brought about by celestial aggregation and the influence of taking prescription drugs on his spirit, Dr. Selvage's behavior will become more and more strange. Even in order to help thinking, he will run naked in public directly. If Chen Mo didn't send an agent to bring him back in time, I'm afraid he would have to go to the police station or mental hospital to find him. At first, Dr. Selvage wondered what Chen Mo wanted to do with him, but when he heard Chen Mo say that the celestial bodies are converging, Dr. Selvage's eyes widened in shock. "You mean celestial convergence?" Chen Mo nodded and said slowly. "That's right. The 9 kingdoms meet every 5,000 years and their boundaries become blurred. It's already begun, isn't it?" When Dr. Selvage heard Chen Mo's words, he couldn't help getting excited. He didn't mind the button on his chest and said to Chen Mo in disbelief, "You think so? I always thought I was crazy." In fact, it's not only Dr. Selvage who thinks he's crazy, but also his partners, Jane Foster and Daisy, who think he's stunned and always talk nonsense. Chen Mo is the first one to affirm his discovery. Looking at Dr. Selvage excitedly, Chen Mo shook his head seriously and said in a deep voice, "No, you are not mad, Doctor. Rocky's original mind control has been lifted. Although there may be a little sequela, it's just some psychological shadow. Your research is not wrong. The convergence of celestial bodies is about to happen and the 9 countries will coincide. The spatial fluctuations you find are the precursor to the convergence of celestial bodies. I'm not crazy. Ha ha, that's great. I'm not crazy." When Dr. Selvage heard Chen Mo's words, the whole man was excited. Just as a terminally ill patient suddenly finds that he is not ill, Dr. Selvage is so excited that he cannot help himself. Feeling a little overexcited, Dr. Selvage habitually took a bottle of prescription sedatives out of his pants pocket, unscrewed the cap and said to Chen Mo, "Would you like some?" Looking at Dr. Selvage, Chenmo began to doubt what he had just said. Is this guy really crazy? Chenmo said solemnly with a face as he waved the bottle of medicine in Dr. Selvage's hand with his mind. Doctor, you don't need them, but if you continue to take medicine, it's possible that you are really crazy. When Dr. Selvage heard this, he also felt that his recent situation had a lot to do with indiscriminate medication. He immediately nodded his head vigorously and said to Chenmo with a face agreeing, "You're right. I don't need these things." As he spoke, Dr. Selvage took out a large number of bottles and jars from his pockets and threw them to the ground. Looking at a dozen medicine bottles rolling on the floor, Chenmo couldn't help sighing that this guy would be dead if he didn't take the medicine. Chenmo doesn't care about this anymore. He talks about the business directly. We found an area of gravity anomaly. We need your help to explore it. When Dr. Selvage heard this, he immediately became serious and said with a serious face, "No problem, these detectors I made can detect gravity and space anomalies, but I need Jane's help." On the other side, Thor's Earth girlfriend, Jane Foster, also an astrophysicist, is dating in a Western restaurant. Of course, Thor is not sitting opposite her. 2 years ago, Sol, who was demoted by Odin, regained his power. When he learned that his father Odin was ill in bed, and that Rocky had done something wrong with Asgard, Sol left Jane Foster and returned to Asgard to stop him. However, since Sol left, Jane Foster has not seen him for more than 2 years. Thinking that Sol had abandoned her, Jane Foster tried to forget Sol's existence through the blind date introduced by her mother. But obviously the effect is not so good. Although she sits with other men, Sol's figure constantly emerges in Jane Foster's mind. She regrets that she promised her mother to arrange the blind date. She can't forget Sol. With a menu of only 3 choices for 10 minutes, Jane Foster didn't know what to say to the guy in the opposite direction. Just as Jane Foster was embarrassed, Daisy, her assistant, came. "What are you doing here?" asked Jane Foster in doubt. "I ran to your lab, that is, your mother's house, to start work. I thought I would see you wandering around in your pajamas, eating ice cream and missing." Jane Foster heard a quick cough here. Although she doesn't feel much about the other person, she shouldn't mention it in front of the other person. Daisy, though a little unreliable, stopped at the prompt of Jane Foster, didn't say Sol's name but changed her words. "Who is that? It turns out you're not here. You're wearing a lady's dress and taking a bath, aren't you? It smells delicious." Jane Foster looked awkwardly at her blind date, Richard, who was sitting opposite, and said to Daisy, who had no idea, "What's the matter with you? You're not going to come here for no reason, are you? Remember the scientific instruments you left behind. Maybe you should take another look." Daisy then took a large cell phone-like device out of her pocket and handed it to Jane Foster. "That's why I came all the way." Jane Foster results device, looking at the abnormal reading shown above, cannot help but say, "Something's wrong." Daisy nodded. "I think so too." Jane Foster clapped twice with her hand and found that the reading did not change. She immediately took it and knocked it hard on the tabletop for several times, making a loud noise. Richard, who was sitting opposite, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. "I did the same." Daisy looked at Jane Foster's behavior and couldn't help saying, "I thought you'd be more scientific." Jane Foster saw that the abnormal reading on the instrument was still unchanged but did not look anymore. She handed it directly to Daisy, smiled at Richard on the opposite side, and said casually, "It shouldn't be a problem." Daisy shook her head. "I'm afraid it's not that simple. It looks like the readings Eric has been talking about," Daisy said, turning to Richard to explain. "Eric is our friend. He's a little crazy." Jane Foster interrupted Daisy and said in a deep voice, "He's not interested in him. I'm not interested. I think you should go." Jane Foster was now more and more regretful that she had promised this date. Daisy shrugged as Jane Foster made her way out. "All right." Then he got up and left. The other two looked at each other awkwardly. Richard said, "In a hurry, but lovely." Jane Foster shook her head with a headache. It's time for her to take the medicine. She felt that Daisy also seemed to be influenced by Dr. Selvage and became more and more unreliable. Maybe next time, she should help her to order prescription drugs with the doctor. But even though she drove Daisy away, sitting at the dinner table, Jane Foster couldn't help but think of the abnormal reading on the instrument just now. As Daisy said, the abnormal reading on the instrument is very similar to the abnormal reading caused by the celestial aggregation phenomenon that Dr. Selvage has been talking about. 9 kingdoms, Asgard, Thor, I'd better have some bass. Richard reopened the menu. Jane Foster was thinking about things and could not help talking about them. Perch, well, it's good, perch, perch. Listening to Jane Foster's unconscious repetition, Richard reluctantly put down the menu. Jane, you'd better stop talking about bass and go to your friends. Jane Foster looked at Richard apologetically and said, I'm really sorry. In the end, Jane Foster still failed to finish the blind date, leaving Richard in a hurry to catch up with Daisy. Daisy was waiting confidently in her old red station wagon when she saw Jane Foster open the door. She knew that Jane Foster couldn't let go of anything to do with Saul. I hate you. Jane Foster, who was in the car, said helplessly, looking at the proud Daisy. Daisy said, pretending not to understand, What's the matter? What did I do wrong? Shut up and drive your car, said Jane Foster, wearing a seat belt and sulking. Daisy started the car with a smile and was about to start in gear. But 4 big black SUVs suddenly rushed out of the road and surrounded their station wagon tightly in the middle. With the horsepower of their car, even if they want to make a hard break, they can't drive around these large SUVs. Do you know these guys? Just as they watched a group of agents in black coming down from the car, they were confused. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded in the back of the car, which scared the nervous Jane Foster. She quickly turned to look at the back seat, but saw a young man in a hat sitting in the back. Jane Foster turned to look at him. The young man said to her excitedly, Hello, Dr. Foster, it's a great honor to work with you. Jane Foster could not help turning to Daisy and asked in surprise, Who is this guy? He's my intern. Daisy looked at the people in black in front of her and said casually, You all have interns. In fact, Daisy is only an intern of Jane Foster, and now she doesn't know how to get an intern from school. Yes, but I think you should think about these guys outside now. What should we do now? Do you rush out? Jane Foster looked at Daisy holding the steering wheel tightly in her hands, and she shook her head. No, are you out of your mind? We are not tanks. But then things didn't go in the worst direction as they thought. When dealing with Jane Foster and others, these agents are not as rude as the apparently insane Dr. Eric Selwig, who is about to run naked. Most of the agents in black stood on the outside of the car. Only a capable middle-aged man like a leader came to them and came to their car. When the middle-aged agent bent over and knocked on Jane Foster's side of the window. Jane Foster looked at the front with a stiff neck, pretending that she didn't see it. She didn't know what to do. The middle-aged agent looked at the tense look of the 3 people in the car through the window. He was not impatient. He tapped the window again. In the case of normal target spirit, they will try to communicate first, and will not directly use force as soon as they come up. However, it's said that the spirit of the other group is not good. It's estimated that they can only do it directly. It's still easier for their group. Listening to the clear knock on the window near her ear, Jane Foster still wanted to play dumb, but Daisy beside her opened her mouth to remind her. Hey, Jane, that guy's knocking on the window. Jane Foster could not help but turn her head and stare at Daisy. Then she turned to look at the middle-aged man in black outside the window. Seeing Jane Foster finally turn her head, the middle-aged man pointed down with his finger, gesturing her to lower the car window. Jane Foster hesitated, glanced at the agents who surrounded them, and raised her hand to lower the window halfway. Said the middle-aged agent through the lowered window. Dr. Jane Foster, the commander wants to see you. Commander? Jane Foster looked puzzled. Daisy, who was sitting next to her, was the first to react, leaned over and interjected. You mean the commander who is over 100 years old and has killed the aliens and saved the Earth? When Jane Foster heard Daisy's description, she couldn't help turning her white eyes and correcting it in a low voice. He is not 100 years old. Of course, compared with your family, he is really young, Daisy said, but suddenly thought of something and looked at Jane Foster and continued. Jane, that guy seems to have joined the Avengers League. Maybe. Jane Foster naturally knew who the guy in Daisy's mouth was referring to. Thor didn't show up after he left 2 years ago. She once again knew that his news was that Thor fought side by side with the commander and other superheroes of the Avengers Alliance in the alien invasion of New York 6 months ago to stop the invasion of the Alien Legion. But at the end of the incident, Jane Foster didn't wait for Saul. He disappeared again. It's just because of this that disappointed Jane Foster promised to come to the blind date after her mother's persuasion, hoping to forget the guy who stood her up for 2 years. But obviously, her heart did not really put him down. Now, the Avenger Alliance commander, who has close ties with Saul, wants to see her, said Jane Foster without hesitation. "Let's go with you." Soon the three of them came to the small manor and walked into the hall, where they saw Dr. Eric Selwig, who was sitting on the sofa and discussing something with a young man warmly. "Doctor," Jane Foster said, and walked quickly to the sofa but did not pay attention to the foot. A foot on a medicine bottle. Only feel the foot slip. The body will lose balance, fell to the ground. But the expected pain didn't come. Instead, a gentle force appeared on her. When Jane Foster got back to her mind, she found that she was just standing there. Looking at the rolling bottle on the ground, Jane Foster couldn't help looking at the young man sitting on the sofa. Her woman's intuition told her that this young man should have helped her just now. At this time, Dr. Selvage, who was next to the young people, also found them. He immediately stood up and said happily, "Jane, you're coming so soon, then we can start." "Set out." "Where to?" asked Jane Foster in disbelief. "There is an area of gravity anomaly in London. We need to check it immediately," Jane Foster said at once. "I found something wrong with my instrument. We were just about to go there and they brought me here." Dr. Selvage couldn't help but think of the treatment he had when he was brought and asked, "You were kidnapped too? Those guys are so rough. Are you not hurt?" After listening to Dr. Selvage's words, Jane Foster and Daisy couldn't help but look at each other. It seems that Dr. Selvage's treatment is different from theirs. In order to avoid stimulating Dr. Selvage, Jane Foster chose to skip this point, shook her head, and turned to the young man who had just stood up on the sofa. Although this tall young man looks young and not much older than Daisy's intern, his face is full of coldness and majesty, and his sharp and profound eyes are not dare to look directly at him. When Dr. Selvage noticed Jane Foster's eyes, he remembered Chen Mo, who was nearby, and immediately introduced him. "By the way, Jane, I forgot to introduce myself to you. This is the commander. He also discovered the phenomenon of celestial convergence. The space channel connecting the 9 countries will soon open." When Jane Foster heard this, she looked at Chen Mo in surprise. She stayed in his face for a long time and then turned to Daisy. Daisy was also shocked. She didn't expect that the old World War II superhero, the commander who was nearly 100 years old, looked so young. Daisy could not help whispering to Jane Foster, "It's much younger than your family." Jane Foster gave Daisy a bad look, then looked at Chen Mo again, remembering the strange scene when she nearly slipped. She couldn't help pointing to the medicine bottle on the ground and said to Chen Mo, "It was you just now." Chen Mo did not hide, nodded, and then waved to the ground. In Jane Foster's shocked eyes, the medicine bottles scattered everywhere seemed to be grabbed by a pair of invisible hands, flying up from the ground, flying towards the wall, and finally all fell into the garbage can. "How did you do it?" said Jane Foster in shock. "This kind of ability to move objects out of the sky, even Thor, who is the god of thunder, can only use his hammer. He can't clean up the medicine bottles in the ground as easily as Chen Mo can. If Saul, he can only use a hammer to blow up the garbage can." When Chen Mo heard Jane Foster's question, he began to explain. "I call it mindfulness. You can understand it as the embodiment of mental force. I can apply mental force to objects and push them like this," Chen Mo said, and raised his right hand again. The 4 people in the room felt a gentle force to wrap them up and lift them up. Then they felt their feet slowly leaving the ground, and the whole person floated up. "Hey, I can fly." Daisy looked at herself floating in the air, feeling very strange and heartless. The other 3 also calmed down after the initial panic and experienced the feeling of floating in the air, which was also very interesting. But soon Daisy felt the power of lifting her whole body with both hands. Her face suddenly turned red and she shouted to Chen Mo, "Wait, have you not touched us all over?" Hearing this, Chen Mo was stunned and almost took back his mind and let them fall to the ground. Looking at this beautiful assistant of Jane Foster, Chen Mo didn't know what was on her mind. But seeing Jane Foster's face turn red, Chen Mo had to put them back on the ground, explaining, "Mindfulness is a force without tactile feedback, or you can understand it as some kind of electromagnetic force. Although it can also be used for exploration, what I can feel is only the shape of the object being explored." Jane Foster's face was much better when she heard this, and then she turned her head and gave Daisy a fierce look which annoyed her. But Daisy didn't mean to stop. Hearing Chen Mo's explanation, her face suddenly changed again. She couldn't help holding her arms around her chest and said in horror, "Don't you know our size? Oh my God, don't tell me about my sponge." Hearing the words, all the people in the room began to look weird. Chen Mo looked at Daisy, who was panicking, and said slowly with a look of caring for the mentally handicapped children, "In fact, I didn't know you had a sponge on." Daisy was shocked when she heard the words, and then she felt as if she had done something stupid just now. She turned her head to look at Jane Foster standing beside her. She was looking at her chest. Daisy just let go of her arm and broke the jar. Well, I patted the sponge, so what? The doctor also patted the heightening insole." When Jane Foster and the intern heard this, they couldn't help turning their heads to Dr. Selvage, and even Chen Mo could not help looking down at his shoes. Under their thinking, there was nothing to hide. Yes, in Dr. Selvage's shoes there is indeed a pair of heightening insoles. "Hey, why do you bring me in?" Dr. Selvage noticed that all the people's eyes fell on his feet, and he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He quickly explained, "Raising the insole helps me focus and think." Daisy couldn't help but ask, "Like you like to be naked?" "Yes, all for science," said Dr. Selvage, with a look of devotion to science that made several people look at each other. Daisy took a look at the garbage can where Chen Mo had just thrown away the medicine bottle and said to Dr. Selvage, "Eric, your medicine has been thrown away. Do you need me to pick it up for you?" Apparently, Daisy felt that Dr. Selvage still needed medication. But Dr. Selvage shook his head casually and said with ease, "It doesn't matter. I don't need them now. I'm not crazy. 9 countries really exist, and the celestial body aggregation is about to happen. This world is more crazy than me." When Jane Foster and Daisy heard Dr. Selvage's words, they couldn't help looking at each other. They heard that those who often talked about me were really crazy. Chen Mo didn't give a few more people a chance to talk. He said directly, "Well, I think it's time for us to start. What can I do for you later?" Several people stopped talking immediately and followed Chen Mo out of the hall. Daisy and her intern, Ian, still returned to their original position in the station wagon, while Jane Foster does not get on the co-pilot but follows Chen Mo towards a black SUV. Seeing this, Dr. Selvage opened the passenger's door and sat in, saying to Daisy in the driver's seat beside him, "Is Jane ready to give up Saul?" Daisy looked at Chen Mo, who was tall and magnificent outside the car window, and couldn't help but say something about her. It is true that the commander is younger and more handsome than Sour. Daisy then glanced at Jane Foster, who was following Chen Mo, and shook her head. If she had met the commander first, she would not have liked the barbarian again. But now, I think she can't help herself. Outside the car, Jane Foster quickly catches up with Chen Mo. Seeing Chen Mo looking at her, she quickly says, "Can I have a car with you? I have something to ask you." Chen Mo didn't have to think about what Jane Foster wanted to ask, but he didn't refuse. He nodded. Then he sat in the car, moved inside, and said to Jane Foster, "Come on up." When Jane Foster saw Chen Mo's promise, she immediately sat in happily. The motorcade immediately set out, left the manor, and headed for the abnormal place. Sitting in the car, Jane Foster looked at Chen Mo, hesitated for a long time, and then asked with some apprehension, "Do you know what Saul is like now?" Chen Mo knew the relationship between Jane Foster and Saul, so he didn't hide it. He said directly, "After the last New York incident, Saul escorted Loki, the evil god, back to Asgard through the cosmic magic cube. He should still be in Asgard." Hearing Chen Mo's words, Jane Foster could not help but lose a little. He did leave again and didn't even come to see her. Looking at Jane Foster's low look, Chen Mo suddenly spoke again. "In fact, Saul has been thinking about you." Immersed in disappointment, Jane Foster shook her head and looked up at Chen Mo. "You don't have to comfort me," Chen Mo continued with a smile. Do you remember that before the New York incident, the Tromsø Observatory suddenly hired you as a consultant? Jane Foster was shocked when she heard the words and looked at Chen Mo and said excitedly, "You mean?" Chen Mo nodded. "Yes, Saul's most concern is your safety. After Dr. Selwig was taken away by Loki, Saul was worried that the next thing might affect you, so he sent you to Norway. Good salary, private plane, and most importantly, it's very remote. There won't be any aliens there. It's much safer than staying in the city." When Jane Foster received the job invitation from the Tromsø Observatory in Norway, she was also surprised. Because the salary was so good and the invitation was urgent, she directly sent a private plane to pick her up. At this time, she heard Chen Mo's explanation, and then she knew that all this was because of Saul. When Jane Foster was happy, she could not help asking Chen Mo, "Then why didn't he come to see me all the time?" Chen Mo replied immediately. The rainbow bridge connecting Asgard and the earth was destroyed. In order to stop the plot of Loki, Odin, the god king, mobilized a lot of dark energy to let Saul come to the earth. After the battle, in order to avoid Loki escaping again and causing new disasters, he had to use the magic cube of the universe to bring Loki back to Asgard as soon as possible. When Jane Foster heard this, she was relieved. Then she asked Chen Mo with a worried face, "Then can I see him again?" Chen Mo nodded, affirming, "Of course, the Rainbow Bridge will be built sooner or later, and there is an opportunity to connect Asgard with the Earth." When Jane Foster heard this, she suddenly woke up to Dr. Selvage's research during this period and said, "You mean celestial convergence?" "Yes." Chen Mo smiled and nodded softly. Jane Foster got Chen Mo's affirmative answer, but she was surprised. "We always thought it was the imagination of the doctor after he was mad." Chen Mo smiles and shakes his head. "Do you think the doctor is really mad? Well, he's a little abnormal, but it's mainly the effect of drugs plus some special personal hobbies. At least in space science, Dr. Selvage is the most outstanding scientist in the world." Jane Foster nodded. "Well, doctor, I admit he's a genius, but there are really 9 countries, and we'll form a space channel connecting the 9 countries." According to their previous theory, wormholes can only be formed under the condition of strong energy or gravitation, but under normal circumstances, the Earth's surface can't be formed by wormholes out of nothing. Chen Mo knows that it is not easy to change the ideas of these scientists, and he does not have such a plan, so for the question of Jane Foster, Chen Mo just said with a smile, "Don't you know when you arrive?" Jane Foster doesn't say much anymore. She has got the answer she most wants to know. As for the question of Space Channel, as Chen Mo said, it will be known when she arrives. The temporary manor chosen by Chen Mo was not far from the destination. Soon, the team arrived at a construction site in downtown London that had been shut down. The motorcade stopped, and Dr. Jane Foster and Dr. Selvage all stepped out of the car. Then they found that a group of agents were on guard outside the construction site to prevent other people from entering. With a phasometer, it looks like a toaster. Daisy throws the car key to intern Ian and turns to Chen Mo and Jane Foster. "I know what a phasometer is," Ian murmured. "Remember to take my detectors with you. They look like javelins." Then Dr. Selvage came round the other side, said to him, and followed. Ian sighed helplessly as he watched several metal devices of more than 1 meter long installed in the back of the carriage. Who makes him an intern, even though it's an intern? But Dr. Selwig and Dr. Jane Foster's research group is the one all physics students want to join. He can get the qualification to help move equipment, but he also worked hard in the University of London's No Math hegemony. And he just joined in, seems to have participated in a very mysterious event, even met the legendary commander. Although he could only move the equipment with him, it was enough to excite him. So, move and cherish. 4 or 5 detectors were placed horizontally on his arms, and he picked up the phasometer the size of the large toaster with his hands. Ian closed the door with his buttocks and even turned to chase Chen Mo and others. To Ian's comfort, when he came to the blockade line, 2 agents took over the instruments in his hands, which made him relaxed. "Thank you, man," Ian thanked them. He thought these agents in black were fierce before. Now they are still very good. But just as he was about to move on, they stopped him. "What's the matter?" Ian looked at the two men in bewilderment. It's highly confidential. You have no right to enter. Ian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the words, but he quickly reflected and pointed to the Dr. Selvage in front. We are together. The agent who stopped him didn't get out of the way, but said in a deep voice, only Dr. Selvage and Dr. Jane Foster and their assistants can enter. Ian quickly nodded at the words. Yes, I am their assistant. But the agent took a deep look at him and said slowly, Ian Howard, Daisy Louise's intern, I'm sorry, you don't have access. Ian can't help but feel helpless, but he has no way. Dr. Selvage and Jane Foster didn't apply for an intern at all. Only Daisy applied for an intern at school, so he can only join in as an intern. Is that how I was abandoned? Just now, he thought it was a great honor to help move the equipment. In a flash, he would be deprived of the qualification of ordinary equipment. It's not easy to join in and encounter such a rare, mysterious event. He doesn't want to be rejected. Looking at the people walking farther and farther ahead, Ian shouted, Daisy, doctor, I'm stopped. Daisy, who had been away for a long time, turned around and saw that Ian was stopped by two agents. They couldn't help looking at Chen Mo. After all, it's her own man, Daisy said tentatively to Chen Mo. Well, that guy is my intern, and I think he can help. Chen Mo looks at Ian, who is worried after being stopped, and nods to the two agents. They let Ian in. Although the matter here is highly confidential, as long as ordinary people are not allowed to enter other spaces, it is not very important to keep it secret. After all, soon after the celestial bodies converge to the peak, the space channel connecting the 9 countries will be opened completely, and the whole world will know about this event, which cannot be concealed at all. In fact, there is nothing to hide. After all, it's not the real world. Superheroes, aliens, and protos have appeared on TV. The public's receptivity has been trained for a long time, but there will be no confusion. After being released, Ian ran to catch up with Daisy and followed them closely for fear of being stopped again. After Chen Mo, they quickly walked into the construction site. In a wide workshop, a red concrete mixer was parked inside. Seeing Chen Mo stop, several people can't help but look around and find nothing unusual. Nothing seems to be wrong here, Daisy couldn't help saying. Chen Mo smiled but did not move. Instead, he looked at Daisy's intern and said to him, Ian, go and lift that car. Ian was very excited about Chen Mo's calling out his name, but he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard Chen Mo's request. Turning around to take a look at the large concrete mixer with a weight of more than 10 tons, Ian said incredulously, Lift it up. Daisy and Jane Foster were equally confused when they heard what they said. If it was Chen Mo who raised the car, they could still accept it. But Ian, look at his thin arms and legs, forget it. This guy is not a superhero. Chen Mo ignored the surprise of several people, nodded to Ian and said definitely, Yes, you can try. Seeing Chen Mo insist on trying, Ian, though knowing that he can't do it at all, dare not disobey Chen Mo's meaning. Just now, he was almost stopped. Chen Mo nodded before he was let in. Maybe Chen Mo allowed him in just to let him do this. He didn't want to be driven out by the agents around him. So even though she didn't understand, Ian went to the truck and looked at Daisy's people. They all saw that he didn't speak, so she turned around and held out her hands. However, just as he grabbed the front bumper of the mixer with both hands and was ready to work, he suddenly felt that it was wrong. His hands have not used much force. The front of the mixer seems to have no weight, generally with his hands slowly raised up. Jane Foster on one side was shocked. Daisy said involuntarily, Did I hire a superhero intern? What's his name? Ian on the other side didn't know Daisy had forgotten his name. Seeing that the mixer, which could not be shaken by him at all, was lifted easily by him, Ian suddenly took back his hands in shock and quickly stepped back several steps. But the front of the mixer didn't fall down, but it continued to float up under the inertia just raised. It left the ground together with the rear wheel and floated in the mid-air. Jane Foster and Daisy and Dr. Selvage couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw this strange scene, which obviously surprised them more than Ian raised the mixer just now. This is not normal, Daisy couldn't help saying. Then a few people came up to check it and tried it all in person. It turned out that the mixer with a weight of more than 10 tons seemed to have lost its weight completely. As long as one finger could lift it easily, Let it suspend in the air and rotate at will. Dr. Selvage immediately used the instrument to measure again, and found that the area where the mixer was located, the gravity really disappeared completely. This gravitational anomaly is one of the early manifestations of celestial aggregation, which just confirms his previous judgment. This excited Dr. Selvage. But in addition, they didn't find a space channel in this area, which disappointed Jane Foster. Chenmo said to several people, "Follow me. There is another abnormal area ahead." After hearing this, Jane Foster quickly gathered up the equipment and left the factory behind Chenmo. Chenmo took several people out of the factory and came to a small building with 4 or 5 floors. Following the spiral staircase, several people climbed to the 3rd floor and stopped. Standing at the edge of the stairs, Chenmo picked up a wine bottle from the ground in the puzzled eyes of the 3 people. "Look out." After Chenmo finished, he threw the bottle toward the courtyard in the middle of the spiral staircase. Although don't understand Chenmo's move, but 3 people still hurriedly lie on the edge of the stairs. "Look down." I saw that wine bottle fell downstairs quickly under the influence of gravity. Just when some people thought that wine bottle would eventually fall to the ground and break, the wine bottle that fell to the 2nd floor position, just like passing through the water, disappeared suddenly in a ripple of water. "Where has it gone?" asked Jane Foster in surprise. Chenmo didn't speak, just motioned for a few people to keep watching. Just when some people didn't understand, a shadow suddenly appeared over their corner of the eye. When they saw it clearly, they were surprised to find that it was the bottle that was thrown down by Chenmo and then disappeared suddenly. Seeing the bottle disappear again on the 2nd floor, several people quickly looked up. This time, they finally saw the bottle. Just as it disappeared in a ripple of water, the bottle came out of the air from the 4th floor and then fell downward under the influence of gravity. Then disappear on the 2nd floor again. So up and down cycle dropped several times, people's heads also with the bottle of a drop constantly up and down. When the wine bottle fell again close to the edge of the stairs, Chenmo suddenly reached out to grab it and took it back. "It's incredible," Jane Foster said excitedly. "Hand it to Jane Foster." Chenmo says to several people, "This is another abnormal area. You can try it." At that moment, Jane Foster curiously put the bottle out of the stairs and let it go. The bottle fell again and disappeared on the 2nd floor. However, when people looked up, they still couldn't see the bottle again after waiting for a long time. Several people can't help but turn their heads and look at Chenmo with doubts. "What's the matter?" asked Jane Foster in doubt. Chenmo shrugged and said slowly, "Sometimes they can come back, sometimes they can't." Dr. Selvage soon understood the reason for this and said immediately, "The 2 wormholes in different space should not be completely overlapped but partially staggered. When the bottle falls, it is possible to separate from the staggered position and stay in the different world," said Dr. Selvage, turning to Daisy excitedly. "Daisy, set up the detector. We'll detect these 2 wormholes." Daisy nodded immediately, and her intern Ian began helping Dr. Selvage set up the detector. And Jane Foster looked up with her hand-held detector. "I've never seen a reading like this except in." Jane Foster looked at the abnormal readings on the detection device and said in some trance. Daisy, who was assuming the detection equipment nearby, could not help butting in. "New Mexico. They met Saul before in New Mexico." Jane Foster's face brightened at the words. "I'll go somewhere else." Anxious Jane Foster, with her gravitational numerical detector, was going upstairs alone to have a look. Daisy looked at her eagerness and couldn't help laughing. She also hoped her friend could find Saul. Just as Jane Foster was about to leave, Chenmo suddenly said, "There may be a space passage everywhere. It's not safe. I'll be with you." Jane Foster heard that it was also reasonable, and the construction site, which did not know how long it had been shut down, was gloomy. She herself was really afraid. She nodded to Chenmo immediately but did not refuse. Chenmo then turned to look at the others and reminded them, "You should also pay attention to safety and do not leave other people's sight alone, in case of accidents." They nodded their heads and agreed. Chen and Mo immediately went upstairs, and Jane Foster found that the readings on the detection equipment in her hand fluctuated more violently, and the prompt sound became more urgent than before. "There's a gravitational anomaly ahead," Jane Foster said excitedly. then quickened her pace to the direction indicated by the detector. Chenmo follows her, and the two go deep into the building. The more inside she went, the darker the surrounding environment would be. If Chenmo had not been with her, Jane Foster would have been very afraid of her own words. As the two men advanced, the sound of the detector's prompt became more and more urgent, almost in one piece, and the expression on Jane Foster's face became more and more excited. Just as Jane Foster was walking along the dark corridor, suddenly, a huge attraction came from the front. Jane Foster seemed to be sucked by something, and her body suddenly slid towards the corridor. Jane Foster's face changed a lot. Chen Mo's eyes moved as he saw it. He quickly followed, and then he was pulled forward by the strange gravity. Chen Mo can naturally resist the gravity and make him and Jane Foster stop, but he didn't do so, but let the gravity pull them to slide towards the end of the corridor quickly, and Jane Foster is in a panic and doesn't notice Chen Mo's reaction behind him. After sliding more than 10 meters away, Chen Mo's front Jane Foster's figure flashed like she had gone through a ripple and disappeared from the sky. Then Chen Mo also slides to the place where Jane Foster disappeared. Then he only feels a flash in front of his eyes, and the surrounding scene changes. The disappeared Jane Foster appears in front of him again. As soon as Jane Foster felt the sudden change of the surrounding picture, she found that she seemed to be in another place and was standing on the edge of a cliff. Just now, the inertia of rushing forward made Jane Foster's body continue to rush forward. Just when Jane Foster lost her balance and stared at her eyes in horror, a broad palm suddenly grabbed her shoulder and pulled her forward-leaning body back. Jane Foster quickly turned around and found that Chen Mo had pulled her behind him and thanked her with a sigh of relief. "Thank you. It was dangerous just now. Thank you for holding me, or I will fall down." Chen Mo nodded and didn't speak. Instead, he turned his head and looked around. Seeing this, Jane Foster quickly observed the surrounding situation. The light here is very dim, much darker than the corridor they were in just now. It seems that there is no sunlight. Only there is some dim light in the distance, so that they can roughly see the surrounding situation. It seems that there is a huge underground space, and there are obvious traces of artificial construction. Tens of meters away, there are tall and square stone columns arranged in order. Although they are not exquisite, the huge height of at least 100 meters and the huge number surrounding the whole space are very magnificent. And the place they stand is not the ground, but a huge rock platform that is 4 or 5 meters wide and tens of meters long. According to what Jane Foster saw just now from the edge, they should be in the middle of the sky, and the abyss below is completely covered in the darkness. I don't know how deep the road is. "Where are we?" Jane Foster asked Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked around, glanced at a square stone pillar more than 10 meters high behind them, and finally looked at Jane Foster and said to her, "It doesn't look like the Earth here. Perhaps it is Asgard." Jane Foster was so excited that she couldn't help asking, "Really?" Chen Mo did not nod directly, but said, "I'm just saying that it's possible that the 9 kingdoms are linked together, including Asgard." Although Chen Mo didn't give a positive answer, Jane Foster was excited and looked around with expectation. Soon, she found the huge stone standing on the platform behind her. This is a rectangular boulder with a side length of more than 2 meters and a height of nearly 10 meters. However, this boulder is not a hole. At a height of about 1.5 meters below, there is a crack less than 10 centimeters wide, which crosses the whole boulder and divides it into 2 parts. However, the 2 boulders are not squeezed together under the action of gravity. The top one is nearly 10 meters high and weighs more than 100 tons, just like it is supported by something, so it is suspended in the sky of the next boulder. A red light appears through the gap between the boulders, which is very mysterious. Jane Foster could not help but walk forward curiously and look down at the gap. Then she found that there was something in the gap, but to her surprise, it was not some stone, metal, or gem that supported the huge stone above, but a piece of flowing red liquid. Yes, it's liquid. Jane Foster was also stunned by what she saw. But these liquids are obviously not ordinary things. They seem to have their own consciousness, not just flow in the plane like water, but continuously cross-flow on the surface of the two boulders, as if they have life. When Jane Foster was fascinated by the sight, these originally slow-flowing, blood-like scarlet liquids suddenly seemed to sense something. Instead of the previous slow movement like seeing the prey's viper, she suddenly jumped at her. Jane Foster, startled by the change in the red liquid, quickly backed away, but it was too late. The scarlet liquid gushed out of the crevices of the stone and fell on her hand. Then, like water hitting a sponge, it rushed into her hand. Jane Foster felt a tingling sensation in her hand, and she immediately reached out to pat the red liquid wrapped in her palm, but it didn't help at all. In a second, all the red liquid rushed into her body. At the same time, the boulder in front of her also lost its support. It suddenly fell down and hit the boulder below, making a loud bang. However, Jane Foster had no time to pay attention to the boulder in front of her. She was plunged into her body by the strange scarlet liquid. She felt a strong dizziness and then fell to the ground. Before she lost consciousness completely, she saw a tall figure looming in front of her eyes, holding her fallen body. The next moment, Jane Foster lost consciousness completely. On the other hand, at the construction site, Dr. Selvage, Daisy and others have installed all the detection devices and are testing the two connected space channels in the middle of the stairwell. Just as Dr. Selvage looked excitedly at the reading on the receiver and murmured to herself, Daisy turned her head around and began doubtfully. "Hasn't Jane come back yet?" Her intern, Ian, immediately shook his head and replied, "No, it should be upstairs." Daisy's eyes turned when she heard the words, and then she said to Ian with a face full of gossip, "Do you think the two of them are on it?" Ian took a strange look at Daisy, then cautiously glanced at the agent in black around him. He bowed his head and pretended to play with the equipment in his hand but didn't dare to answer. Daisy turned her white eyes and said disdainfully, "Just kidding. You are so timid. I begin to doubt whether you can be qualified for the task of intern." Ian hears the words and tries to explain, but when he sees a serious agent in black not far away, he finally chooses to shut up. Half an hour passed quickly, but Chen and Mo still didn't come back. This time they finally realized that something was wrong. The construction site is not large. The main building is the unfinished building. After finding the missing of the two people, they quickly inspected the whole building from the beginning to the end, but they never found the traces of Jane Foster and Chen Mo. Jane Foster and the commander are really gone. "Shall we call the police?" Ian said anxiously. Daisy took a look at him and said angrily, "If you think it's useful." Looking at the smart agents around, Ian quickly gave up looking for the police. These guys are obviously much more professional than the police. They didn't find it, the police came in vain, but it will give them extra trouble. Daisy met Ian, but she couldn't help worrying. "But where is Jane? I think they may have strayed into a space passage," said Dr. Selvage, looking slowly at the area of the stairwell's spatial passageway. Daisy asked at once, "Then what shall we do? Is she in danger?" "There should be no danger if there is a commander with her, who alone has eliminated the terrorist existence of a powerful alien race," said Dr. Selvage with an exclamation on his face. "And I heard he beat Thor." "What?" Daisy and Ian both looked unbelievable. Although the commander has always been the most powerful superhero on Earth in people's mind, no one thought that his strength would be more powerful than the legendary mythical figure Thor. Dr. Selvage was not surprised by Daisy's reaction. He gave them a fuss look and said, "When I was in therapy, I listened to Tony Stark himself." Daisy still couldn't believe that she had seen the terrible power of Thor with her own eyes. She didn't believe that Chenmo, a man of the earth, could defeat Thor, a powerful god. "Are you sure it's not your fantasy?" Daisy pointed to her head and said to Dr. Selvage with a strange face. Dr. Selvage saw Daisy's mind at a glance and said angrily, "I said I'm not crazy. Damn, it's all about that jackass of Rocky. They should have killed him directly." Daisy looked at the angry Dr. Selvage and said with a shrug, "I heard that Rocky is Saul's brother, so." Dr. Selvage was even more angry. "Shit, I heard he was adopted." Daisy smelled that the flame of gossip was pouring out of her eyes again, and her eyes were shining. "Really? No wonder Loki looks much more handsome than Saul," Daisy said, turning to Ian. "Don't tell Jane, she will be angry." Seeing Daisy finish speaking and turn around again, it means to continue discussing with Dr. Selvage about the life experience of Rocky and Soul. Ian quickly interjected. Hi guys, aren't we looking for Jane? In fact, Ian also wants to ask the black agents around him. Don't they worry about the commander's safety at all, but he really doesn't have the courage to ask. In fact, in the eyes of these agents, neither the space passage nor the 9 countries can threaten the commander's safety. They have all watched the battle between Chenmo and Raytheon and have a deeper understanding of Chenmo's strength. With Chenmo's more powerful terrorist strength than Raytheon, who can threaten him? What should be worried about is the existence of the other side of the space channel. And Chenmo has told them before the mission. He may enter the space channel without panic and just act as usual. When Daisy and Dr. Selvage heard Ian's warning, they realized that they had just strayed from the subject. Dr. Selvage immediately coughed and covered up his uneasiness. Then they began to talk about their business. Remember the experiment we did here before, said Dr. Selvage slowly, pointing to the stairwell, which had 2 passageways. After things go in, they can come out. That is to say, these channels are 2-way, you can go and you can come back naturally. At this point, Dr. Selvage turned to Daisy and Ian and said in a solemn voice, "We have to find the space passage they're in." Then, the 3 began to use Dr. Selvage's detection equipment to find the location of the gravity anomaly. But in addition to the 0 gravity area in the factory building and the space passage of the stairwell, they searched the whole construction site, but they could not find other areas of the gravity anomaly. These space channels are not all very stable, sometimes appear, sometimes disappear, and the duration is not certain. However, the channel where Jane Foster and Chen Mo were just sucked in has been closed for a long time, but it is not necessary to wait until when to open it again. When Dr. Selvage and others searched for new space passageways, they did not notice that under the stairwell where the 2 interconnected space passageways are located, 2 agents of the Shendon Bureau brought an alloy box with a square of 1/2 meter from the outside car. Put the box on the ground. 2 people open the box. Inside, the neat arrangement of hundreds of baby fist-sized devices will be revealed. As the box is fully opened, these devices start automatically without making any sound and fly quietly. Just like bees leaving the nest, these hundreds of micro-air vehicles soon all flew out of the box, converged into a black cloud in the air, and then flew towards the space passage in the stairwell. In a flash, they passed through and disappeared. Underground space. Chen Mo holds Jane Foster in a coma and slowly puts her on the ground. When holding Jane Foster, Chen Mo was ready to bear the attack of ether particles, but he didn't seem to feel the threat. The ether particles entering Jane Foster didn't react. Looking at the comatose Jane Foster Chenmo, he felt a little sorry, but he didn't regret his decision. Of course, he can prevent Jane Foster from touching the etheric particles, and even prevent her from entering the space where the etheric particles are hidden. But in this way, the original plot will be completely destroyed, and they have no reason to enter Asgard. Chenmo's purpose is not only to get the blood of Thor, but also the existence of the Dark Elves. Chenmo doesn't want the Dark Elves to appear on the Earth one day. These guys are much more destructive than the Zetas. They can hide spaceships, energy weapons, black hole grenades, and curse fighters more powerful than Thor and Hulk. It's hard to defend with the current strength of the Earth. These Dark Elves are hiding in the dark. Even Helmdall can't find them. Keeping them is a huge threat. It's better to take this opportunity to lead them out and kill them directly. Moreover, according to the original plot, Saul's mother, Freya, will be killed when the Dark Elves invade Asgard. Chenmo and Sol are friends anyway. He can't see Saul's mother killed without caring. When the etheric particles enter Jane Foster's body, the Dark Elves sleeping in a hidden corner of the universe will be awakened. To save Freya from the Dark Elves, Chenmo must go to Asgard with Jane Foster. Although Jane Foster is now in a coma, Chenmo knows that at least in the short term, etheric particles will not do her any harm. He put Jane Foster gently on the ground, and Chenmo released his mind to explore the situation of the underground space. Chen Mo can probably guess that the space where the etheric particles are stored should be in the deep underground of Asgard. However, looking at the round mark on the ground, it is obvious that the boulder that holds the etheric particles is directly transmitted to the underground by Rainbow Bridge. Chen Mo is not sure whether there is a passage to the ground. Chen Mo's present mental power can cover a radius of 200 meters. Although the underground space is huge, it does not exceed this range. Under the exploration of Chen Mo's mind power, there is no way to hide the situation of underground space. Soon, Chen Mo's face was full of joy, and then he frowned again. Chen Mo found a passage between the huge columns around him, but when Chen Mo's mind entered it and continued to explore upwards along the passage, he found that the passage had been completely sealed. Chen Mo takes a look at Jane Foster, who is lying on the ground in a coma. He immediately uses his mind to fly away from the platform, across the dark abyss below, and towards the channel he found. After flying near, Chen Mo felt the huge square stone pillars, each of which is more than 100 meters high, with a side length of 67 meters, very huge. Chen Mo's body passed between the two square pillars and fell into the passage. This is a passage cut out in the rock, with flat stone walls on both sides and above, and a step extending upward at the foot. Although the environment is dark, we can see the environment clearly with the silent vision. Chen Mo flies up tens of meters along the passage, and there are some large and small gravels on the ground suddenly. Not far ahead, the top of the originally flat passage collapses. The passage is filled with numerous rocks, and the whole passage is completely blocked. Chen Mo stands in front of the collapsed passage and releases his mind power again. He probes into the blocked passage ahead. 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters. The whole passage is completely filled with rocks until the mind power reaches the limit of exploration. Chen Mo still doesn't see the end of the collapsed passage. Chen Mo sighs secretly. The area of 200 m is filled with rocks. Chen Mo can't pass through the collapsed passage directly through the blink. So next, he has to work hard to clear the passage himself. Fortunately, Chen Mo has space. He doesn't really need to move or destroy a lot of rocks in the passage. He just needs to put them into the space. With Chen Mo picking up the stage, a large number of rocks piled up in the channel disappeared, and the originally blocked channel began to be opened up a little bit. The length of this passage exceeds Chen Mo's expectation. It's more than a kilometer. Fortunately, Chen Mo's space is large enough now. Although the side length is only 60 meters, the volume is 216,000 cubic meters. Even if there are many materials stored in it, the remaining space is enough to load all the rocks in the 1-kilometer collapsed passage. Through this passage, which is obviously considered to be closed, Chen Mo continues to walk out for hundreds of meters, only to see a closed, thick stone gate. Chen Mo is careful to probe out his mind, and soon feels the situation outside the stone gate. Outside the stone gate, there is a long corridor, and the stone gate in front of Chen Mo is at the end of the corridor. In front of the stone gate, there are 2 soldiers with spears and shields and wearing gorgeous golden armor guarding there. When sensing the 2 soldiers in armor, Chen Mo was almost certain that he had come to Asgard. As like as 2 pieces of armor, the 2 soldiers are exactly the same as the ASA warriors he had in mind. And Chen Mo also found that the scene of the corridor outside was very familiar. Outside the stone gate, it seems that it is still under the ground. There is no sunlight coming in. It looks dark. However, it is only limited to the corridor area. On both sides of the corridor, there is an isolated room like a window. The light in the room is very bright. Except that these rooms are open in the direction of the corridor, other places are completely closed and there are no windows. And Chen Mo's mind power can sense that, although there is no fully open wall towards the corridor, there is a strong energy barrier. Chen Mo's mind power is blocked outside and cannot be penetrated at all. However, this energy barrier alone does not completely block Chen Mo's meditation exploration. Chen Mo's meditation penetrates the wall from the place where there is no energy barrier, and soon senses the situation in the room. Some of these rooms are empty, but most of them are closed with different numbers of humanoids. Yes, it's not human, it's humanoid. Although they are similar to human body shape, they have significant differences in appearance, skin color, and many physiological structures. They look more like aliens from different planets. Moreover, most of them are wearing various kinds of armor, and most of them are very strong in physique. They don't look like good people. This is obviously a dungeon for prisoners. In the dozens of cells on both sides of the corridor, there are hundreds of alien creatures with different shapes. Chenmo is familiar with this dungeon because he saw it in the movie. Especially when Chenmo sensed a familiar figure in a cell at the end of the corridor, Chenmo determined his guess completely. Rocky, who was sitting in a chair in the cell, reading a book quietly, suddenly felt a feeling of being peeped. Loki immediately mobilized his mental strength and felt it carefully, but found that the feeling had disappeared, which made him frown. Who is spying on him? Odin or Freya? They are the only two that Rocky can think of. In Asgard, only Odin, the king of God, and Felicia, the queen, were able to probe him with spiritual force. As for Sol, the guy with only muscles in his mind will not mobilize his mental power at all, let alone use it to probe. After confirming Loki's existence, Chenmo took back his mind power directly from him. He didn't want to get Rocky's attention now, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. After all, it's Asgard. If Chenmo is found by these soldiers, the biggest possibility is to catch him directly. They don't know his relationship with Saul. They are likely to regard him as a prisoner in the cell or an assassin in the cell. Although Chenmo is confident in his own strength, the general Asgard soldiers should not be his opponents, but he is not confident enough to completely ignore the siege of Asgard soldiers. Chenmo's victory over Thor is true, but it was a one-on-one fight without a fight between life and death. What he relied on was the sword of the king in his hand, his quick reaction speed, and his superior swordsmanship far beyond Thor's. If we change to a one-to-many group war, and the opponent is the Asgard warrior whose strength is far superior to that of human beings on Earth, the result is hard to say. Although there is no fight, Chenmo can roughly judge that the strength of these Asgard soldiers is not much weaker than his physical fitness, according to the performance of Asgard soldiers in the battle in the movie. And Chenmo is not sure whether his sword of the king can continue to be as impregnable against the weapons and shields of the upper Protoss. With his current strength, if he meets a large number of Asgard soldiers equipped with Protoss weapons, he will not be able to deal with it easily. And don't forget Asgard and Odin. In case of getting Odin's help, one of them may accidentally kill Chenmo directly. Chenmo doesn't want to take the risk. It's better to find Sol as soon as possible. It's safer to stay with him. According to the time, he should have ended the rebellion of pacifying 9 countries by now. At this time, he is most likely to stay in the Golden Palace. Anyway, get out of here first. However, before that, Chenmo first returned to the underground space along the passage and took Jane Foster, who was still unconscious, to the front of the stone gate. Using the equipment she brought to test it, he made sure that the space here was very stable and would not appear at any time like the underground space, so as to transfer Jane Foster to other places. Just send it back to the Earth like in the movie. If it is accidentally sent to other countries, it will be very difficult to find her. After setting up Jane Foster, Chenmo immediately released the upgraded steel war clothes from the space and quickly completed the dressing. After the overall upgrade, the transformation speed of the warsuit is much faster. When Chenmo releases the warsuit, he clings to his body and wraps himself up. The open rear armor quickly deforms and closes in less than 0.1 second, and the installation is completed in a blink of an eye. Chenmo then turned on the invisible function, and the figure quickly disappeared into the air. In addition to the heat-resistant, indestructible Edelman armor, the stealth module was the only device that survived that battle. However, the reason why it can be preserved is not because it is not afraid of high temperature, but because Chenmo has put it into space in advance. Before, when Chenmo was on the oil ship, he was ready for the battle clothes to be damaged when he received the high-temperature flame from Kyrian, because he knew that even if the temperature was high enough, the Edelman alloy armor of the war clothes would be okay. As for the device inside, he would replace it. But the mini stealth device specially made by Princess Wakandassery is not the one that Tony Stark can make. It's much more troublesome to replace. Chenmo doesn't want to go to Wakanda again, so when he connects the Flame of Kyrian, the stealth module is directly taken back by Chenmo after Tony upgrades and repairs the damaged battle clothes. He reinstalls it go back. Chenmo is not sure that this kind of invisibility can hide from Odin's eyes, but at least there should be no problem in dealing with ordinary soldiers in the divine realm. Once again, Nyanli passes through the stone gate and enters the dungeon, extending along the corridor to the end. The next moment, Chenmo's body disappears. In the dungeon, Loki suddenly turned his head and looked out into the corridor. Just now, he seemed to sense a familiar slight energy fluctuation, but in his eyes, there was nothing unusual in the corridor except the soldiers patrolling. This made Rocky frown. He always felt that today's situation is not right. It seems that something is going to happen. In fact, Chen just moved to the corridor outside the Loki cell, because the corridor is just over 200 meters long. Chenmo's blinking distance was not only 200 meters, but that was when he could see the location of the blinking. For the area he could not see, although Chenmo could also blink, he had to be within the scope of the exploration of mental power. Fortunately, there are stealth devices to hide his body shape. Otherwise, Chenmo is likely to be discovered by Rocky and the guards as soon as he appears. Although Chenmo's flash time is very short, it's not ordinary people on Earth. Even a few seconds is enough to expose Chenmo's existence. Chenmo moved several times in a row, then left the dungeon and came to the ground. Standing outside the passage to the dungeon, Chenmo is presented with a huge and incomparable hall. The palace is supported by rows of tall and exquisite stone columns carved with gorgeous patterns, which is magnificent and spectacular. The material of these stone pillars is very special. It seems that they are just ordinary rocks, but in the sun they give off a light golden glow, revealing an indescribable grandeur and solemnity. Chenmo knew that this should be the king's palace of Asgard, the Golden Palace, and the huge hall he saw now should be just the bottom of the huge Golden Palace. Chenmo did not too much lament the magnificence of the shrine. When he went out of the dungeon, Chenmo became more careful. In order to prevent Odin and Freyr, who are more powerful and super powerful, from being alerted by previous mental exploration, Chenmo no longer uses his mental power casually, but relies on his keen hearing and vision to carefully explore the surrounding situation and head for the upper level of the Golden Palace. In order to prevent the moving voice from being heard, Chenmo did not walk or fly in battle clothes. Instead, he suspended himself in the air with his mind power and slowly flew forward silently. Although the palace is full of soldiers guarding, Chenmo's careful hiding did not notice his existence. Through a wide staircase, Chenmo left the hall on the ground floor and came to the upper floor. Compared with the hall connecting the dungeons below, it is more like a normal palace. Although there are still gorgeous and tall stone columns around, it is not as open and oppressive as the lower floor. There are many beautiful murals on the wall. Beautiful and elegant decorations are placed at the corner of the corridor, which makes it a little bit more angry here. Chenmo walked slowly along the corridor, carefully around all the guards he met, and walked through the Golden Palace. It has to be said that the area of the Golden Palace is too large. It took nearly 20 minutes for Chenmo to find a window to the outside world when he couldn't move fast. The voice in his ear told him that it would be a long time before the nearest guard came. Chenmo was relieved to observe the situation outside the window. The first thing Chenmo saw was not the strange and beautiful buildings below, but the beautiful and dreamlike scenery in the sky like the gorgeous nebula in the universe. There are two huge round moons embedded in the sea of clouds. Although it is daytime, they can still be seen clearly. Even the smallest one is several times larger than the moon on the earth, hanging in the air. Although it is not as dazzling as the sun, it is bright and clear. The color of the sky is totally different from that of the earth. The pure blue is dotted with purple nebulae, and the bright stars all over the sky make the monotonous sky gorgeous. This strange sky scene, even on other planets, is hard to see. However, Chen Mo soon took his eyes back from the sky and turned to the rainbow bridge with colorful light in the distance. This rainbow bridge, which stretches from the Golden Palace to the lake in the distance, is the transmission channel of Asgard connecting the 9 realms. It is also a powerful weapon that can destroy a world. When Chen Mo was observing the rainbow bridge, which was only emitting light of 7 colors, suddenly lit up, and the energy of 7 colors poured from the Golden Palace under Chen Mo's feet to the end of the rainbow bridge. In Chen Mo's eyes, although several kilometers apart, Chen Mo can still clearly see the spherical golden building at the end of the rainbow bridge. As a great deal of energy is transmitted along the rainbow bridge towards the spherical building, a dazzling, colorful light column suddenly shoots out of the golden building and towards the endless universe in the distance. Chen Mo knows that this is the rainbow bridge being started, and the transmission begins. In connection with the plot of the movie, Chen Mo quickly thought of who was the transmission. When the beam of light disappears, the light of rainbow bridge returns to normal. Before long, a blond man wearing silver armor, holding a hammer and flying a red cape walked out of the golden building. When Chen Mo saw the familiar figure, he couldn't help but see that it was Saul. He should have just ended the battle of pacifying 9 countries and returned triumphantly. Seeing Saul standing on the bridge, rotating his hammer, he flew towards the Golden Palace with the help of the Thunderbolt hammer. Chen Mo immediately flew out of the window. When he came to the Golden Palace, Chen Mo finally saw the Golden Palace. The scale of the Golden Palace is much larger than any other building on the earth. The wall shining with golden light in the sun is even more magnificent and dignified. However, Chen Mo was not in the mood to enjoy the magnificent shrine. Looking at Saul's figure, Chen Mo immediately flies to the upper passage. When Chen Mo appeared outside the passageway, he found Saul was walking towards the inside. Saul. Chen Mo shows his body directly and shouts to Saul. Saul, who was leaving in a big step, heard some familiar voices behind him and turned around in disbelief. When he saw Chen Mo in a steel warsuit, he could not help but show an incredible look on his face. He blinked hard, then raised his back and rubbed his eyes. Saul found that Chen Mo was still standing there. It was not his own illusion, but his face was unbelievable. "How did you get here?" Chen Mo said as he walked towards Saul. "Celestial convergence, I think you should know." "Celestial convergence? Has it started yet? So you're coming through the aisle?" After listening to Chen Mo's explanation, Saul soon understood that Helmdale, the guardian of Rainbow Bridge, had told him about the aggregation of celestial bodies. Saul, who knew the situation clearly, was also very happy to see Chen Mo, an old friend who had fought side by side. As he said, he welcomed Chen Mo with open arms and gave him a big hug. Thanks to Chen Mo's preparation, he didn't take off his steel battle clothes. Otherwise, with Saul's strength, this bare hug is enough for him. He slapped Chen Mo on the back. Saul said happily, "Good brother, nice to meet you." Saul's happiness was not without a reason. Although he didn't get along with Chen Mo for a long time, they fought side by side to wipe out the invasion of the Earth Zeteri army. Later, Chen Mo helped him master the power of thunder and greatly improved his strength. During this period, he has been leading the army to pacify the insurgency of 9 countries. In the whole process of the war, Saul felt the great improvement of his strength, and he was grateful to Chen Mo. Seeing Chen Mo at this time, Saul, who had won the victory and returned, was more than happy. Even holding Chen Mo's shoulder, he said loudly, "You're here just in time. I just pacified the rebellion in 9 countries. There will be a celebration party tonight. Let's have a good drink." Hearing this, Chen Mo lifted the armor on his head and looked at Saul solemnly. "Let's talk about drinking later. There's a more important thing to do now." Saul, hearing the words, could not help but look at Chen Mo and ask strangely, "What else is important? Is the earth invaded again?" Chen Murin thought that you were right. The dark elves are about to invade the earth. However, he would not say this to Saul now, but he looked at Saul seriously and said, "I didn't come alone." As soon as Chen said this, he was directly interrupted by Saul. "Oh, who else? Let me guess, Tony, Steve, or Banner." Chen Mo looks at Saul and shakes his head. Without selling, he says directly, "It's Jane Foster." Saul could not help but be stunned when he heard the words, and then the smirking expression disappeared. Joy missing, tenderness and love flashed on his face. Finally, he looked at Chen Mo with a complicated face and asked, "Why is she here?" "There is an abnormal space area in London. Jane and Dr. Selvage and I went to investigate it. We too accidentally crossed a space passage and came here together," Chen Mo said, looking at Sol with a complex face. Chen said in a deep voice, "But she is not in a good condition now." Sol's face couldn't help changing when he heard that. He grabbed Chen Mo's arm and asked anxiously, "What happened? Where is he now?" Chen Mo once again rejoiced that he was wearing a steel war suit, and immediately told Sol about what happened after crossing to the underground space. It said that Jane Foster's mysterious substance sealed in the dungeon entered her body and fell into a coma. Sol was immediately worried and said to Chen Mo anxiously, "Take me there." Accompanied by Sol, Chen Mo naturally didn't need to worry about the exposed problems. With Sol in a hurry, the two were on their way to the dungeon. Although the guards passing by were surprised by Chen Mo, a stranger covered in black armor, they saw him with Sol, and no one stopped or asked. When they went down to the dungeon and were locked in the front cell of the passage, Loki found them at the first time. When he saw Sol's familiar figure, Rocky felt a dull pain all over his body. Loki cannot help but think of the memory of being abused by Chen Mo several times before on Earth. First, in front of hundreds of human beings, Chen Mo overwhelmingly defeated him. After falling to the ground, Chen Mo killed him awkwardly for a long time. At last, he put the long sword on his neck and captured him. He still remembers the cold and pain when the long sword pierced his neck, because it was the closest to his death in so many years. Then Saul snatched him out of the plane, but Chen Mo kicked him off the cliff again, hitting and rebounding on the cliff all the way, and finally he hit a big hole in the soil, unable to move. Then the wormhole opened, and the army of Zitari swarmed in. Just when he thought his plan was about to succeed, and his ambition to rule the earth was about to be achieved, Chen Mo tried to turn the tide again. Not only did he wipe out all the army of Zitari, but also kicked him out of the roof. After falling for half a day in the air, he fell to the ground again, hitting a comparison, and then there's a bigger hole. Chen Mo is his nemesis. Every time he met Chen Mo, there was absolutely no good fruit for him. Any of his conspiracy schemes would be completely defeated in front of Chen Mo. Even half a year later, when he saw Chen Mo again, Rocky still felt cold. The energy barrier between them, which had imprisoned him, made him feel a little bit secure. He would rather stay in this cell than face Chen Mo again. When Chen Mo turned to look at him, Loki was shocked, but at the same time, he couldn't help but think of the spy he had felt before and the slight space fluctuation in the corridor. Now, it seems that Chen Mo may have caused this. Thinking of Chen Mo hiding in the dark and watching him quietly, Rocky felt cold all over. Is this guy trying to deal with him again? He finally returned to Asgard and was put in a dungeon. He thought that he could finally get away from Chen Mo, but Chen Mo still refused to let him go. He didn't know how to find him again. After looking at the golden energy barrier, Chen Mo is looking at his Rocky, but suddenly he says to him, "Long time no see, Rocky." Hearing this, Loki stood stiffly, stifling the impulse to step back with an ugly smile on his face, and said very unnaturally, "Good, long time no see." At the same time, what Chen Mo had done to him before also came to mind. Loki could not help turning to Saul and looking for help. Now only his brother Sol can protect him. Saul felt Loki's eyes and gave him a bad look. This guy is usually arrogant in the face of him and Odin and Freya. He can't help but sneer, or just ignore, but he has no fear at all. Instead, he completely counsels in the face of Chen Mo, which makes Sol helpless. It seems that they dote on Loki too much and spoil him to be lawless. Until they are beaten by the reality in front of Chen Mo, they finally have a sense of awe, which is also a good thing for him. As long as Rocky can really change, Sol will ask Odin to let him out. At this time, he looked at Loki as if he was about to be punished by Odin when he was a child, and looked at him for help. Although Sol was in a hurry to see Jane Foster, he did not ignore Loki directly, but said impatiently, "He didn't come to clean you up. You'd better be honest and stay inside." Saul finished, looked at Chen Mo, and they immediately continued to walk towards the deep dungeon. As long as Saul is here, this horrible Earthman will not do anything to him. It was a brother who grew up with him. Although he was not born, Saul was no worse to him than any brother. At this moment, Loki cannot help feeling a feeling of being protected by his brother, which is not strange to him, but ignored by him. After what happened just now, Loki can't help but remember that from childhood, Sol has been protecting him. He made a mistake. When Odin wanted to punish him, Sol would plead for him and even take the initiative to punish him. Because of him, Sol was beaten. Although Sol would scold him severely every time, the next time he made a mistake, it was Sol who begged for help and wiped his ass. If Saul had not been pleading for Odin and even contradicting him, he would not have been confined in this independent cell. The other cells are all filled with more than one person, and they are small in area, surrounded by walls on 3 sides, and only one side towards the corridor is a transparent energy barrier, which makes it more depressing to stay inside. However, his cell at the entrance of the dungeon is quite a side door. It not only has 2 wide windows on the ground but also has excellent vision. Its area is much larger than other cells. It is clean and bright and has not been disturbed by guards. The best location and vision, as well as comfortable tables, chairs, beds, and couches, in addition to being unable to leave, all the conditions he enjoys in the dungeons are regarded as imperial treatment. However, before that, he was still full of dissatisfaction and was very angry about his imprisonment. But at this moment, after experiencing the stimulation of Chen Mo, Loki suddenly found that this is not bad. For the first time, Loki began to reflect on what he had done before. Chen Mo and Saul did not pay any attention to Loki. They went straight through the long corridor in the middle of the dungeon and came to the huge stone gate at the end. Looking at the Asgard soldiers with spears in front of the stone gate, Saul ordered, "Open the door." The 2 guards didn't directly listen to the orders but looked at each other and hesitated. Odin once ordered that no one should open the stone gate without his order. At ordinary times, Saul might go to Odin to find out the truth and open the stone gate after getting his permission. But now, his lover Jane Foster is in it and the situation is unknown. He has no patience to delay anymore. "Get out of the way." Saul shouted angrily, reached out directly and pushed the 2 soldiers in front of the door to fly out. Then he raised the hammer of Thunderbolt and prepared to blow the stone door open. The 2 guards pushed by him fell to the ground, but they were not hurt. However, looking at Saul's angry appearance, they looked at each other and saw a little helplessness in each other's eyes. Saul's rashness was repeated, but it was obviously not something they could stop. So they just lay on the ground and pretended that they could not afford it. They don't think their little bodies can withstand Thor's hammer attack. Saul can't even control Odin. Can we expect 2 ordinary dungeon guards to stop him? After all, Sol is Odin's eldest son, the successor of the future Asgard throne, and not the enemy. Although they don't know what is behind the stone gate, it won't be a problem to let Sol in. However, the 2 guards did not stop him, but Chen Mo hurriedly stepped forward to block Saul. "Busy, you impudent fellow, Jane Foster is right behind the door." Saul's face changed as soon as he smelt the words. He quickly put down the hammer and then he blushed at Chen Mo. As Chen Mo said, his rashness has never been changed. If Chen Mo didn't stop him in time, he might have smashed the stone gate with a hammer. If Jane Foster was injured, he would definitely blame himself. "Put away the hammer of Thunderbolt." Sol immediately stretched out his hands and pressed it on the stone door. The thick stone door with gorgeous patterns was replaced and pushed open by Sol. The light in the dungeon was then projected into the crack of the door he pushed open. At a glance, Sol saw Jane Foster lying not far behind the door, unconscious. Sol saw that the 2 half-open stone doors were pushed to open to both sides, and the heavy stone doors hit the inner stone wall with a loud bang. Chen Mo looks at Sol, who rushes to Jane Foster and squats down to check anxiously. He shakes his head helplessly. This guy is not afraid that the stone gate will be directly smashed on the stone wall by him, and then he will fall down and kill Jane Foster. Chen Mo can't help worrying about Jane Foster. If the 2 of them are together in the future, They will face the risk of being accidentally killed by Saul at any time. It's estimated that only a guy like Rocky, who has strong vitality and is still alive after falling off the cliff and roof, can grow up healthily under Saul's care and survive hard. Chenmo seriously doubts what happened to Loki in his childhood. Besides jealousy, how much of his hatred for Saul was caused by his reckless influence and injury. Saul didn't know that Chenmo was slandering him in his heart. At this time, all his attention was on Jane Foster in his arms. After calling several times but still unable to wake her up, Saul couldn't help but get nervous. Holding Jane Foster in both hands, Saul turned around and strode out of the passage, shouting to Chenmo, "Come with me." Saul walked all the way with Jane Foster in his arms. As he passed by, Rocky couldn't help but look at the woman lying in Saul's arms. Looking at Saul's worried face, the woman was obviously very important to him. In the past, Loki would have thought about how to deal with this woman to fight Saul. But now, feeling Saul's anxiety and worry, Loki could not help caring a little more about this woman she had never seen before. At least, Loki knew that he didn't want this woman to go wrong. After leaving the dungeon with Jane Foster and Chenmo, Saul left the Golden Palace and went to a golden spire on an island in the middle of the lake. As soon as he entered the gate, Saul called out to the women in the same blue dress, "Where is Sophia? I need her." Saul's voice startled the women inside and turned to him one after another. When they found Jane Foster, who was obviously in a coma in Saul's arms, they immediately realized what had happened. Several people turn around to find Sophia in Saul's mouth, while others push open the door of a nearby room and guide Saul into it. As Saul gently lowered Jane Foster on a bright white table in the middle of the room, an older, sedate-looking woman stepped in from the door, Sophia in Saul's mouth. "Saul, what happened?" When Sophia came in, her eyes fell on Jane Foster, who was lying on the table. "What happened to her?" As she spoke, Sophia stepped quickly to the table. "She had an unknown substance in her body, and then she was unconscious all the time," Saul said anxiously. Sophia didn't say anything more. She stretched out her hand and crossed the top of the platform. At the four corners of the platform, between the four brackets that looked like decorative guardrails, there suddenly appeared a line like the surging sands. With the continuous operation of Sophia's hands, a virtual shadow of the body composed of these golden light spots emerged from the top of Jane Foster's body, which looks very similar to holographic virtual imaging, and also shows the situation in Jane Foster's body. This seems to be a body detection device that can carry out all-round detection and holographic simulation display. Although it does not clearly show the structure of viscera and blood vessels at this time, it seems to be able to clearly detect the energy response in Jane Foster's body. I saw the body part of the virtual shadow composed of golden light spots. A red light group was constantly moving and constantly changing shape. "How is it?" Saul looked at the moving red shadow and asked anxiously. Sophia said as she examined Jane Foster's condition, "The energy churning in her body is enough to kill her, but for now, that substance doesn't seem to hurt her," Saul asked, frowning instead of letting go. "Then why hasn't she been awake?" Sophia said after checking again. "The brain is not damaged. It should be a coma caused by energy shock. I can try to wake her up," Sophia said, operating on the virtual operating platform composed of golden dots in front of her. A dazzling golden light wrapped Jane Foster's head. Soon, the golden light dissipated, and Jane Foster's eyes, which had been closed for several times, trembled and then slowly opened. Seeing this, Saul rushed forward, leaned over Jane Foster and looked at her with concern. Jane Foster opened her eyes in a daze. She was dazed at first. When she saw Saul in front of her, she couldn't help but be stunned. "Jane." Just as Saul looked at her affectionately and called her name, Jane Foster unexpectedly raised her hand directly and slapped Saul in the face. "Pa!" Saul and the people around him all stared at the unexpected scene, but Jane Foster sat up from the stage and said with the same face, "I'm sorry, but I just want to make sure you're real. It's really weird today." Saul nodded at the words. "I'm real, Jane. Pa." Before Saul finished, Jane Foster slapped him harder than before. After that, Jane Foster looked at Saul angrily and said angrily, "Where have you been?" Everyone looked at Jane Foster, who was like an angry leopard and couldn't help but shudder. But Jane Foster didn't notice the existence of others and asked Saul angrily, "I've been waiting in our separate place, crying while waiting, and then I've been looking for you everywhere. You said you would come back." Saul looked at the grievances and heartaches hidden in Jane Foster's eyes in anger, and his heart couldn't help a burst of heartache. He could imagine Jane waiting for him to solve Asgard's problem and go back to find her, but he couldn't wait for the time. Saul looked at Jane Foster with a guilty face and said softly, "I know, but Rainbow Bridge is destroyed. Wars broke out in the 9 countries, and there were many wars and robbers. I have to stop these massacres." When Jane Foster heard this, she suddenly remembered that Chen Mo had explained for Sol before in the car, including why she didn't find her after the New York incident, but she just woke up from a coma. At first sight of Sol, she didn't remember for a while. Thinking of this, Jane Foster could not help but feel a little sorry for the slap in the face just now, and her eyes began to soften. Well, that's a good reason. Seeing that Jane Foster forgives him, his eyes become full of tenderness. Saul's heart cannot help but warm. His eyes also overflowed with deep feelings. However, just when the two men were looking at each other and they were very affectionate, an untimely dignified voice suddenly sounded. "My words are like a sideshow. Don't they work for you at all?" Saul, hearing his body stiff, stood up straight and looked at the old man who was striding in from the door. He is a big man with golden armor. Although his hair and beard are gray, and he has a golden eye mask on his right eye, he is a one-eyed dragon, but it doesn't affect his majesty at all. It's the father of Thor, the god of Odin. When he learned that Saul had rushed to the medical room with a strange woman, he immediately guessed that it was Jane Foster and rushed to the hospital. Saul is his eldest son, and he is also his favorite successor to the God King, but he does not support Saul and Jane Foster together. The life of human beings on Earth is less than 100 years, but the life of the ASAS is 5,000 years. For them, the life of human beings is too short and fleeting. Odin thought that Saul should choose a powerful Protoss warrior as the future queen, rather than an ant-like human. This is what has been bothering Saul for a long time. He would go to Rainbow Bridge every night to ask Heimdall to help check on Jane Foster, but he could not make up his mind to meet her. As the successor of the God King, he has the responsibility of commanding the God Kingdom and guarding the 9 realms. He must take the safety and security of the 9 realms as the most important position, but his feelings for Jane Foster cannot be abandoned, which makes him not know how to face all this. It can only be said that his brain is full of muscles, and it is beyond the scope of his brain to deal with such complex problems as love and responsibility at the same time. But when he saw Jane Foster again and saw her unconscious, Saul had a decision in his heart. He couldn't give up this woman. His previous escape not only didn't make him forget the feelings of Jane Foster, but also became more and more strong. Even if her life was not long, he was willing to give up everything, including honor and throne, and chose to be with her. So in the face of Odin's accusation, Saul did not flinch at all and replied solemnly with Odin's eyes on his face, "She is ill." Odin heard words but did not care, waved off detection device. Golden light gradually disappeared. "She is a mortal. Of course, ordinary people get sick. But we can save her," Saul said without hesitation. Odin ignored Saul, strode to the platform, and said in a deep voice, "She doesn't belong to the divine realm. It's like goat meat can't be put on the banquet table." Odin's words are full of disdain for mortals and a kind of arrogance belonging to the Protoss. It seems that it's insulting for ordinary people to step on the divine realm. Chenmo stood by and looked at Odin. His eyes flashed a cold color. I don't know if he will look down upon human beings so much after all his powers are sealed and sent to the Earth nursing home. As if feeling Chenmo's eyes, Odin turned his head to look at Chenmo standing beside Saul and frowned. And Jane Foster, listening to Odin's racist words, could not help turning to Saul with an unbelievable face. He just said Jane Foster, looking angrily at Odin, not politely. "Who do you think you are?" Odin took a strange look at Chen Mo, who was covered in black armor. Then he turned to Jane Foster and said proudly, "I am Odin, the king of the realm of God, the protector of the 9 kingdoms." Jane Foster was not frightened by Odin's name, but shook her head solemnly. I'm sorry, I don't know about other places, but as far as I know, the protector of the earth should be the commander beside me. He stopped the invasion of aliens, and Rocky, who led the alien army to invade the earth, seems to be your son. Odin took a deep look at Chen Mo again, but he didn't take it seriously. He just thought Chen Mo was the general or commander of the earth. When Jane Foster was talking about Loki, Odin, who had been aggressive, could not help feeling a little guilty, but still refused to show weakness. He said with a straight face, "Rocky, he was actually adopted." Jane Foster didn't know this before, so she was shocked. "Well, all right." Chen Mo, who has been standing aside without speaking, can't help but turn to Saul when he hears Odin's words. Saul feels Chen Mo's funny eyes and turns his head unnaturally. Who told them both to make the same excuses? Saul immediately changed the subject and said to Odin, "Father, there is something in her body that I have never seen before." Odin didn't care about it at all, he said, looking at Saul. "Their world has its own healers called doctors. Let them deal with it by themselves." Saul's face changed as soon as he heard it. He was trying to say that the substance was from the bottom of Asgard, but after Odin finished speaking, he didn't give Saul the chance to continue talking. He ordered the soldiers who followed him, "Guard, send her and the commander back to Earth." 4 soldiers in gold armor and the gorgeous helmets of the Asaf god walked out immediately. The 2 men walked towards Jane Foster, who was sitting on the platform. The 2 men grabbed Chen Mo's arm. Chen Mo naturally won't let people catch him. Before the hands of 2 Asgard soldiers touch him, Chen Mo stretches out his arms first, grabs them by the shoulder faster than the 2 men, and then throws them towards the wall. The 2 Protoss guards who were more powerful than Steve were thrown out directly by Chen Mo, and they hit the wall heavily. The armor and the wall hit each other, making a huge noise, which scared the women doctors standing on both sides of the long skirt to quickly back away. Odin looked at Chen Mo's skill, and there was a flash of brilliance in his eyes. He didn't expect that the Earthman who had not been regarded by him was so powerful. He easily defeated 2 elite Asaf soldiers between waves. Chen Mo's strength can be compared with several commanders of Asgard, but he is just a man who he despises. But before Odin could respond to Chen's move, 2 other guards also touched Jane Foster's arm. Just when the palms of the 2 men touched her arm, a strong energy burst out from him. With a burst of blood-red light excited from Jane Foster, the bodies of the 2 guards, under the impact of a huge amount of energy, were thrown directly to the back and hit the wall heavily. They didn't get up for a long time. It seems that they were hurt much more than the 2 who were thrown out by Chen Mo. Saul didn't care about the 2 people who were rushed out by the energy, but rushed forward to hold on to Jane Foster, who fell back weakly after the energy burst and asked eagerly, "Jane, are you okay?" Jane lay on the table and shook her head weakly. Odin was also shocked by this sudden burst of energy and immediately ignored Chen Mo, hurriedly walked to Jane Foster, reached out his hand and slowly brushed over her arm, and a scarlet light immediately appeared where he brushed. "It's impossible." Odin looked at the flash of scarlet light in Jane Foster's body and remembered some records he had seen before, and his expression became solemn. Asked Sophia, standing by. "Something inside her is protecting her." Odin still looked down at the red on Jane Foster's arm and thought, but Soul said slowly, frowning, "No, it's protecting itself." Determined the identity of material in Jane Foster's body, Odin couldn't help turning to Saul and said sternly, "How could it get inside her? What did you do to her?" Feeling Odin's stern eyes, Saul turned to Chen Mo innocently. He didn't do it. He didn't know what happened. When Chen Mo took him to find Jane Foster, that kind of material had already entered her body. Chen Mo only told him about the mysterious material that Jane Foster had been sealed underground in the dungeon entering her body. The specific situation was only clear to him and Jane Foster. Just as Saul was about to explain to Odin, 2 guards suddenly ran in from outside the medical room. They were the guards of the stone gate of the dungeon. After Saul left, they went to find Odin to report the situation, but Odin had left first and went to the medical room, so they hurried over. Odin could not help turning around when he heard the voice behind him and looked at them with dignity. "What is it?" When they saw Odin, they were about to speak, But then they found Soul standing behind Odin, which made them swallow the words that had already reached their mouths. In the face of the future god king, the two feel great pressure. But after a moment's hesitation, the two said in Odin's stern eyes, "Saul opened the forbidden stone gate at the end of the dungeon." Odin smelled the words and turned angrily to see Soul. He snapped, "You took them into the forbidden area." Although Saul didn't hear Odin mention the underground forbidden area to him before, he also knew that he was talking about the underground space where Chen Mo and Jane Foster crossed. Just as Saul shook his head to explain, Chen Mo, who had not spoken all of a sudden, said, "In fact, we came out of there." Odin can't help but turn around to look at Chen Mo and say with disbelief, "How could it be? It's under the Golden Palace. The only entrance is hidden in the dungeon. It's the most hidden place in Asgard, and the whole passage has collapsed. It's impossible for you two to pass through. The only way to get to Asgard from the Earth is through Rainbow Bridge. You can't be there directly." Odin obviously thought Chen Mo was trying to help Saul hide and lied. Saul quickly explained, "Father, they are indeed Asgard from that underground space." Saul immediately told Odin about the space channel connecting the 9 realms due to the aggregation of celestial bodies. For the 5,000-year aggregation of celestial bodies, Odin naturally knew and soon understood when he heard Saul mention it. In this way, it's just an accident, not Saul's intention to do it for Jane Foster. Odin immediately put down his anger, turned to Chen Mo and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Odin didn't forget the fact that Chen Mo just waved and beat 2 elite Asaf warriors out. Chen Mo's strength was beyond his expectation. Facing Odin's oppressive eyes, Chen Mo said quietly and slowly, "I am a man of the earth." Odin heard words cannot help but a delay. One side of Soul, for fear of conflict between the two, hurriedly said, "Father, he is the guardian of the earth, and Rocky was defeated and captured by him. All the Zetas he took were destroyed by him. What's more, my thunder power is only mastered with his help. His strength is not weaker than mine." Saul said, looking at Chen Mo gratefully, and then said, "In fact, I lost to him in the contest." Saul's voice fell. The whole medical room was quiet for a moment, and everyone was shocked by Saul's words. Saul is the god of war of Asgard, the strongest one in the whole god domain except Odin. He fought for Asgard from south to north in recent years. He did not know how many powerful enemies he defeated, but now he even said he was defeated by a man of the earth. This shocked all the Asgard soldiers and women doctors present. Jane Foster also heard for the first time that she looked at Chen Mo with an unbelievable face. She had long known that Chen Mo was the strongest human on the earth, and also knew many great deeds of Chen Mo, but she never thought that Chen Mo could defeat Soul as a god in human body, which was a little subversive to her 3 views. Can man conquer God? Thinking of her slapping Soul twice, Jane Foster suddenly thought it was impossible. Look at Chen Mo and then at Soul. Jane Foster doesn't know whether she should be happy or not. Saul is her boyfriend, so she should support Saul, but Saul's identity is Asgard, and Chen Mo is just like her. From this point, Chen Mo should be happy to defeat Saul. Especially after Saul's father, the god Odin, said that goat meat could not be put on the banquet table, obviously with serious racial discrimination. Jane Foster felt that she should be proud. Personal feelings are only right after racial justice. Saul looked at Jane Foster's face, which changed from shock to acceptance, then became happy after a series of entanglements. He even looked at Odin with a proud look and a little provocation. While Saul was a little lost, he was also amused by Jane Foster's revenge. Knowing that Chen Mo had defeated old Odin of Saul, he looked at Chen Mo with the same surprise. He had been surprised by Chen Mo's strength before, but he didn't expect that the strength of the Earthman was even stronger than he imagined. To beat Soul, even in the contest, is enough to show that his strength has reached the point that Odin can face up to. Now Odin is not as belligerent as he was in his early years. He is now more inclined to solve problems peacefully, but for the real strong, he can still get Odin's respect. Odin knows his son. He knows Soul won't lie, so Chen Mo's strength, even if it's not much better than Saul's, is definitely at the top level. Perhaps he should re-examine the atrium in the center of the 9 countries Midgard, which is the human world. With a deep look at Chen Mo, Odin put away his contempt for human beings and didn't mention the matter of sending them back to the earth, but said solemnly to them, "Come with me." Under Odin's leadership, they went back to the Golden Palace, through the long passage and stairs, and finally came to a magnificent hall with a forest of stone pillars. Over the main hall, a huge world tree is projecting in the air, spreading all over the archives. 9 dazzling light clusters of different colors are slowly running between branches and leaves, and will soon form a line. Odin took a look at the projection of the 9 countries that are about to complete the celestial body aggregation, but he didn't stop much and walked directly towards the bookshelves in the hall. Looking for a bookshelf, Odin said to the 3, "There are some special substances left in the world before the formation of the universe. The things in her body seem to be one of them." With that, Odin found the book he was looking for, pulled it out, turned around and went to a long table near the window to turn it over. They all looked at the book curiously. On the yellow parchment, in addition to the Asgard characters that Chen Mo and Jane Foster could not understand, there were many illustrations. What made them wonder was that these illustrations were not fixed, but moving slowly like dynamic pictures, just like magic books and legends. Odin didn't notice the look of the two. He opened the old book and began to explain it. The 9 kingdoms are not immutable. They have dawn, of course, dusk. But before dawn, the power of darkness, that is, the dark elves, is on their own. No one can match them. Odin turned the page, and Saul, who was standing aside, looked at the words recorded on it. He could not help but read slowly. "Born in the eternal night, the dark elves will steal the light." As he read, Saul's face flashed a trace of memory. "I know these stories. My mother told them to us when I was a child." Saul said and leaned over to the table and looked at it carefully. Odin went on. "Malakis, the leader of the dark elves, used darkness to create a weapon called ether. Other pre-universe artifacts are usually very stone-like, but the ether is liquid and constantly changing shape. It can transform various substances into dark substances. The ether seeks the host of the alien and draws energy from the host's vitality." When Jane Foster heard this, her face couldn't help changing. Saul looked at Jane with the same worry. Chen Mo didn't worry too much, because he knew that Jane Foster would be okay. Without using the etheric particles, being inhabited by the etheric particles for a short time would not absorb too much vitality. What's more, he has some ways to help her add more vitality, and even solve her lifespan problem completely. It's not impossible to change Odin's opposition to Jane Foster. Odin didn't know that Chen Mo had planned to let him accept the daughter-in-law, but continued to turn the page and explain. "Malakis attempted to bring the universe back to darkness through the power of the ether. After an indomitable battle, my father, Paul, finally defeated Malukis and won peace for the universe for thousands of years." Jane Foster asked, listening to Odin's passing at this critical turning point. "How did he win?" Odin looked at her and said in a deep voice, "He killed all the dark elves." Jane Foster can't help but stop listening. She is hard to accept the massacre and genocide from the civilized society, but she knows that what is killed is the evil existence that wants to let the whole universe fall into the darkness. Jane Foster doesn't think Boer is wrong, so in the end, Jane Foster just took a sip and didn't talk. Then Saul asked uncertainly, "Are you sure? It is said that ether was destroyed with them, but now it appears again." Odin looked at Saul for a while, then said slowly, "The dark elves are dead. But the ether could not be destroyed, so it was secretly sealed in the deep underground of the Golden Palace by Boer. Unexpectedly, it was finally born." Jane Foster asked Odin, thinking that the etheric particles in her body were constantly absorbing her vitality, "Does the book mention how to get it out of my body?" Odin looked at her and shook his head slowly. "No." Odin then turned away from here, and Jane Foster looked at Saul with some disappointment. At this time, Saul didn't notice Jane, but stood looking at the picture of Malchus holding the ether particles on the page, frowning and thinking. He has also been to the home of the Dark Elves, Waddleheim, where there is really no living things. There is a dead silence everywhere, but I don't know why. Saul is always a little uneasy. He feels things are not so simple. Jane Foster cried softly when she saw Saul frowning. "Saul." Saul, hearing the words, looked at Jane Foster and smiled reluctantly. Then he looked at Chen Mo, who had been standing by, and asked, "What do you think?" Chen Mo took a look at Saul and said slowly, "And you don't think Malchus is dead?" Saul's eyes brightened as if he had met a bosom friend and nodded excitedly. "Yes, I don't think the Dark Elves will be so easily destroyed. The etheric particles are still there. I think they are probably waiting for opportunities." Chen Mo nodded and asked Saul, "When did Boer defeat the Dark Elves?" Saul immediately went forward and picked up the ancient books that Odin had left on the table. A moment later he looked up and said to Chen Mo, 5,000 years ago." Just then Saul and Jane Foster both stared. 5,000 years ago. Isn't that the time of the last celestial convergence? Jane Foster could not help saying. Chen Mo has explained the matter of celestial aggregation to Jane Foster in the car before, and Dr. Selvage has often mentioned it before, so Jane Foster has a very good understanding of the situation of celestial aggregation. 5,000 years is just the period of celestial aggregation, and now celestial aggregation is taking place and is about to enter a climax, but it is at this time that ether particles appear again, which is not just a coincidence. But then Jane Foster didn't feel right. She looked at Saul and asked doubtfully, "But it's been 5,000 years. Even if Malachis didn't die at that time, he should be old and dead now." Saul shook his head, explaining with a solemn face, "The life of the Dark Elves is very long. 5,000 years is not enough to make them die." Jane Foster can't help but feel powerless when she hears the words. These deities and Dark Elves can live for thousands of years at any time, which makes her an Earthman with an average life of less than 100 years very stimulated. She also understands why Odin despises human beings so much. 5,000 years ago, human civilization was just in its infancy. Odin can be said to have witnessed the development of human civilization step by step. From backwardness to civilization, coupled with the huge gap in lifespan and power, there will naturally be a sense of superiority. But Chen Mo looked at Saul and said in a deep voice, "If Malachis were alive, he would surely try to capture the etheric particles, continue the plan he did not complete 5,000 years ago, and let the whole universe fall into darkness again." Chen Mo knows that with Odin's arrogance and conceit, he will not listen to his human words at all, so he did not try to persuade Odin before. He can only use soul to make them alert and guard against the attack of the Dark Elves. When Jane Foster heard this, she turned to Saul. "Shall we tell Odin?" Saul shook his head. As Odin's son, Saul knew Odin best. However, since he believed that the Dark Elves had been wiped out by his father Paul, he would not easily change his mind. It's no use. These are only our guesses now. If there is no evidence to prove that Malchus is alive, he won't believe it. Jane Foster could not help but be a little anxious, but Chen Mo suddenly said, "I think I might be able to find evidence." Chen has known for a long time that it will not be easy to persuade Odin, so he was prepared. An hour ago, when the etheric particles just entered Jane Foster's body, a black T-shaped warship seemed to have been silent for thousands of years in a meteorite-filled area deep in the universe, floating quietly in the meteorite group. From a distance, it looks like a slightly strange dark meteorite. And just after the etheric particles enter Jane Foster's body, a red light suddenly shines on the battleship like a meteorite, just like the scarlet color of the etheric particles. With the first red light, the whole warship seemed to wake up from a deep sleep. Many parts of the warship began to glow red, adding a ferocity and evil to the whole dark T-shaped warship. This dark spirit warship, which hid in the deep of the universe and shut down for 5,000 years, finally started again under the call of the etheric particles. With the restart of the warship's energy, the porthole which was originally closed by the outer armor was reopened, and the faint light in the cosmic starry sky came in from the porthole, faintly reflecting a figure that was fixed and suspended in the mid-air. The red indicator lights up one by one in the dark space, and the mask that completely covers the figure's head slowly retracts and opens, revealing a pale and cold face. His ears are as long as the legendary elves, and his eyebrows and hair are as white as his skin color. However, his whole feeling is not as handsome as the legendary elves, but as cold and ferocious as the vampires incarnating bats. With the mask completely open, the originally closed eyes suddenly open, showing a pair of cold white pupils. After a short period of confusion, the cold pupils suddenly shrink, completely restored consciousness. After Malukis woke up, the fixed device connected to his back was released. Malukis fell back to the ground, looked at the stars outside through the porthole and quickly remembered what happened. A cold light flashed in Malukis' eyes. When he got to the bridge, Malukis looked down with the armrest. Under the bridge, a row of sleeping devices like the one he just left are neatly distributed on both sides. There are hundreds of them. But at this time, most of them are empty, only a few dozen of them are occupied. This is the rest of their dark elves. 5,000 years ago, the dark elves who dominated the party are now in such a situation, and all this is due to Boer. I just don't know if that damned guy is still alive after 5,000 years. But it doesn't matter. Even if he died, his son, his people, and the whole Asgard, the dark elves have recovered. Be ready for the revenge of the dark elves. As the dark elf battleship was rebooted, these dormant devices were turned on one by one, watching the lower part of it break away from the dormant device. Standing there and looking at the dozens of his remaining men, Malchus said slowly in a cold voice, "The etheric awakened us. The celestial convergence began again, and it was time for the dark elves to revive." The awakened dark elves raised their arms and gave silent cheers to their leader. Although they have experienced defeat, hiding, and 5,000 years of dormancy, they have no doubt about the words of Malchus. It's time for the dark elves to revive. Looking at the dark elves still full of fighting spirit, Malakis opened his mouth and ordered, "Start the ship. Let's go back to the home star." Dozens of dark elves immediately returned to the bridge, entered their posts, and began to operate. Originally floating in the universe with other meteorites, the rolling T-shaped warship slowly settled down, then turned around and sped off towards the sky. By the time the Chenmo 4 looked up the dark elves and etheric particles in Asgard's archives, the dark elf spacecraft had quietly returned to the home star, Wadalheim, which had been away for 5,000 years. The whole world here is as dark as the dark clouds in the sky. It is full of the taste of stillness. There is no trace of life. The ground is covered with the remains of the dark spirit ship, which was lost in the final battle with Asgard. The once huge dark spirit fleet, only this flagship can escape at last. Malakis looked around at the tragic ruins of the battlefield and could not help but recall the battle that was defeated that day. He crouched down, and Malakis reached out and grabbed a handful of dark sand. It contains the blood of the dead dark elves and the decayed bones. "Look what I've left behind, Argolim. I have almost forgotten the days when there is no light," Malakis said in a deep voice to the #1 general following him. Argolim, the only general of the dark elves who survived the decisive battle with Malukis, came up to him and held Malukis on his shoulder. "The continuation of our race will be your greatest legacy." When Malchus heard this, his eyes flashed a trace of anger and unwillingness. His goal was not just the continuation of race. "Our suffering must be doubled by the people of God." Throwing away the black sand in his hand, Malchus stood up from the ground and snapped with hatred. "I want to recapture the etheric particles. I want to restore our world. I want to bring an end to this corrupt universe." When Malchus spoke, he didn't notice that in a black rock gap hundreds of meters away, there was a dark aircraft only the size of a baby's fist, which was matte black. At this time, it had stopped flying and parked quietly in the stone gap. The micro camera below took a clear picture of Malchus and Algorith in the distance come down. This drone is one of hundreds of micro reconnaissance drones prepared by Chen Mo in advance. It was built into the automatic control program by Jarvis in advance. After entering Wadalheim through the wormhole, it scattered within tens of kilometers around to look for the remains of the war. Although the remains of the dark elves have long been turned into dust, the remains of their warships, even after 5,000 years, still stand on the ground. And the battlefield was not too far away from the natural cave where the space wormhole was, so it didn't take long for them to find the remains of the battlefield, and hide them in the surrounding warship debris and rocks. It wasn't too long before a good dark elf warship appeared in the sky. Malakis and Algorithm returned to the battlefield they had fled. However, due to the fear of being found, after the appearance of the Dark Spirit warship, the aircraft did not move anymore, so the closest to the two men was the micro-reconnaissance drone hidden in the stone crevices. Just because of the distance, when Malchus and Argolim talked, the drone could not receive the two voices clearly. But with the images of Malchus and the Dark Elf warship, it's enough. When Malakis and Argolim returned to the spacecraft and left Waddleheim, the hundreds of micro-UAVs immediately flew out of their hiding places and quickly returned to the cave where the space passage was located. At this time in London, Dr. Selwig carried the detector around for a long time, but they still couldn't find the wormhole where Chen Mo and Jane Foster disappeared. Just as they returned to the stairs, trying to find some clues from the two known wormholes, a large group of black objects suddenly flew out of the wormholes, like a flock of birds towards the ground. The three were shocked by the sudden appearance of these things, but then they found that those things were not birds, but a group of black UAVs the size of a baby fist. In the eyes of three people, there are hundreds of micro-UAVs. All of them fly towards an alloy box which is half a meter square in the corner of the first floor. Soon they all enter the box and disappear. Seeing two agents come forward and close the box, Dr. Selvage asked, "What is that?" Chen Mo didn't ask to keep Dr. Selvage secret about the UAV, so when he heard Dr. Selvage's inquiry, one of the agents replied directly, "Micro-reconnaissance drone." When Daisy heard the words, she said quickly, "They must have video function. We can check what they have taken there. Maybe we can find their trace." Dr. Selvage nodded at the words. However, the two agents shook their heads and refused their request. If the drone finds the commander, it will bring back his message. Now the drone does not respond, indicating that the commander is not across the space channel. As for the pictures taken inside, they are confidential and cannot be shown to you for the time being. Dr. Selwig and Daisy didn't say anything more. In fact, they also know that the probability of two space channels leading to the same space is very small. The two connected channels at the stairwell have been very rare, and their distance is very close. Some of them are similar to twin brothers. The wormhole entered by Chen Mo and Jane Foster is obviously another independent wormhole, which has disappeared and is unlikely to be connected with the space behind the wormhole in the stairwell. So they didn't spend too much time on these two wormholes, but they adjusted the detection device installed in the whole construction site again. As long as another wormhole was opened, the controller in Dr. Selvage's hand would be displayed at the first time. Next, there is only waiting, and these are hours. As the evening approached, the sky began to darken, and Dr. Selvage's controller suddenly sounded a warning tone. They were sitting on the stairs, leaning against the wall, dozing off. Daisy's head was leaning on Ian's shoulder. Suddenly, the sound of prompt woke them up. Daisy rose to her feet and noticed the picture on the screen of the controller held by Dr. Selvage, who was sitting in front of her. Daisy's face was full of joy, and she hurriedly pushed Dr. Selvage, who was still confused, excitedly. "Eric, look, there's a space passage." Dr. Selvage quickly picked up the controller in his hand, looked down at the panel, and saw that there was a place flashing red light on the virtual map. Dr. Selvage immediately woke up, operated on the controller for several times, and then determined the position of the red light. In the West Factory. Immediately, the three men got up in a hurry and ran to the West Factory, which had inspected and installed the detection device before. The two agents who had been waiting for them before looked at each other, lifted the alloy box containing the mini reconnaissance drone together and strode after the three men. Asgard, Golden Palace. Knowing that Chen Mo was able to find evidence of the existence of the Dark Elves, Saul quickly asked, "What evidence? What should we do?" Looking at the eager soul, Chen Mo said slowly, "If there had been no accident, the evidence would have been on Earth by now." Saul couldn't help but say, "Earth. Let's go to Rainbow Bridge and get it now. By the way, we're here, Eric and Daisy. They must be very worried now. I'll go back with you." Jane Foster thought of Daisy and others on Earth and said quickly, "It's good to experience Rainbow Bridge transmission," but Chenmo shakes her head at Jane Foster and denies her decision. "Jane, there are etheric particles in your body. If you go back to Earth, it is likely to lead Malchus directly. You will still be safer here." Jane Foster also understood Chenmo's words, hesitated for a moment or nodded. It's enough for Saul and Chenmo to go back. But when the three came to Rainbow Bridge, they found that things are not so simple. "Helmdale, take us to Earth." Saul walked into the Rainbow Bridge transmission room first, and said directly to Helmdale, who was standing on the console, wearing a powerful golden armor, with a huge body and a huge sword. Saul and Heimdall are very familiar. In this period, 9 countries often use Rainbow Bridge. Every night, Sol will come to talk with Heimdall and ask him to help see the situation of Jane Foster. Helmdall is the guardian and gatekeeper of Asgard. His eyes have a unique ability to see anywhere in the 9 kingdoms. He is responsible for guarding the Rainbow Bridge connecting the 9 kingdoms. The giant sword in his hand is the key to open the Rainbow Bridge. When using Rainbow Bridge, Saul always said one sentence, but today, after he finished speaking, he found that Heimdall didn't do anything. Saul could not help but look at Heimdall doubtfully, but listened to the deep voice of Heimdall. "Odin just ordered you not to leave the divine realm." "Damn it." Saul turned to look at Chenmo and Jane Foster and said angrily, "Looks like we're a little late." Saul knows that Heimdall's loyalty to Odin will not easily violate his orders. When Saul was angry, Chenmo said with a careless face, "Let's go back." Saul looked at Chenmo's calm look and said puzzledly, "Not going to Earth to get evidence. You don't have to go through Rainbow Bridge to get evidence." Chenmo takes a look at Saul and turns his eyes to Jane Foster. "Forget how we got here." Saul and Jane Foster understood at once. "Go, let's go to the dungeon." In fact, Chenmo wanted to wait a little longer, because he knew that the space channel connecting Earth and Asgard would not open again until about 5 hours later. However, under the urging of the impatient Saul, Chenmo thought it would be better to go and have a look earlier. Maybe there will be other space channels opened in advance. Chenmo and Saul and Jane Foster came to the dungeon again, but this time Jane Foster was awake. When the 3 figures appear at the entrance of the dungeon, it's an inevitable step for Loki to stroll around in the cell. "Damn it, this is a dungeon, not a garden. What are you doing here, scaring me?" "Well, you did it." At his feet, Rocky moved back several steps, far away from the corridor in the middle, but found that the 3 did not look at him at all, and walked quickly from the front of the cell towards the inside. Rocky couldn't help wondering what's in the cell. Is there any secret here that he doesn't know? However, the 3 did not care what Loki thought. They soon passed through the long corridor and came to the stone gate at the end. Although Jane Foster is curious about all kinds of strange humanoids in the cages on both sides, she is more concerned about the space passage to the Earth and the evidence that Malchus is still alive. In front of the stone gate, there were the 2 soldiers who were still guarding before. They saw Saul and Chenmo in black steel from a long distance, and they were nervous. How come these 2 guys are back? When he came to the stone gate, Saul ran to the medical room before he saw it. In front of the 2 guards like him, he waved the hammer of the thunderbolt in his hand and said with a bad face, "Need to do it again." The 2 guards, who were nervous about the arrival of the 3, looked at Saul's hammer of thunderbolt and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They have seen the power of Thor's thunderbolt hammer. They had been pushed away by Thor before, and they would soon be separated. If they were hit by the thunderbolt hammer, even if Thor showed mercy, they would have to lie in bed for at least a few days. Moreover, he had been intruded by Sol once before. They couldn't stop Sol at all. It's better to cooperate with him rather than beg for help. 2 people look at each other, then flash back to one side. When Saul saw that the 2 were quite understanding, he didn't pay any more attention to them. He raised his hand and pushed open the stone gate, and took Chenmo and Jane Foster into the room. Watching the heavy stone gate, which had abandoned their 2 great efforts to close, was easily pushed open by Saul, and it was more fortunate that the 2 guards on both sides retreated to their decision. To stop Sol with their strength is to die. Do we have to report it? As Saul's three figures disappeared deep in the passage, one of the guards asked the other. The other man couldn't help but give him a white look. "What do you think?" Thinking that Saul had just reported this to Odin in front of Saul, but Saul did not receive any punishment. He knew that Odin had acquiesced to Saul's trespassing in the forbidden area, and it was meaningless for them to report again, just asking for nothing. So they didn't report it again. They simply stood up in front of the open stone gate with spears. Their task is to guard the stone gate, whether it is open or closed. Just keep it. In the passage, Chenmo and Saljin Foster go all the way, and the more they go in, the darker they will be. Chenmo and Saul can see the road in the dark. It's easy to say, but Jane Foster is just an ordinary person, and soon almost nothing can be seen. Chenmo felt that Jane Foster was walking more and more slowly, and soon realized the problem. Fortunately, Chenmo had everything in the space, so he immediately took out a hand and nodded to her. With the flashlight on, Jane Foster felt better. Just now, not only can't see the road clearly, but also in the dark. Even with Chenmo and Saul, the two superpowers around, Jane Foster is still very afraid, which is the fear of human beings for the dark instinct. Jane Foster can't help but think of what would happen if the dark elves turned the world into darkness. It's estimated that most people would completely collapse in a short time. In any case, stop them. Although she has limited ability, soul has been arranged by her. The three of them walked down the passageway towards the ground quickly. Jane Foster took the light of the flashlight around from time to time. Soon she noticed that except for the small section they just came in, most of the distance inside the passageway had collapsed, and the traces of human destruction could be seen clearly. But the rocks that should have collapsed to block the passage are all gone, so it seems that the passage has been widened. Thinking of Odin saying that the passage had completely collapsed, Jane Foster couldn't help turning to Saul and asked in disbelief, "You did it. What about the stones?" In Jane Foster's mind, though Thor's thunderbolt hammer can break the stone and open a path, it can't be so clean. There is no stone in the path, as if it had been cleaned specially, which makes her very confused. Jane Foster had been in a coma before. She only knew that Saul had broken into the stone gate from the two guards who went to complain, but she didn't know what happened. She thought that Saul had opened the passage and went to the underground space to rescue her. Saul shook his head at the words. "When I came to pick you up, you were in front of me when I opened the stone gate. I didn't come in at all." Saul turned to look at Chenmo and asked in doubt, "But how did you do it?" The forbidden area where the etheric particles are stored cannot be protected only by a stone gate and two guards. And how did you find me through the stone gate without disturbing anyone? Don't tell me that Asgard's soldiers are blind. Speaking of this, Sol couldn't help but think of Loki's psychic magic and hurriedly said, "You're not as good at mind control as Rocky, are you? Control the door that those two idiots opened for you." Chenmo really has the ability of mind control, but compared with using mind control to avoid all the Protoss guards, Chenmo's method is obviously simpler. Chenmo didn't hide it either. He directly talked about how he used space to move stones, how to move cross-border stone gates in a blink, and how to use the stealth ability of steel battle clothes to avoid guards. Looking at Chenmo's figure suddenly disappeared in front of them. Both of them were surprised and stared. "Damn it. I feel like you're more of a Protoss than I am." Saul looked at Chenmo again and said admiringly, "Why do you have so many magical abilities?" "The power of Earth technology," Chenmo shrugged and said as he walked. "In fact, I am currently working on a new transformation and enhancement project, which I call the God-making plan. If the God creation plan is successful, we can let ordinary people have the power of Asgard." When Saul heard Chenmo's words, he couldn't help turning his head suddenly to look at Chenmo and said with some uncertainty, "Are you sure you're not kidding?" "Sure, but I need some of your blood for the study." Looking at Saul's refusal, Chenmo smiled confidently and said slowly, "In exchange, whether the final research is successful or not, I can guarantee that Jane will have a longer, even eternal life." Hearing Chenmo's words, Saul's eyes burst out with excitement and his momentum quickly climbed up. He reached out to hold Chenmo's arm and said excitedly, "Is that true?" Chenmo looked at Saul and said slowly, "What do you think?" After staring at Chen Mo for a long time, he found that he was just staring at his armor helmet, stunned, and Sol took back his momentum, looked at their Jane Foster, and then said in a deep voice to Chen Mo, "I believe you." Chen Mo nodded, took a metal syringe out of the space and held it in his hand, said to Sol, "Now that you agree." Sol looked at Chen Mo's thick syringe and stepped back. "Didn't you say just a little? Is the needle too big?" Chen Mo, however, ignored Sol's accusations and said indifferently, "With your physique, that's 1 point. Come on." Seeing Chen Mo holding the syringe, he wanted to draw blood. Sol said quickly, "Well, we may be fighting against the dark elves soon. Extracting blood will reduce my strength, or let's talk later." Chen Mo looks at Sol's eyes and sees that Sol is lying at a glance. If he takes a tube of blood, his strength will decline. This guy is probably afraid of injection. Thinking of Sol's respect for Sophia, a female doctor in the medical room before, Chen Mo can't help but wonder if Sophia destroyed Sol's ass when he was a child. However, since Sol is afraid of injection, Chen Mo is not difficult. He has other ways. Take out the king's sword from the space. Chen Mo holds the sword in his hand and looks at Sol and says directly, "You or I?" Seeing Chen Mo's long sword, Sol was not afraid. Sol experienced the power of the king's sword when the two fought last time. He was worried that Chen Mo would bleed him directly in order to get more research materials. Sol immediately threw down the hammer of Thunderbolt and reached out to take the long sword from Chen Mo's hand, saying consciously, "I'll do it myself." Holding a long sword, he crossed the palm of his left hand, and a bright red blood flowed down the blade from the palm to the palm. However, before the blood fell to the ground, it gathered under the control of Chen Mo's mind, and soon gathered a red apple-sized liquid mass in the air. Seeing that Chen Mo didn't stop, Sol couldn't help but remind him. "Enough!" Chen Mo nodded unwillingly. "First of all, not enough." Sol could not help but turn a white eye while taking back the sword. The wound on the palm gradually closed, and soon there was no longer blood flow. Looking at the blood floating in the air, Sol felt that the day when he was bleeding seemed to be just beginning. However, he turned his head and looked at Jane Foster, who stood beside him with a sad face. Sol thought it was worth it. As long as we can let Jane have the same long life as their Protos, even if we don't have strong strength, we believe Odin will not be so opposed. And he can also dispel the biggest worry in his heart. He will spend his life together with the woman he loves deeply, not just a passerby, leaving a lifetime of regret and pain after 100 years. Jane Foster, of course, knows that. Race and longevity can be said to be the biggest obstacle to being together, and Sol's blood is to help her break this obstacle. He has been fighting around for so many years, and the blood may not have flowed out this time. Jane Foster's look at Sol was full of tenderness and expectation. Although it's hard to believe what Chen Mo said can make her have a longer and even eternal life, she still hopes that what Chen Mo said is true and that day will come. She didn't want Sol, who was still as young as he is now, to come to her one day, but she had become a white-haired old man. Chen Mo ignores the two people who look at each other affectionately. He directly takes the syringe and inserts the needle into the blood mass suspended in the air and sucks it up. Sol looked at the sharp needle inserted into his blood, even if it had been out of the body, but he was sad for a while. He couldn't help but speak to Chen Mo. "Can we change the way next time?" Chen Mo said without raising his head as he sucked the last blood in the air into the syringe. "No problem. Let Jane help you next time. Come as you want." After the episode of bloodletting, the three continued to walk along the long channel and finally walked out of the channel after more than 20 minutes. Looking down at the abyss that was not deep under her eyes, Jane Foster tried to shine the flashlight in her hand towards the bottom, but found that she could not see any clothes and did not know how deep the abyss was. Jane Foster then pointed the light column at the opposite side. The originally blurred outline became clear under the light. Looking at the long rock platform tens of meters away, and the rectangular boulder with a height of more than 10 meters standing on it, Jane Foster quickly confirmed that this was the place where she and Chen Mo crossed, and then fainted. However, at this time, the boulder that holds the etheric particles has lost its original light, and the two boulders up and down have also met closely. Jane Foster can't help but raise her hand and look at her arm. She knows that the red liquid like having life is in her body and it is still absorbing her vitality. Just as Jane Foster looked sad, Saul suddenly grabbed her arm and said softly, "Don't worry, I will find a way to save you." Jane Foster turned to Saul and said anxiously, "But your father said there was no way." "My father doesn't know everything," Saul said firmly, grasping Jane's arm. "There must be something we can do." Chen Mo on one side also began to comfort. "Yes, we can go back to the earth even if Shenyu is not good. You will be okay." After seeing Jane Foster's face soften a little, Chen Mo immediately said, "Let's go." After Chen Mo finished, he directly started the battle suit and flew towards the rock platform in the center of the space. Saul saw that he also reached out to hold Jane Foster, turned the hammer of Thunderbolt and flew with them. "You came here before." Saul looked around and said to the two. This is the first time that he has entered the underground space of the Golden Palace. To be exact, 5,000 years ago, after Bauer, the king of the gods, sealed the etheric particles here, no one has entered for 5,000 years. Jane Foster came up to the towering boulder, looked at the two boulders tightly pressed together, and said to Saul, "Yes, the etheric particles were in the middle of these two boulders." Hearing this, Saul could not help coming forward and immediately noticed the round mark on the ground around the boulder. The boulder should have been transmitted directly by Rainbow Bridge. Looking at the two people walking around on the platform, Chen Mo had to open his mouth and stop them. "The space channel can be opened at any time. You'd better not move around, otherwise you may cross the channel carelessly. The space here is not stable. The wormhole generated has a very short existence time and the opposite is not necessarily the Earth." "That's right. Let's not move." When Jane Foster heard this, she thought it was true and immediately pulled Soul to stand beside Chen Mo. Chen Mo looks at the time. It's more than 4 hours since they crossed. It shouldn't be too long before the channel is opened again. Chen Mo immediately took out the detection device used by Jane Foster from the space and handed it back to her. When Jane Foster got the detector, she found that the readings were fluctuating violently, almost catching up with her approach to the wormhole. And even if she doesn't move, the reading on the device is rising rapidly. The surrounding space is really unstable. It seems that there are wormholes opening. Saul turned around curiously and looked around to find the wormhole, while Chen Mo stood there quietly waiting for something. With the prompt sound of the detection device becoming more and more urgent, it soon reached the state of the last time it was sucked in by the wormhole. But Soul did not find any trace of the wormhole, nor any other abnormal situation. Saul couldn't help turning to look at Jane Foster and asked in a low voice, "Do you really work with this?" After hearing this, Jane Foster gave Saul an angry look, then raised the equipment in her hand and moved slowly from left to right. Meanwhile, she observed the change of reading above, trying to find the most unstable position in the space. When Saul was impatient and planned to raise his feet and look around directly, a hazy ripple suddenly flashed on the original normal rock ground near the square boulder not far from the three people. Then a baby fist-sized black drone came out of the ground and quickly flew to Chen Mo and hovered down. Saul and Jane Foster were both surprised to see the black micro UAV coming out of the ground. Chen Mo takes out his own transformer holographic smartphone, and a video has been sent from the drone to his mobile phone. Chen Mo clicks to play, and a light curtain is projected from the top of the mobile phone, forming a holographic virtual screen in the mid-air. Knowing that this should be the evidence in Chen Mo's mouth, Saul and Jane Foster's attention soon shifted from the ground-based drone to the virtual screen. The first picture is a black desert, dark, desolate, and dead. Apart from the dark mountains in the distance and a piece of black weathered rock exposed on the ground, there are many huge steel debris scattered on the ground. This is Wadalheim. Among the 9 kingdoms, only everything there is black, and there is no living thing. Saul looked at the scene and couldn't help but say, "But the wreckage." Chen Mo didn't speak, but as the picture turned, Saul soon knew what the huge debris on the ground was. Only the picture turned from the ground to the sky, and half of the sky was covered by black clouds. In this thick cloud, there is a place suddenly surging up. It seems that something is hiding in it. Then, a huge black blade like a sky-splitting sword suddenly pierced the clouds and came out. As the sword continued to stab out, it finally penetrated the clouds completely and revealed the whole huge body. This huge sword, which came down from the sky and pierced the sky, is a huge black T-shaped warship. The long ship below is like a sharp blade. After penetrating the clouds, it continues to plunge down to the ground. Soon, the black warship landed on the ground, the sharp tip of the bottom directly inserted into the ground, and then it stopped there like a dark sword without a hilt inserted into the ground. Then I saw a black cabin with red light, moving down to the ground along the long sword ridge from the top of the warship. The door opened, and a gangway automatically extended to the ground. In Saul's and Jane Foster's eyes, the two figures came out of the hatch to see the dress and the sharp ears on their heads. The identity of the two men was ready. "Is this the dark elf?" asked Jane Foster. Saul sniffed the words and nodded, looking at the two men who strode down the gangway in the picture, and said slowly, "It should be true that the characteristics of these two people are very similar to the dark elves in the records. At this time in Wattelheim, there should be no one else but the dark elves." "But how do we know if it's Malchus?" asked Jane Foster in doubt. Saul recalled the story he had heard about the dark elves and told Jane Foster. "Among the dark elves, all the soldiers are wearing white masks. Only a few people at the highest level, Malchus and his generals, can show their faces directly." Speaking of this, Saul gestured to the two people who were walking forward one by one with a certain distance and continued. "The one walking behind must be the general of the dark elves, and the one who can walk in front of him is their leader, Malachis. This video can confirm that Malchus and the dark elves are still alive." Having obtained the necessary evidence, Chen Mo asked the UAV to return to the Earth along the space channel and reported safety to Dr. Selvage and others so that they could not continue to worry. Looking at the UAV flying out of its previous position and falling into the ground again, Chen and Mew immediately went back to the dungeon along the passage. Under the complex eyes of the Stone Gate guard and Rocky, they left straight away and went to find Odin. However, just after the three people left, many of the same UAVs flew out of the place where the UAVs just disappeared on the ground. They scattered along the channel where the three people left, forming a signal transfer belt, which transmitted the signals from the underground space and the other side of the wormhole to the upper dungeon through the barrier of the underground. However, due to the special material of the Gold Palace itself, the signal will still be blocked and cannot be transmitted to the upper level. So after Chen Mo walked out of the stone gate, he began to quietly release a lot of smaller, fingernail-sized micro-UAVs. As Chen Mo left, they were released by Chen Mo one by one, hidden in all parts of the Golden Palace. In addition to being able to transfer signals, they can also help Chen Mo master the situation of the dungeon and the Golden Palace at all times. In this way, although Chen Mo is in Asgard, he can still keep in touch with the Earth and monitor the situation in the dungeon and the Golden Palace at any time. Although Asgard's technology is also very developed, it is obviously not a kind of Earth, and the development of many places is very uneven, at least in communication and monitoring. It can be said that there is almost no, and Chen Mo is not worried about the signals from these micro-robots will be found. However, as the space channel just created is not very stable, it may disappear again at any time. It is unclear how long the communication with the Earth can be maintained. Saul and Jane Foster didn't know Chen Mo's action. After they left the dungeon, they found that it was dark and there were snowflakes outside the Golden Palace. A loud noise came from afar. Jane Foster looked through the window at the street illuminated by magic lights floating in the air and asked Saul curiously, "What are they doing so busy?" Saul looked out and frowned. "The battle to pacify the insurgency of 9 countries is over today. There should be a carnival going on to celebrate the victory of the war." Knowing that the Dark Elves and Malachis were still alive, Saul didn't think it was a good time to celebrate. Saul could not help but quicken his pace and head for Odin's palace. Soon, the three found Odin in the king's palace in the middle of the palace. When the three arrived, He was standing on the broad outdoor platform at the front of the king's palace, holding the eternal gun in his hand, looking down quietly at the people who were reveling and celebrating below, with a trace of feeling and pride on his face, as if he had returned to the days when he was in high spirits when he was fighting in the ninth world. Saul walked quickly to Odin, glanced at the bright street in the distance, then looked at Odin and said solemnly, "Father, we have found evidence that Malchus is still alive." Odin didn't respond to his words, but turned around and looked at Saul quietly. He didn't care much, or he didn't think that they could find any valuable evidence. Saul didn't care about Odin's attitude. He turned to Chenmo. Chenmo's reaction to Odin was a little frown, but he didn't say much. He took out his mobile phone and released the projection. When Odin saw the dark spirit worship in the video, his eyes also moved and he became serious. However, when he saw the whole video, he relaxed again and looked at the three people asking at will, "How did you get this?" Saul couldn't help looking at Chenmo. He didn't understand that. Chenmo looks at Odin's relaxed expression, firming up the feeling just now. It seems that he is probably busy this time, but he still explains to Odin. Now in the period of celestial convergence, a place on Earth has created a space channel connecting Wadalheim and Asgard. This image was taken by a past drone just after the appearance of the ether particles. Odin sniffed the words and nodded, slowly speaking. Yes, the etheric particle was created by Malukis. There is a certain kind of induction between him and the etheric particle. It's normal to wake him up after the birth of the etheric particle. Unexpectedly, the dark elves have survived. Although Odin's tone was surprised, it was not as dignified as before when he found the existence of ether particles. Saul didn't notice this. Seeing that Odin had agreed with the view that Malukis was still alive, he quickly said, "Father, they will surely come to retrieve the etheric particles. We should immediately strengthen the defense of Asgard and be ready for the attack of the Dark Elves." Salmon thought Odin would nod in agreement, but Odin looked at Chenmo and Jane Foster with a stern face, then turned to Salmon. "When did my son, the heroic Thor, become as timid and cautious as the Earth people? It seems that being with people on Earth makes you as weak as them." Odin ignored Jane Foster's angry eyes and watched Sol continue. "Now the Dark Elves are not the super race that dominated the universe. Now they have only one warship left, no more than 100 people, but only some bereaved dogs. They are not rivals of the powerful Asgard Protoss at all. They may not even dare to show up and run straight to the corner to hide and linger." Odin was not at all concerned about Saul's Dark Elves attacking Asgard. All he worried about was the etheric particles. He did not pay attention to the Dark Elves and Malukis who had been wiped out by Boer. As long as Malchus is not allowed to get the etheric particles, there is no threat to him. And Jane Foster, who contains etheric particles in her body, is in Asgard. With all kinds of defense measures inside and outside of Asgard, Odin doesn't think these Dark Elves can come in. And the defense in the Golden Palace is very strict. It is impossible for the Dark Elves to snatch the ether particles from their hands. If Malchus is really tired of living, just come. He will kill them all, finish what his father Boer didn't do, and let the Dark Elves completely destroy the family. Odin looked down at the bustling crowd and continued to Saul. "What you should do now is not to be afraid of the attack of some Dark Elves. You should worry that they will attack Asgard by a small warship. Instead, you should go down to enjoy and celebrate your victory, go among the soldiers, have a good drink and revel with them all night." Saul wanted to persuade again, but was interrupted by Odin's direct wave. "Well, no more. If you are worried, you should take good care of her and the ether in her body. I believe you can deal with those Dark Elves alone," Odin said, glancing at Jane Foster, and continued. "And isn't that what you always wanted? She will stay with you in Asgard until she takes out the ether." Saul was not at all happy when he heard the words, because he knew the implication of Odin's words. There is no way for them to take out the etheric particles from the simplified. If they continue like this, one day, Jane's vitality will be completely absorbed by the etheric particles. When the host dies, the etheric particles will be taken out naturally. In this way, although Jane Foster will be with him all the time, She can't even reach the original decades and will soon die and leave him. Odin seems to be fulfilling him, but in fact, he just wants to wait until Jane Foster dies, recover the etheric particles, and completely cut off the feelings of Saul and Jane Foster. Saul looked at Jane Foster, who didn't know why. He looked at Odin angrily and said excitedly, "If I find a way to remove the ether from her body and let her have a life as long as ours." Odin sniffed the words and nodded. "No problem. If I could do what you said, I would not object to you being with her." Saul looked at Odin deeply and said in a deep voice, "It's a deal." Saul finished, turned and strode away, and some inexplicable Jane Foster took a strange look at Odin, followed Chen Mo and left the palace with Saul. "What shall we do now?" Out of the palace, Jane Foster asked Saul. "I thought that getting evidence could persuade Odin to be vigilant. I didn't expect that Odin was so arrogant that he didn't listen at all. Chen Mo is not too surprised about this. What he did before was just trying to persuade Odin to be the best. His failure was also expected by him. He didn't expect Odin to be as kind as Saul. Odin actually has reasons to be arrogant. His father, Bauer, led the army of Asgard to win over the Dark Elves and almost destroyed them. As the winner, Odin was entitled to despise the defeated generals and the fish that escaped. Moreover, Odin also led the ASAS to fight in the south and north. He defeated all the powerful tribes one by one and unified the 9 realms. He was the real lord of the 9 realms and the supreme god king. Asgard's army is also the most powerful force in the 9 realms. Although the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed, which led to chaos in 9 countries, it is now completely calm under the strong suppression of Saul and Asgard's army. With the momentum of victory and confidence in his own strength and the fighting power of Asgard's army, Odin will not pay attention to the Dark Elves who have been hiding like a bereaved dog for 5,000 years. However, Sol is not as arrogant as Odin, even if he has confidence in his own strength. But this matter is related to the life and death of Jane Foster. He has to be careful. Hearing Jane Foster's question, Saul, frowning and thinking, said in a deep voice, "Asgard's army only obeys his father's orders, and I can only command them temporarily in wartime. When I return to Asgard, the military power will be lifted automatically." Speaking of this, Sol turned to Chen Mo and said, "Now it seems that we can only rely on ourselves." Chen Mo nodded and looked at Saul and said slowly, "Or we should join in the carnival below." Saul and Jane Foster both look at Chen Mo in surprise. When is it time to have a carnival? Just when they looked at Chen Mo incomprehensibly, they listened to Chen Mo's explanation. "Since we can't persuade Odin to strengthen Asgard's defense in an all-round way, we will try our best to be ready to mobilize all the people you trust, and let them be prepared to deal with the attack of the Dark Elves at any time. Don't be caught off guard at that time." "Yes," Saul said excitedly when he heard the words. "Even if you can't directly mobilize the army, but as long as some people are well prepared, even if the Dark Elves come, they can quickly respond." Looking at the busy street outside, Saul's face became relaxed. "It seems that we really need to join in the carnival. It's not us, it's you." Just as Saul was about to take them over, Chen Mo suddenly corrected. Seeing Saul's doubt, Chen Mo glanced at Jane Foster and then asked Saul, "Are you sure you want to take Jane with you?" Although Sol was a bit reckless, he was not a fool. Reminded by Chen Moi, he immediately thought of something wrong. One of his good friends and combat partners, the Fairy Palace female warrior Shiv, had always been interested in him. If he took Jane to see her, Sol would feel uncomfortable imagining the scene. It's all right not to accept her love. It's not right to bring Jane to her to stimulate her, and he doesn't want to cause Jane's misunderstanding. And Chen Mo is not sure what will happen to the 2 women when they meet each other. 1 or 2 of them can't fight directly, thinking of the 2 slaps Jane Foster gave him when she woke up in the medical room. Saul didn't think she would be weak because she wasn't as strong as Skiff. And once the 2 really fight, he can't do it. He can only stand in the middle as a meat shield to separate them. Imagine the scene when they fight and he is in the middle. Saul can't help shivering. Fortunately, Chen Mo reminds us in time. Otherwise, we may lose control tonight and he will suffer in the end. by a fairy palace female warrior, and a word does not agree to start the fierce earth girlfriend women's doubles, even if he is the god of thunder, rough skin, and thick flesh, also cannot resist. But then Saul couldn't help looking at Chen Mo with the eyes of the monster. This guy has never been to Asgard before. How does he know this? Noticing that Jane Foster was looking at him with some doubts, Saul could not directly ask Chen Mo about his doubts, but quickly turned to Jane to explain. That's right, Jane. It's the soldiers of Asgard, all of them rough people, and I used to remind some people quietly that they need to keep a low profile. What you two said in the past is too compelling. Jane Foster naturally knows the importance. She didn't have to go, but she was puzzled about Chen Mo's refusal to let her go. At Saul's explanation, Jane Foster nodded. Well, you'd better go alone, but what about the two of us? The internal security of the Golden Palace is very strict. Both of them are outsiders. They were never questioned because they had been with Saul. If only they were, they would probably be directly arrested by the guards. Saul said at once, "Come with me. I'll take you to my bedroom first. You'll wait for me there." Then Saul took Chenmo and Jane Foster to his bedroom and left for the place where they were celebrating outside the Golden Palace. Saul's bedchamber is like an ancient Roman palace. Although it is not as grand as Odin's palace, with huge stone pillars, it is far more magnificent than some palaces on earth. Moreover, compared with the solemn palace, there are more breath of life here. Although there is not too much gorgeous decoration, the overall feeling is very elegant. Jane Foster couldn't help looking around in the bedroom, apparently interested in where Saul lived. Chenmo used to live in the palace and castle, but he was not interested in architecture. He left Jane Foster in the dormitory, and he went to the platform outside alone along the steps on the side of the dormitory. Standing here, you can see the busy street in the distance. With Chen Mo's eyes, you can clearly see everyone in it. Saul's figure soon appeared in Chen Mo's sight. His appearance was warmly welcomed by the people around him. People surrounded him and cheered. Tonight's carnival was originally to celebrate the victory of the war, and Saul is undoubtedly the biggest actor in the war, and also the protagonist of this carnival celebration. Almost all the hard-to-gnaw bones and powerful enemies were solved by Saul in the battle to pacify the rebellion of the 9 major countries. Without Saul, the casualties of Asgard army would definitely increase a lot, and the war would not end so soon. And in the process, Saul also saved many of them. All the soldiers were full of admiration and gratitude for Saul, who was powerful and led them to victory. At this time, seeing Saul as the protagonist, people are naturally extremely enthusiastic. Saul forced a smile to deal with the soldiers who came up to cheer for his victory and finally got out. He is not in the mood to go to the carnival now. He has important things to do. Although these ordinary soldiers respect him very much, it doesn't mean that they will disobey Odin's orders and listen to him. Saul also had no idea of inciting the soldiers to revolt. Instead of wasting his words warning the soldiers who would only follow orders, Saul felt that it was better for him to take the time to remind those who truly trusted him. Leaving the bustling crowd, Saul glanced around and quickly stepped into a nearby hall. Compared with the carnival crowd outside, although it's also very lively, it's not so noisy. People gather in groups, drink, talk, and laugh, discuss their own funny stories on the battlefield. The beautiful girls dressed in long skirts listen to their stories, and from time to time cast worship eyes, which makes the narrator more excited. Saul soon found the figure he was looking for, and the other side saw him at the same time. I saw a big beard holding a little girl sitting at a long table holding a large wine glass in his hand and shouting at him. "Saul, you're late. Come and have a big drink with us." A young blonde sitting at the table with 2 beautiful girls around him smiled and raised a glass of wine in Saul's hand. Saul smiled helplessly and then went up to sit down across the long table. Saul looked at the children around the long table and said, "Vostag, don't teach your children wrong. I don't want them to be drunkards like you." Saul was talking when the woman holding another little girl got up and poured him a large glass of wine. Vostag raised his glass to Saul with a smile and cried out, "Haha, don't worry, Saul. If they dare to drink secretly, I will break their ass." An 8 or 9-year-old boy sitting next to Saul heard Vostag's words, but he couldn't help but move his buttocks, and his eyes quickly moved away from the glass in front of Saul. Saul shook his head helplessly, raised his glass, and had a drink with Vostag. As for the other, Hogan stayed in his hometown of Wanaheim temporarily after the war, not here. Saul took the opportunity to drink, quietly told them about the dark elves and etheric particles. Odin didn't hide his reaction. At last, he reminded the two of them to be vigilant during this period. Once they found the abnormality, they should summon the soldiers around as soon as possible to prepare for the battle. As for Saul's reminder, they naturally don't care as little as Odin. Seeing that they nodded their heads seriously, Saul immediately got up and left the hall. He had to find another person, the man he didn't want Jane Foster to meet. As soon as Saul came out of the hall, he saw Shiv leaning against the railing. Although she looks like Jane Foster, in fact, she has a very good body and hands. She is not inferior to the 3 warriors in the fairy palace. She is the first female warrior in the fairy palace. She is also his friend and admirer. Seeing Saul coming towards her, Shiv couldn't help but smile. Saul looked around his eyes and saw that no one was paying attention to them. Then he went to Shiv and whispered what he had just said to Vostag and Fandel again. Shiv thought Saul was going to talk to her. After hearing that Saul said it was about the dark elves, although she was a little lost, she still listened to every word of Saul. When Saul finished, Shiv's face was heavy, and she nodded at Saul. "Don't worry, I'll pay attention and you should be careful." Saul nodded, and then he was ready to leave. He would go to Rainbow Bridge again. Helmdall was guarding Rainbow Bridge, which was also Asgard's first defense line. He had to be alert. Shiv watched Saul prepare to leave and couldn't help saying, "Won't you have a drink with me?" Saul said sorry. "No, I have to go to Heimdall." Shiv smelt the words but suddenly thought of another thing. She looked at Saul with a sad face and said slowly, "I know you play and disappear every night, but we have 9 kingdoms, and the future king of Asgard can't just stare at one of them." Saul heard that Skiff knew that he would go to Heimdall every night to check on Jane Foster. Looking at Siv, Saul didn't know if she should tell her that Jane Foster was in Asgard, and now he was in his bedroom. After a moment's hesitation, Saul chose to hide it temporarily and said to Siv, "Thank you for your bravery and openness, Miss Siv." Saul finished saying, and directly turned to leave here. Shiv looked at the figure Saul left, standing in place, his face full of loss. Saul at this time where have the heart to think about these things. Leaving the carnival crowd, Saul came to Rainbow Bridge alone. While most of Asgard's people are relaxing and reveling, Helmdall still stands on the platform like a mountain with his hands on a huge sword, and looks through the endless starry sky in front of him to the unknown space. Feeling the arrival of Saul, Heimdall said without looking back, "Isn't your Earth girl already here? What are you doing here? Odin's order hasn't been lifted and I can't send you to Earth." In the past, Saul would come to Heimdall every night and ask him to use his eyes that can see through the 9 realms to help check the situation of Jane Foster. Now, naturally, he doesn't need it. Saul said as he walked up to Heimdall, "I'm not here tonight to help you watch Jane or go to the Earth, but to alert you." At last Heimdall turned his head to Saul. His golden pupils looked at him quietly as if they were going to see him through. "What happened?" asked Heimdall in a deep voice. Before Odin ordered that Saul and Chen not be allowed to leave Asgard, Helmdall felt it was wrong. However, when Saul and Chen came to go to Earth, they were refused by him and left in a hurry without explaining the reason. Therefore, Helmdall did not know what happened. Moreover, the Rainbow Bridge connecting the 9 realms is under his control. He is very sure that he did not transmit Chenmo and Jane Foster. How did they get to Asgard? When Saul gathered the celestial bodies, Chenmo and Jane Foster came to Asgard from Earth by accident through the wormhole, as well as the ether particles and dark elves, and all about Malekith told Heimdall. After listening to Saul's whole story, Heimdall's expression was heavy. Compared with other people, Heimdall, who can see through the 9 realms, has a better understanding of the great crisis associated with the convergence of celestial bodies. When the phenomenon of celestial convergence reaches its climax, the space boundaries of the 9 countries will be broken and connected by space channels. At this time, The military and the strong of any country can easily reach the other 9 countries through these space channels. For the other 9 countries without Rainbow Bridge, this is the only invasion in 5,000 years opportunities in other countries. Fortunately, the wars in the 9 countries have been completely pacified, and there is no need to worry about the phenomenon of celestial aggregation spreading the wars throughout the 9 countries. The few remaining dark elves alone will not cause much damage to the 9 kingdoms. But if Malukis is really allowed to get the etheric particles, he can take advantage of the opportunity of connecting the 9 countries once in 5,000 years, and directly use the powerful power of the etheric particles to completely plunge the 9 countries into darkness. Heimdall is not as arrogant as Odin. As the patron saint of Asgard, he is not as arrogant as Odin, who rules the 9 realms and is arrogant as the king of God. His only duty is to protect Asgard's safety, so he must ensure that the dark elves cannot attack Asgard and take away the etheric particles. With Saul's warning, Helmdale, who has been paying close attention to this, is always on guard against the attack of the dark elves that may come at any time. At the same time, he constantly uses his divine eye that can see through the 9 realms to search all parts of the 9 countries, and wants to find the trace of the dark elves. However, the 9 countries are so vast. Under the condition that the dark elves deliberately hide, this kind of search is like looking for a needle in a haystack. While Heimdall is searching 9 realms for the whereabouts of the dark elves, on the other side, Malakis is also preparing to seize the etheric particles. After leaving Wattelheim, the dark elves' spacecraft went back to the meteorite belt where they had been sleeping for 5,000 years. There are countless meteorites floating in the space. The environment is very complex, which is the best place to avoid the exploration of Heimdall. In the black dark elf warship, Melkus stands on the bridge and looks at the images of 9 kingdoms that are gradually connected in a line on the huge virtual screen in front of him. Celestial convergence is about to take shape, Melkus said, drawing a dagger from his waist and turning to Argalim, who was standing by. You will be the last cursed warrior. Algorithm looked at Marlar Keith and said firmly, I am willing to sacrifice myself, like our people, like you. Malakis took a deep look at the only one left by the dark elf and the most trusted general. Then he stabbed Algorith in the abdomen with a fierce face. In the murmur of Algorithm, Malakis pulled out his dagger and lowered his head against Algorithm's forehead. He could feel the slight shaking of Algorithm's body. He reached out his hand and handed the bloody dagger to a dark elf soldier standing on one side. At the same time, he took a stone the size of an egg with red light from his hand. This stone is the super weapon of dark elves. It can transform ordinary dark elf soldiers into cursed stones of cursed soldiers. Only after the war 5,000 years ago, they are now only left with the last stone of curse, which is also the base card and the biggest dependence for Melkus to recover the etheric particles. You will become dark, cursed by the world, until you are completely assimilated. Until then, our enemy will not be your opponent. As Malukis said, he thrust the cursed stone in his hand into Algorith's stomach from the wound just stabbed by the dag Algorithm in this pain. The forehead cannot help but exude a sweat, trying to control their own keep still. When the cursed stone was completely crammed into his body, Algorith, struggling with the severe pain from his abdomen, looked up at Melkus and said with a face of defiance, I will destroy their defenses and help you build a new universe. Malukis turned around and took a ferocious mask with long horns and tusks from the dark elf soldiers. He helped Argalim to wear it on his head and blocked the dark elf's signature sharp ears. In this way, from the appearance, the tall Algorithm looks more like a savage bandit, and no one will associate him with the dark elves. Then, shouldering the important mission of destroying Asgard's defense, Argalim took a small aircraft on the warship, secretly entered the Warnaheim just after the battle, and mixed into the prisoners who were going to be taken to Asgard for custody. As Odin said, it's impossible to enter Asgard to capture the etheric particles just by relying on the remaining dark elf warship, and the dark elf soldiers with less than 100 people. Asgard's defense is not so easy to break through. It's possible that they were wiped out by Asgard before they got close to the etheric particles. Even if there is the most powerful power of the Dark Elves, curse the soldiers, they are also very difficult to break into the heavily guarded Golden Palace. But no matter how strong the fortress is, it can be easily destroyed from the inside. So the desperate Malukis plan to let Argalim mix into the Golden Palace and destroy Asgard's defense from the inside. The plan also went well. Argorim, disguised as a captured robber, was escorted to Asgard through Rainbow Bridge with other prisoners of war and imprisoned in the dungeon under the Golden Palace. Line up. Go ahead. In Cell 1 of Dungeon, when Loki first heard the footsteps on the stairs above, he felt nervous. When he saw the next group of prisoners, he was relieved. Fortunately, it's not that evil star. I wish he would never come here again. Just as Rocky was secretly glad, he suddenly felt a familiar magic wave behind him. Just now, Loki, who was a little nervous, suddenly recovered his usual high cold. He stood in front of the golden energy barrier with his hands on his back and quietly looked at the prisoners and escorts in the corridor outside, pretending to be indifferent. It's thoughtful of Odin to keep sending me new friends. Just then, a gentle female voice sounded behind Rocky. Don't you like the book I sent you? Loki turned around with a cold face and looked at the middle-aged woman who appeared in the prison at some time. Her face was tender, but she still pretended to be casual. Shall I spend the rest of my life like this, reading? The woman in the cell, Odin's queen, Sol and Rocky's mother, said Freya, looking at Rocky softly. I've tried to make you feel better, Rocky. Loki, with a cold smile, put her hand on the table and watched as Franka slowly said, Is it? I don't know if Odin cares as much as you do, and Sol. I'm a little upset to let them worry about me day and night. Rocky pretended to be relaxed, but his tone was full of resentment. Freya looked at Rocky and said to him gravely, You know very well that when you come to this stage, it's entirely up to you. Blame yourself. Loki opened his hands in surprise, then said indifferently, I just exposed the lies that deceived me all my life, saying that I was born to be king. To be king. She said to Rocky angrily, The real king has the courage to admit his mistakes. How many lives have you killed on Earth? Loki could not help but feel a little bit depressed when he heard the words. What happened on the Earth is a great shame he still doesn't want to recall. Originally, his plan was to rule the Earth with the army of Kittery, but he was defeated. Chenmo cleaned up the whole army from the beginning to the end, let alone ruled the Earth. Even the army of Kittery was completely defeated. He suffered great losses in Chenmo's hands. He was beaten for several times. Most of the time he became a prisoner and was imprisoned. How many lives have been destroyed on Earth? In addition to killing some people when they first captured the Universe Cube and Iridium Metal Meteorite, Chenmo directly arrested them later. In the late New York War, although the situation was fierce, they were all fighting with the Earth's super-powerful people in the Avenger Alliance. Civilians were evacuated early and few civilians were killed. That is to say, his carefully planned invasion did not cause much casualties at all. But Loki didn't want to admit his defeat. He immediately continued to pretend to be Gowling and said with a nonchalant face, Compared with the people Odin killed, those people are not worth mentioning. Frietta heard Rock mention Odin, and knew that he killed countless enemies when he was fighting in 9 countries, but she still explained, Your father. At the words of her father, Loki was so excited that she turned around and shouted at Freya, He is not my father. It's not Saul, who has been envious and superior to him all the time, who has personally captured him this time, who has beaten him several times and destroyed Chenmo, who is planning to rule the Earth, but Odin. Odin always said that he was born king like Sol, but he always preferred Sol. When he followed Odin's practice and led the army to conquer the Earth, Odin said that he did something wrong. After Pau captured him, he personally ordered him to be locked in the dungeon forever. All Loki has been doing is to prove himself to be recognized by Odin and to be the king that Odin said he deserved. But now, Odin has completely smashed all this. Freya looked at the angry Rocky and she was silent for a long time. She could not help but whisper, Then am I not your mother? Loki smelled speech. Originally cold eyes can't help but flash quickly in the heart of the incomparable Tangle, looking at the Freya who is quietly watching him hesitated for a long time and finally said in a hard voice, "You are not." But after that, Loki regretted it. Freya shook her head sadly when she heard the words and then smiled a little lost. She went to Loki and looked at him and said slowly, "You see through everyone except yourself." After hearing her words, Rocky pursed her lips and looked at her. After a while, she shook her head with a little guilt and reached forward to grasp her outstretched hands. Although he hated Odin and didn't want to admit that Odin was his father, his feelings for Freya never changed. Although he was not Odin's and Freya's own son, Freya always treated him and Sol the same and asked Sol to protect his brother. Even if he is now in the dungeon under Odin's order, Freya tries her best to make him feel less miserable and brings him all kinds of furniture and books. Rocky grabs her hand toward Freya's outstretched hand. At the moment of contact, it looks like a bubble is punctured. Freya's hands gradually dissipate in a flash of light and slowly extend towards her body. It turned out that what appeared in Rocky's cell was a magic illusion created by Freya. Loki was not surprised. Odin ordered that he be kept in the dungeon forever and never allowed to see Freya, so Freya could only come to see him quietly through magic. That's one of the reasons Loki hates Odin so much. Since he was put in this cell half a year ago, he never felt his mother's warm hands and arms again. Feeling the concern of Freya's eyes, looking at Freya's figure disappearing slowly in front of her eyes, Rocky could not hold it any longer and closed her eyes painfully. This night, many people can't sleep. But it does not include Chen Mo. After leaving Saul's bedroom to meet Jane Foster, Chen Mo slept well in the guest room. Through the micro-drones all over the Golden Palace, Chen Mo knows that Algorith with the Curse Stone has lurked into Asgard and been locked in the dungeon. This means that the attack of the Dark Elves will come soon. However, Chen Mo did not prevent Argolim from entering Asgard, let alone exposing his identity as a Dark Elf. Malaki sent him to infiltrate the Gold Palace, destroy the defense of the Gold Palace from the inside, and there must be a way of connection between them. Otherwise, they could not accurately grasp the attack time and cooperate well. The technology of Dark Elves is very developed. It's not surprising that there are some hidden and imperceptible special ways of communication. If Algorith's action fails and he loses his greatest dependence on capturing the etheric particles, Malaki's is likely to give up his attack on Asgard directly and turn to hide in the dark again, waiting for a new opportunity. With the long life of the Dark Elf, he has enough patience to wait. In order to lead to Malaki's and wipe out the Dark Elves, Chen Mo must keep Argolim. What's more, he would like to experience how powerful the Cursed Warrior is. There's a drone secretly monitoring Argolim, who is locked in the dungeon. Chen Moshu sleeps comfortably in the legendary fairy palace. It doesn't feel very different from his castle. How can we say that Chen Mo once ruled the whole Europe and was regarded as the existence of God? Although he is now in the real land of the Nordic mythology, he is not so excited about it. The next morning, Chen Mo woke up from the broad bed of the palace and stretched himself comfortably. From the bed, Chen Mo walked up several steps and through several pillars to the outdoor platform. The railings made of special rocks are shining with light golden light in the sun. Chen Mo put his hand on the railings, and a touch more tender and smooth than marble came from his fingers. Chen Mo couldn't help but think about whether he would like to make some special rocks to transform his villa. The thought just flashed by. Chen Mo held his hands on the railing and looked up at the distance. Although it was not the first time he saw it, he could not help but look at Asgard's beautiful and gorgeous sky. The sun, moon, and stars appear in the sky at the same time. The purple nebula adds some beautiful colors to the sky. Not to mention other things, this strange and dreamy sky really has the feeling of fairy palace. Sunshine from the air, to the whole Asgard covered with a layer of auspicious gold, but Chen Mo knows that this kind of auspicious will be completely broken soon. Before long, Saul and Jane Foster came to Chen Mo's side together. At this time, Jane Foster had changed her original clothes, put on a set of Asgard silk long skirt and her ruddy face, which made her more beautiful and moving. Seeing Chen Mo notice her skirt, Jane Foster's ruddy face is a little more crimson, with an uncomfortable explanation. Well, because my original suit was a little dirty, so I changed it. Chenmo left Sol with a proud face beside him. He didn't need to know that the suit must have died. Chenmo naturally won't take care of their private affairs. Although the crisis is at present, they haven't seen each other for a long time. Their long-term thoughts burst out suddenly. It's normal that they can't bear it and are rude. Seeing Jane Foster a little uneasy, Chenmo smiled and boasted. "The skirt is beautiful." Jane Foster could not help laughing when she heard the words, but she saw Chenmo and said to them seriously, "I think something is likely to happen today. We'd better get ready." "Today, so fast?" Sol asked in surprise. "The convergence of celestial bodies will soon reach its climax, and Malchus will surely catch up with it and seize the etheric particles." Sol nodded at his words, then frowned at Chenmo. "But I've told them that I'm ready to believe. What else can we do?" Chenmo took a look at Jane Foster and said to Sol, "Malachis' goal is Jane. Her etheric particles should not be lost. For safety, we'd better find someone to help us protect her," Sol said with a frown. "There are only a few people I found yesterday who can help me, but they have to be on guard so that they can mobilize the army in time when the battle happens. Heimdall can't leave Rainbow Bridge. Besides, no one else can," Sol said, suddenly a fierce meal, then turned to look at Chenmo excitedly said, "I almost forgot. There's someone else who can help us. Come with me." Sol finished, and immediately took Chenmo and Jane Foster out of the Golden Palace to a garden by the lake. The people he was looking for would come here for a walk every morning. Sol led them through the garden and soon stopped by a colonnade near the lake. Not far away, a middle-aged woman in a long dress and soft armor with noble and elegant temperament also saw them and walked towards them with a smile. Sol first introduced her to two people around her, Jane Foster and the commander. Then Sol looked at Chenmo and Jane Foster and said positively, "This is Franca, the queen of the divine realm, my mother." When Jane Foster heard this, she was shocked. She didn't expect that Sol would take them to see his mother. This made Jane Foster, who had no psychological preparation, a little nervous. Some grumbling quietly glanced at Sol around him, secretly blamed him for not saying clearly in advance, then hurriedly put his hands in front of him, stood in front of them, smiled at her and nodded her head. "Hello." Scarlett looked at Jane Foster, who was wearing Asgard's long dress and was beautiful and moving. She nodded with a smile. Obviously, she was not as opposed to Odin as the Earth girlfriend her son was looking for. On the contrary, she seemed very satisfied with her look. However, Chenmo, who had never pretended to speak to Odin before, nodded to Freya. At this time, Chenmo didn't wear a steel war suit. Freya looked at Chenmo, who was young but steady, and nodded to him with a smile. Then she turned to her son and asked, "Sol, what can I do for you?" Sol said to her with a straight face, "Mother, I need your help." When Sol told her all about the etheric particles and Malachis, but she was not as arrogant as Odin, she soon realized the seriousness of the problem, and immediately looked at Sol seriously and asked, "How can I help you?" Sol did not mention the transfer of the army. Though she was the queen of Asgard, she did not have the right to command the army. Looking at Freya, Sol said solemnly, "The Dark Elves may attack Asgard at any time and most likely today. I need you to help me protect Jane Foster from being taken by Malchus." Freya didn't doubt her son's words or ask more questions. She knew that Sol would not be alarmist, which must have some basis. She looked at Jane Foster and nodded. "No problem, I will protect her." While the four men were talking in the garden, in the dungeon under the Golden Palace, in a cell where the robbers had just been escorted back yesterday, a tall man with a ferocious helmet with horns and fangs on his head, and a suit of leather armor appeared to walk to the inner part of the cell alone. Through the special communication device of the Dark Elves, it is confirmed that Malachis has arrived at the periphery of Asgard and is ready. Argolim, disguised as a robber captive, faces the transparent energy barrier with his back and blocks the eyes of other prisoners behind him and patrol guards in the corridor with his body. Biting his teeth, he put his hand into the bleeding wound of his stomach and took out the cursed stone hidden in his stomach. Holding the cursed stone, which was completely stained with blood, Algarith hesitated for a moment. Although Curse Stone can make people become powerful curse soldiers, and their strength can be raised to a very shocking level, it is not without cost. The powerful power gained by the Cursed Warrior is at the cost of the rapid loss of vitality, and this process is irreversible and cannot be stopped. As long as the Curse Stone is used and the Curse Warrior is transformed, his life will enter the countdown. But when he decided to accept the task, Argolim was ready to sacrifice. As long as he can recapture the etheric particles and revive the Dark Elves, his sacrifice is worth it. Argolim did not hesitate at once and grasped the Stone of Curse with all his strength. A hot feeling came from the palm of the hand, and then the severe pain would completely submerge him. The prisoners behind him were in their own stupor, and the movement of Argolim soon caught their attention. Then they were shocked to find that a dazzling red light was pouring out of his body, like magma spreading around his body, and the leather armor and helmet that had been worn on him were melted and burned in a flash. Several prisoners were shocked to see this strange scene. They rushed to the energy barrier and hit it hard. At the same time, they shouted to the guards to let them out. At the entrance of the dungeon in Cell 1, Loki was lying on the bed, playing with his glasses idly, while his mind was always thinking about yesterday. He knew that what he said yesterday in impulse and anger hurt Freya's heart. While regretting it, he hated Odin even more. Just as he was thinking about how to comfort Freya, there was a loud noise in his ear, and the light in the cell suddenly dimmed, as if the energy of the dungeon had been disturbed. Feeling that something was wrong, Loki immediately caught the cup falling from the air and quickly got up and walked to the energy barrier. But the voice came from the dungeon. Loki could not help but think of the prisoners who had just been taken in yesterday. It seems that someone has made an idea to Asgard. Listen to the increasing noise in the dungeon, and the guards in the corridor rushed into it. Loki could not help but look forward to it. These guys had better give Odindo some trouble. At this time, there is a terrible change taking place in Argolim in the cell. A puff of black smoke came out of him and landed on the ground, covering the whole cell. The body has also been completely covered by red light, and the whole person seems to be a hot rock wrapped in lava. Under the intense pain, Algarith kneels on the ground, beating the ground like crazy, and the hard prison ground is directly cracked. At the same time, his body is also a little bit higher and bigger. In the lava surge on the body surface, a bone spur is coming out of him. When the hot red light on the body's surface gradually dissipated, Algarith stood there, roaring up to the sky, with violence and ferocity flashing in his eyes. By this time, Algarith had completely changed. Under the transformation of the Curse Stone, he had become bigger and stronger than the strong robbers in the cell. The tusk helmet that was originally worn on his head had been melted and burned, but his head itself became more ferocious than that helmet. There are 3 pairs of long horns on both sides of the head extending out, 2 tusks bending like ivory on both sides of the cheek extending out, covering the whole chin, and thick spikes growing on the back of the shoulder, which look like monsters, ferocious and terrifying. After the transformation, the severe pain has completely disappeared, instead of the seemingly infinite power surging inside. Argolim glanced at the prisoners who had been knocked to the ground, grabbed one by the neck, lifted him up, and pushed him against the energy barrier. The energy barrier of the cell is not only very strong, but also has a certain counter-attack ability for external attacks. The prisoner's face is severely touched on the energy barrier by Argolim, triggering the energy barrier. Even when a dazzling golden energy light curtain is clearly displayed at the cell door, and the prisoner screamed desperately under the burning of this burning energy barrier. Just at this time, 2 dungeon guards heard the sound and ran over. Standing outside the cell, they were surprised to see the screaming prisoner and the monster like Argolim behind them. They could not help gripping the weapons in their hands and looking on guard. The cursed soldier Argolim ignored the screams of his captives, looked at the fully exposed golden energy barrier. His eyes swept over the 2 dungeon guards who were waiting outside. Then he raised his thick arms, clenched his fists, and rushed to the energy barrier in front of him. In the incredible eyes of the 2 guards, any prisoner can be blocked so that they can't escape. The strong energy barrier is easily broken in the hands of Argalim, who has become a cursed warrior. Boom! The dazzling golden energy barrier suddenly burst open, and the prisoner whose head was stuck on it was immediately burnt by the blast, and the shrill scream stopped abruptly. After throwing away the dead cellmate, Algarith strode out of the cell. Two dungeon guards looked at Argalim, who escaped from the prison. They immediately waved their swords and spears and rushed towards Argalim. The body of the sword and the tip of the spear are all bright white, obviously not ordinary cold weapons. The swords, shields, and spears in their hands are all the standard weapons of the Asaf soldiers. They seem to be ordinary, but in fact they are all high-level magic weapons. Swords and spears can generate energy to strengthen the attack power when fighting, and their destructive power is not inferior to that of heat weapons, while shields can activate energy shields and can take the attack of energy weapons. Each of these weapons can be called as the weapon of the divine soldier. It can be cut easily on the rock. But at this time, under the full attack of the two men, they did not play the same destructive force as usual. The sword was just cutting on Algarith's shoulder, but it only cut in a little bit, and then it was stuck by the hard shell on the body surface. It could not be cut in or pulled out. The spear that poked at Algarith's belly was completely blocked and did not hurt him at all. But Argalim then slapped open the arms of the two men, then one by one grabbed their necks directly and lifted them up slowly. Under his overwhelming power, the two men had no resistance. They could only be held in the air by him and struggled powerlessly. But then, with the scarlet light shining on Algarith's hands, the faces of the two dungeon's guards lost their blood in a flash, became a sheet of iron and green, and quickly dried up and withered down. In a flash, they became two mummies. Their vitality was absorbed directly by him. The bodies of the two guards were thrown to the ground. Argalim waved the long sword embedded in his shoulder and started to break the energy barrier of other cells and let the prisoners out. His aim was to create chaos from the inside, distract Asgard's attention, and make them unable to deal with the subsequent Dark Elves' raid in time. This dungeon is located at the bottom of the Golden Palace. After these prisoners are released, they can just help him create chaos. The defense in the dungeon was originally very strong, and the prisoners could not escape at all. Therefore, there were not many guards at ordinary times, and they were all killed by Argalim. Before the support arrived, all the cells were opened and hundreds of prisoners were released. It's impossible to capture the Gold Palace by relying on these prisoners, but it's enough to disturb the defense of the Gold Palace and leave them no time to care about it. Argalim walked all the way from the deepest part of the dungeon, breaking all the cells of the prisoners. But when he came to the last cell at the entrance of the dungeon, he found that there was only one person in it. Unlike other prisoners who are all dirty and shouting, the man in the room is dressed neatly and looks at him with a smile, standing behind the energy barrier. It's not like a prisoner here. Argalim stared at him for a moment, then failed to break the energy barrier and let him out. Just as Argalim turned to leave the dungeon, Rocky, the only one in the dungeon who is still in the cell, suddenly began to remind him of the direction he was going. You should take the stairs on the left. Algarith, who was about to walk to the right, smelt the words and couldn't help turning his head to look at Loki. He hesitated for a moment. He still turned his direction and walked towards the stairs on the left that Loki said. Just as Chen Mo and Freya in the garden were talking, the Golden Palace suddenly sounded a sharp horn, said Freya, frowning as she listened. Something happened in the dungeon. Saul's face changed when he heard the words, "Rocky's in there." Although he had taken Loki back by himself, Saul did not care less about Loki than Jane Foster. However, Chen just said that the Dark Elves are likely to attack today, but the dungeon happened at this time. Saul had to suspect that it was related to the Dark Elves. Just as Saul hesitated to go over, Franca, who was also worried about Rocky's accident, said, "Come on, I'll take care of her." Saul did not start directly, but turned to look at Chen Mo. Knowing what happened in the dungeon, Chen Mo nodded to Saul and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I'll keep her safe." With the protection of Chen Mo and Freya, Saul is more relieved about the safety of Jane Foster. Though she is good at magic, she is also good at fighting. She is a little worse than Odin and Solby, but she is no weaker than the three warriors in the palace of Fairyland and Shiv. Although the attack power of magic is not strong, it can be used to interfere with the enemy, but it can play a very important role in protecting Jane. In addition, Chen Mo, who once defeated his top strongman, has no big problem in protecting Jane Foster. Jane Foster's safety is safe for the time being, and she is worried about Rocky's safety. Saul does not hesitate anymore, rotates the hammer of Thunderbolt, and flies towards the Golden Palace. Not to mention that Saul rushed into the dungeon and cleaned up the escaped prisoners. Chen Mo and Freya rushed to the Golden Palace with Jane Foster after Saul left. But they didn't go to the dungeon. It's enough to have Soul there. All they have to do is protect Jane Foster from being captured by the Dark Elves. The three men walked quickly and met Odin, who was holding the Spear of Eternity and leading a group of soldiers to the dungeon at a corridor intersection. Send a team of people to the armory and guard it at all costs to ensure the safety of the dungeon. Odin walked quickly and explained to the general beside him that he did not notice the three Chen Mosi who were coming in the side corridor. Odin, Freya opened her mouth and stopped him. Freya. When Odin saw Freya, he stopped and turned to the general who stopped behind him. Go. The general immediately beckoned to the soldiers behind him and then stepped forward again, leaving with a large group of soldiers behind him. Odin ordered, then turned to Freya and said softly, "Just a little mess, don't worry." But she said with a smile at Odin, "You've never been good at lying." Just as Odin and Freya were talking, the group of soldiers quickly passed by them. A brave female warrior in silver armor appeared in the group, and Jane Foster's eyes couldn't help being attracted by her. Shiv looked at the beautiful woman she had never seen standing next to her. Instinctively, a name appeared in her heart, Jane Foster. The two men's eyes met in the air, and only when the team passed did they take back their eyes. There was no flash or thunder, but the two were deeply impressed by each other's appearance. At this time, Odin's eyes fell on Chen Mo, who had already put on steel battle clothes when he rushed back to the Golden Palace. Odin looked at Chen Mo, who was standing beside them, and said with some sarcasm, "Guardian of the Earth, don't you join us in the battle, ready to hide behind a woman, but my queen is really strong enough to protect the safety of you two Earth people." Chen Mo, who is also looking at Skiff, can't help turning to Odin, who has a serious tendency of racial discrimination, said coldly, "I'm not your subordinate. I have no obligation to help you fight. I want to protect the Earth, and she is the only one who needs my protection here." Chen Mo points to Jane Foster beside him, then looks at Freya, who is helpless to see them fighting, and continues, "But don't worry, I will help you protect your queen, not because she is your queen, but because she is Saul's mother." Odin was rebuffed by Chen Mo's words and couldn't refute. Finally, he gave Chen Mo a fierce look, looked at their freighter with a smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Take them to your bedchamber and I will go to you when the situation is over." Franka looked at Odin with some worry and reminded her, "You should be more careful." Odin could not help but reach out and caress Freya's face. "The wind and the waves are coming. My queen is still so worried about me." After Odin finished, he took a look at Chen Mo again, then turned around and followed the team towards the dungeon. Said Freya, looking at Odin's old figure, "It's because of my worry that you can turn a bad fortune into a good one." After finishing, Freya did not stop and took Jane Foster and Chen Mo through the ranks of the soldiers to her bedroom. But as she passed the last soldier, she reached for a dagger from his waist and whispered to Jane Foster, "Listen, from now on, you have to do exactly what I said. You can't disobey me." Jane Foster took a quiet look at Chen Mo and nodded immediately when she saw that he had no objection. "Yes, ma'am." Soon she took Jane Foster and Chen Mo to her bedroom. Freya's bedroom is similar to Soul's, but the layout is more elegant and feminine. When she entered the bedroom, she led Jane Foster directly to the innermost corner and hid her behind a broad stone pillar. "No matter what happens in a moment, you stay here and don't move. Do you understand?" Jane Foster looked at Chen Mo and nodded. As soon as Freya waved her hand, Jane Foster's figure gradually disappeared, and finally disappeared completely. If Chen Mo's mind could not feel the existence of Jane Foster, she would have thought that Jane Foster had been changed by her. Then Freya turned to Chen Mo, who naturally would not hide here with Jane Foster. The reason why he didn't go to the dungeon with Saul and Odin was to stay to protect the safety of Jane Foster and Freya. Turning around, Chen Mo looks at the hall, which is located at the entrance of the dormitory. On one side of the hall there are steps and colonnades leading to the external platform. In the middle of the hall there is a stone platform with a diameter of about 2 meters and a smooth surface. On the stone platform and a circle of stone steps on the outside, there are wine pots and fruit plates. On the stone steps, there are cushions, which can sit around the stone platform. It looks like a modern sofa tea table. Chen Mo immediately stepped on the 2-foot-high stone platform and summoned the Sword of the King. With black armor and silver sword, it stands proudly on the black and smooth stone platform, like a sculpture, powerful and powerful. When Freya saw this, she understood that Chen Mo was not going to hide, but to help her defend. She couldn't help but look up at Chen Mo. However, Freya only thought that Chen Mo wanted to protect Jane Foster, and didn't even think that Chen Mo wanted to protect him. As for what Chen Mo said to Odin before, she only thought that Chen Mo and Odin were angry words. She is the queen of the divine realm. Where does she need the protection of an earth man? So when she thought Chen Mo's courage was admirable, she thought to herself, if there is any danger in a moment, she must protect this brave young man. Freya didn't let Chen Mo hide anymore. Instead, she stepped forward to help Chen Mo hide an ambush by using magic. However, before she raised her hand, she saw a ripple on Chen Mo's body, but his body shape disappeared on the stone platform quickly, together with the black armor and silver sword, all disappeared. There was only one fruit plate in the corner of the stone platform, and no one could be seen standing on it. At first, Freya was surprised, then she could not help but smile. It seems that the Earthman who was regarded as a friend by Saul is really unusual, which is quite different from her understanding of the average Earthman. But Freya didn't think Chen Mo's strength was so strong, and didn't expect Chen Mo to help. But Freya had enough confidence in her strength. Unless the enemy's strength was stronger than Odin's, she was not afraid. After admonishing Chen Mo not to act rashly, a Jane Foster appeared on the steps beside the stone platform between the waves of freighter. It looked no different from the real person. At least the naked eye could not distinguish the true from the false. However, Chen Mo's mental power can perceive that the Jane Foster, sitting on the stone steps, is only a virtual shadow of energy. Watched every act and every move as like as 2 peas. Chen Mu had to sigh that the magic of the real woman was indeed very powerful, and that he could be completely false. It was no wonder that Loki could rely on the magic trick taught by him and deceived Sol again and again. For those who have no mental power, they can't see through this magic at all. Being cheated is natural. Chen Mo and Freya were soon ready for defense in the dorm. Odin was still on his way to the dungeon, while Sol had been fighting in the dungeon for a long time. Hundreds of escaped prisoners were blocked in the dungeon by the support of Asgard soldiers and Sol. However, due to the small space in the dungeon and the large number of prisoners, it was impossible to solve all the problems for a while. Saul could only lead the guards to move forward step by step. However, he finally saw the only Loki who had not escaped from the prison and was still safe in the cell. He was relieved. At this time, in the Golden Ball building at the end of Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall still stood on the console with his sword in both hands, and did not leave because of the alarm from the Golden Palace. His job is to guard Rainbow Bridge and the outermost part of Asgard. As long as it is not a real critical moment, Heimdall will not leave Rainbow Bridge easily. However, when he heard the alarm that represented the accident in the dungeon, Heimdall was alert and couldn't help but think of Saul's warning yesterday. He doesn't think it's just a coincidence. Not long after the alarm sounded in the dungeon, Heimdall, who had been on guard, finally found out the abnormality. Although his eyes did not see anything, but his ears, which were also extremely sharp, heard a very subtle sound, like the sound of some kind of engine running. And the sound comes from the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall soon guessed that someone was trying to sneak into Asgard. Listening to the voice over his position, towards the interior of Asgard in the rear, Helmdall turned around and ran towards the Rainbow Bridge as soon as his face changed. Maybe it's to avoid the sound of breaking the sky in high-speed flight to expose their existence, so the other party's moving speed is not fast. Heimdall listens to track the position of the sound, runs all the way along the Rainbow Bridge, and soon catches up with them. Jump from the bridge deck of Rainbow Bridge to the cable-stayed boom on the left side. Helmdall runs up along the inclined boom, does not stop after rushing to the highest place, but quickly draws out the two short swords behind the waist, then directly jumps up and pours into the seemingly empty space outside Rainbow Bridge. Flying more than 10 meters in the air, Heimdall held up two short swords in his hands and stabbed ahead. With the sound of two metal tears, Heimdall's falling body can make a meal, but the position of the two daggers in his hand is suddenly a ripple, revealing a dark shell. With the rapid spread of the ripples, this thing trying to sneak into Asgard finally revealed the whole picture, but it was a high-tech aircraft of more than 20 meters high, totally dark like a black blade. Helmdall's two short swords pierced the solid armor of the aircraft, and as Helmdall's body slid down, the two short swords also cut two long cracks in the aircraft's shell. The structure inside was damaged and burned. The flames came out of the damage with the smoke. However, the flying attitude of the aircraft has not been affected, and it is still heading for the center of Asgard. Obviously, it has not been destructively damaged. Helmdall hung on the shell of the aircraft, looked down at the hot red engine position under the aircraft, then released the dagger on his left hand, and his body, which had stopped sliding, slid down again. Carefully adjust the body's shape and control the sliding direction with the two-handed dagger. In the end, Heimdall hung his left sword on the side of the main structure of the aircraft, and the engine emitting hot energy was not far in front of him. With his right hand up, Heimdall hurled his dagger into the engine. Boom! A fierce flame erupted from the engine, and the flying attitude of the aircraft quickly began to lose control. Helmdall looked down at the Rainbow Bridge below and jumped out of the plane. His body is still in the air. The aircraft began to explode one after another and fell down. When Heimdall landed on the Rainbow Bridge, he just got up, and the exploding and burning aircraft immediately crashed on the Rainbow Bridge and continued to burn. No one came out of the aircraft, apparently dead in the explosion. Helmdall looked at the crashed aircraft in front of him and gasped. A series of actions just now took place in a very short time. He also used all his strength to get close to the two daggers and shoot them down in time. But when Heimdall breathed a sigh of relief, he found a sound similar to the subtle engine sound he had just heard, but a greater sound came from behind. Helmdall couldn't help turning around to see, but saw a ripple across the sky at the end of Rainbow Bridge. A black T-shaped spacecraft, much larger than the one just destroyed, was slowly rising from the waterfall at the end of Rainbow Bridge. This huge spaceship floats in the air, blocking most of the sky's light. The energy engine in the center of the spaceship emits a dazzling red light, like a blood day. Four just like the Blade aircraft from both sides of the hull, no longer hidden body shape, with a very fast speed directly along the Rainbow Bridge towards the direction of the Golden Palace. Before that aircraft, in order to sneak in, the speed of flight was very slow. Heimdall can catch up with it. Now 4 aircraft give up the camouflage full-speed flight. Heimdall has no choice but to watch 4 aircraft approaching the Golden Palace. I wish Saul and them could stop it. Although Helmdall failed to stop all the aircraft, his timely discovery gave Asgard's defense forces time to prepare. A circle of anti-aircraft turrets around the Golden Palace was ready, and the soldiers in charge of the operation were ready. The 4 sharp-edged aircrafts are nimbly shuttling between various buildings, and soon break into the range of air defense guns. Several air defense guns that can be shot are fired immediately, pouring golden energy beam towards the 4 aircrafts coming at a high speed. However, these Dark Elves sharp blade aircrafts are very agile. Although Asgard's anti-aircraft guns are advanced and powerful, they can't do anything about them. The 4 aircrafts dodge, rotate, and change their posture flexibly. The sharp edge of 20 meters is sometimes vertical and sometimes horizontal. All attacks are evaded, but the speed is not reduced. They are approaching the center of Asgard quickly. A flying aircraft in the front rushed to the anti-aircraft turret first under the gunfire. The aircraft swept by the turret, and the long blade directly cut the turret's waist. The towering turret was directly cut off, collapsed, and fell down together with the above anti-aircraft guns. However, the aircraft itself has not suffered any damage. The slender blade is extremely strong, not decorative, but a real combat weapon, which was originally used for high-speed cutting. 4 aircrafts pass through the fire blockade of the anti-aircraft turret one after another, and continue to fly towards the Golden Palace undamaged. Asgard's airship also took off quickly to intercept. However, their speed is much slower than that of the Dark Elves' blade aircraft, and there is a huge gap in flexibility. On both sides of the airship, like Gatling machine gun, a golden energy beam is fired towards the sharp blade aircraft coming from the opposite side, but it is dodged by the other side's flexible rotation and somersault. Just as the two sides approached, a sharp blade aircraft suddenly flew across from the side. The blade-like blade cut an airship into 2 sections and exploded in the air. 4 blade aircrafts cover each other and continue to fly towards the Golden Palace. From time to time, airships are destroyed by faster blade aircrafts, and the number of airships fighting in the sky is rapidly reduced. A detached airship went around the back of 4 flying blade aircrafts. Seeing that it couldn't catch up with the flying blade aircrafts with amazing speed, it was farther and farther away from each other. The airship directly fired more than 10 optical bombs with tracking function towards the last flying blade aircrafts. The speed of photoelasticity can catch up with the sharp blade aircraft, and they can change their direction rapidly with the tracking function. However, the last sharp blade aircraft can rotate and move. It still can't avoid all photoelasticity, hit by most photoelasticity, and explode directly in the air. However, the remaining 3 blade aircrafts are not far from the Golden Palace. At this time on Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall also quickly returned to the console, holding the huge sword in both hands and inserting it into the slot. The golden globe was lit up, and in the Golden Palace, a heavily guarded palace, a device made of gold metal like a gyroscope, was rapidly turning. And as the device spins, a golden ball of light quickly forms outside the device. At the same time, outside the Golden Palace, a huge golden energy mask that just encircles the Golden Palace is slowly spreading to the sky. Soon, it will encircle the vast Golden Palace for the most part, leaving only the top area exposed. A sharp blade aircraft crosses the fuselage and wants to rush in from the top of the energy cover that is spreading upward, but he obviously underestimates the rising speed of the energy cover. Just as its fuselage is about to pass through the top of the energy cover is rapidly spreading up, just in front of it. The speed of blade aircraft is too fast to react at all, so it bumps into the energy shield so straightly. Boom! The strength of the energy shield is unexpectedly high. It can easily cut through the turret and the sharp blade aircraft of the airship. However, after hitting the seemingly thin energy shield, it directly exploded on the spot, breaking into a pile of parts and splashing down. However, the energy shield is just a flash of gold, which is naturally stable and has no impact at all. The front edge of the aircraft is too close to escape, but the other 2 have reaction time. They quickly pull up and fly up against the rapidly extending energy cover. But in this way, as the hole above the energy shield shrinks, their aircraft can no longer break in. The danger of the Golden Palace is temporarily relieved. However, the remaining 2 blade aircrafts did not give up. They evacuated quickly. Instead, they continued to circle around the Asgard airship, which was catching up with the energy shield. It seemed that they were waiting for something. In the Golden Palace, outside the palace where the energy mask generator is located, a massacre is on. A dozen Protoss guards who are in charge of guarding here are killed easily by Argalim, who turns into cursed soldiers. A dozen corpses lie on the ground outside the hall. The face under the helmet is black and shriveled, but all of them are drained of vitality and become mummies. Argalim threw the last guard in his hand, who had become a mummy, to the ground, pushed open the door and strode towards the running energy shield generator. Standing in front of the golden ball of light, knowing that the blade aircraft is blocked, Algorim did not stop at all. He raised his arms directly. As before when he smashed the energy barrier of the dungeon, he smashed the golden ball in front of him. The dazzling golden light ball was smashed directly, the huge energy exploded directly, and the device of the energy cover, which was rotating at a high speed, directly collapsed, and the huge explosion directly covered the whole palace. Algorith's tall and strong figure was also directly lifted under the strong explosion and hit the wall of the palace, but his body was not hurt. When the fire was gone, Algorith took a look at the mess of the palace and the completely destroyed energy shield generator and walked out satisfied. At the same time that the energy shield generator was damaged, the energy shield that had been completely raised and completely wrapped up in the golden palace suddenly came down again, swam and swam all the time around the periphery, and the two sharp blade aircraft circling with Asgard's airship immediately turned around and rushed up to the golden palace that had already exposed most of it. The anti-aircraft fire on the golden palace also attacked the two cutting-edge aircrafts, but they still avoided all by virtue of their super flexibility. Locked the central position of the golden palace, the passage leading to the king's palace, a sharp blade aircraft rushed directly into it. The height of the passage is just enough for the sharp blade aircraft to enter horizontally, but the main hall is full of tall stone pillars, which cannot enter from the passage to the inside of the palace. However, after the aircraft rushed in, the blade like a long knife hit the stone pillar and cut it directly. However, the speed of the aircraft did not decrease. It rushed all the way to the inside and crashed the row of stone pillars in front of it to the ground. The huge black blade was so powerful that it broke dozens of stone pillars and rushed into the deepest part of the king's palace, in front of Odin's throne. During this period, many proto-soldiers were buried under the collapsed huge stone pillars, and some people were directly run over by aircraft and died on the spot. The continuous impact caused great movement. Even Sol and others in the dungeon can clearly feel the strong vibration from the top of their heads. Sol and other Asgard soldiers, such as Vostag and Vandal, who came to support him with their soldiers, as well as the few remaining fugitives who were still fighting, all couldn't help but stop. Many people thought it was an earthquake. Odin, who was taking people to the dungeon, stopped abruptly, looked up to the direction of the vibration, his face changed, and he immediately turned to the general beside him. "You take people to the dungeon, and Shiv and the guards come with me." Odin finished saying. Then he took several people of Zifu back to the king's palace. At this time in the palace, the sharp blade aircraft that had rushed in hard had stopped in front of the throne. More than a dozen guards of the palace who had survived a disaster were holding weapons and shields and slowly surrounded the aircraft. Apart from the sound of falling stones on the ground from the broken pillars, the whole palace was surprisingly quiet for a while. When these soldiers gathered around the aircraft that had not been moving suddenly slowly opened a hatch. When the soldiers focused on the hatch, several red energy beams suddenly came out of the aircraft. The soldiers were unprepared and several people were hit directly. The power of this kind of light beam is quite powerful. The part that is shot directly turns into fly ash. A soldier who is hit in the calf disappears directly. The body that is hit dies directly on the spot. Only a few of them raise their shields in time to block the light beam. However, more than 20 dark elf soldiers rushed out of the cabin door and attacked the remaining Asgard soldiers with energy weapons. With the advantage of long-range attack, several Asgard soldiers were killed soon. However, at the same time, the other guards of the king's palace also rushed over. Not only were there many Asgard soldiers standing in front of the dark elves, but they were more than at the beginning. After the initial panic, they also found that the power of the energy weapons in the hands of the dark elf soldiers was very powerful. Only the shields in the hands could stand, so they raised their shields one after another to form a team move forward. A dark elf soldier saw this and took a black grenade from his waist. After pressing the switch, he directly threw it towards the most crowded place ahead. The grenade exploded among the soldiers in Asgard. A dazzling white light flashed, and quickly formed a blue energy ball with a diameter of more than 2 meters in the air, which directly shrouded 2 soldiers who were close to each other. At the next moment, without waiting for their response, the energy photosphere suddenly shrinks to a ball less than a meter in diameter, and the 2 soldiers originally shrouded in the photosphere are squeezed into a ball without any resistance. In a cry of despair, the photosphere continues to shrink inward, like a black hole, tearing the bodies of the 2 soldiers. Quickly the compression into a group, eventually smaller and smaller, in a flash of light completely disappeared. The power of this black hole grenade is much greater than that of energy weapons. Not only the bodies of 2 Asgard soldiers, but also their armor and shields that can withstand the attack of energy weapons are squeezed into a group by a powerful force, and finally disappear completely. In the Queen's bedroom, Chen-mo, who was watching through the virtual image in the helmet, couldn't help doubting whether his indestructible Edelman alloy could resist the power of this horrible black hole grenade. Chen-mo has made up his mind to get the technology of space grenade. The fighting in the royal palace continues. The soldiers of the Dark Elves keep shooting and throwing space grenades at the same time. However, within the range covered by the energy light ball, no matter people or stone pillars, weapons, are all crumpled into a ball and cannot be swallowed. Even the people around the light ball can feel a strong tear, and a standing unstable will be sucked in. However, as the guards from other parts of the palace kept coming, the number of Asgard soldiers increased, and finally, under the fierce energy attack of the Dark Elf soldiers, they rushed to them and started to attack with swords and spears. At last, the Dark Elves suffered casualties. For a while, the 2 sides were even. When the Dark Elf soldiers and the guards of Asgard fell into a fierce battle, the cold-faced Malakis came out with 2 soldiers at the hatch of the aircraft. He didn't control the 2 sides of the fierce war, and walked forward with 2 soldiers. The 2 Dark Elves were closely guarding the 2 sides. If there were Asgard soldiers near, they would be killed directly by the 2. Looking at the throne of the god made of gold on the high platform in front of him, Malukis flashed a trace of hatred in his eyes. He took a black hole grenade from the waist of a Dark Elf soldier passing by and threw it directly at Odin's throne after starting. The black hole grenade explodes on the throne, and the gold on the throne falls off from the throne under the tier of the blue space energy and is sucked into the black hole. When the black hole disappears, the original majestic Odin throne has only the base and a pile of broken gold pieces. Malakis didn't pay any more attention to the broken throne. After throwing out the black hole grenade, he took people directly to the side of the palace. He has a unique connection with the etheric particles, and he can roughly sense where the etheric particles are. Under the guidance of this kind of induction, Malakis and 2 Dark Elf soldiers rushed to Freya's palace. At this time, most of the guards in the Golden Palace were attracted to the dungeon by Argolim. There were not many obstacles on the way, but Rao is the only one left when Malakis arrived at the door of Freya's palace, but Malkus obviously didn't care about his life and death. Looking at the gorgeous golden gate in front of him, Malkus's eyes flashed a little excitement. He could feel that the ether particles he was looking for were in it. With a cold face, she pushed open the door of the palace and marched in. At a glance, she saw Jane Foster sitting by the stone platform and Freya standing in front of her. Jane Foster saw the sudden break-in of Malkus, stood up from the stone steps in a panic, and hid behind Freya. Freya looked at Malkus with a dagger and a dignified face and said in a deep voice, "Step back, monster, I can spare you." Malakis didn't pay any attention to Freya's warning, but Asgard did. How could he retreat because of this woman's words? "What can't you do to me, woman?" Malkus said as she walked up to them. Freya said in a deep voice as she saw the sword coming forward, "Who are you?" "I'm Malakis. I'll get back what belongs to me." Malkus said, but she saw that Freya could not help turning her head to look at Jane Foster standing behind her, when she knew that the ether particles must be in her body. Malakis looks at Jane Foster and then steps towards her. Jane Foster, ran towards the back in a hurry when she saw that she wanted to catch up with her, but she suddenly cut her sword out. Even if he dodged quickly, she cut a wound on her face with the dagger. Malukis immediately angrily took out the short knife at his waist and stabbed it at Freya. However, Freya hit the short knife off and landed it on the ground, and then another backhand cut a wound on Malukis' arm. Malakis realized that he had looked down on this woman, but he didn't think her strength was under him. The etheric particle is in front of him. The excitement that he is about to recapture the etheric particle makes him have some light enemies, and he has just been knocked out of the weapon. Melekistan, who had responded to the attack, was in a good mood, but the dagger was gone, and he could only fight with Freya with his bare hands. In fact, the strength of the two men was the same, but Malakis was shot down at the beginning and lost the first chance. Now, under the fierce attack of Freya, they can only continue to retreat. Several swords in a row suppressed Malukis powerless to fight back. At last, Freya seized the opportunity and put a sword on Malukis' neck, forcing him to the wall. In a flash, Malekis was captured directly by Freya. However, Malekis did not panic but turned her eyes to one side with a sneer. Freya felt something was wrong and quickly turned around and waved the dagger towards her back. At the same time, she also saw the figure behind her. It was a monster with huge and strong body, but full of bone spurs, long horns and tusks on her head, which looked extremely ferocious. The dagger in his hand was directly grasped by him. She felt as if she had been clamped by a pair of pliers. She couldn't continue to wave at all. However, the monster's palm didn't hurt or bleed at all. With a great force pouring in, the dagger in hand was taken away by the monster Sheng Sheng in front of her. Then she grabbed her neck and lifted her Sheng Sheng to the air. Her feet were off the ground and there was no resistance. Freya, who just defeated Malukis, is a prisoner of others. The strength of this ferocious monster is so powerful. However, when Malekis smiled proudly and was ready to catch Jane Foster, a bright silver sword light suddenly appeared from the platform beside them and beheaded the cursed warrior Argalim who was holding Freya. Malakis could not help changing his face when he saw the light of the sword. The speed of the sword was extremely fast and it appeared so suddenly. If it was cut at him, he could not avoid it at all. But after all, Argalim is different from the past. After becoming a curse warrior, he has not only become many times stronger, but also greatly improved in defense, physical strength, reaction speed, and agility. When Chen Mo's sword came, although he turned his back to the stone platform, Argalim felt the sudden attack behind him, and a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart, as if this sword could pose a great threat to him. Algorithmic could not care about the Freya in his hand. He quickly let her go, and at the same time he quickly rushed forward to try to avoid the threat behind her. It has to be said that the strength of the cursed warrior is really very strong. Chen Mo, who has been hiding in the high platform, looks at the opportunity and the sword is still found by him in time, hiding in the past, and does not cause substantive damage to him. However, Chen Mo didn't get nothing. After all, he was a surprise attack, and Argalim was only going to avoid the key point in a hurry, but the long horns on his head were cut off by Chen Mo. Only half of them were left. After a sword, Chen Mo's body shape also appeared on the platform completely. The black armor and silver sword were murderous. Seeing that Malakis was cold in his heart, he hurried to hide. Freya takes out the palm of Argalim's hand and looks at Chen Mo in shock. She doesn't expect that the Earthman has such a powerful power. Just now, she was held in front of her by Argalim holding her neck. She happened to witness the whole process of Chen Mo's attack. It's like a flash of lightning. It's hard for her to take it, but it was obviously not the time to sigh. Noticing that Malekis was running towards Jane Foster, Freya turned quickly and ran after him. Although the image of Jane Foster formed by that magic is enough to be false and true, it will disappear as soon as it is touched, and it is easy to be exposed. The real Jane Foster is hidden in this dormitory. If he doesn't stop Malekis, he will find it sooner or later. But after all, she was a step ahead of Freya. She noticed that Freya was coming after her. She picked up the dagger she had knocked off on the ground and ran after Jane Foster. Jane Foster is just an ordinary person who can escape his pursuit, and before Freya catches up with her, Malchus's hand has already caught Jane Foster. However, after his palm touched the body of Jane Foster, he passed through her without any hindrance, and the figure of Jane Foster was just like a bubble which broke up and disappeared in a golden light. When Malchus was stunned, she could not help but turn her head and look at Freya, who was catching up with her, roared angrily. "Witch! Where is the ether?" Freya smiled coldly, didn't speak, but rushed forward and punched at him. Although the dagger was taken by Argalim, even if it was barehanded, Freya was not afraid of it. The fierce attack made Malchus parry in a hurry. Meanwhile, the dagger in his hand also cut at Freya. Freya's dexterity has left most of Malchus's attacks empty, and some of her inevitable attacks are blocked by her golden wrist guard on her arm. However, the dagger in Malchus's hand still gave him a certain advantage. Although his skill was not as good as that of Freya, he didn't fall into the downwind by virtue of the convenience of weapons. When you come and go, no one can help you for a while. On the other side, after avoiding the sword of Chen Mo's surprise attack, Argalim quickly turned around and looked at Chen Mo on guard. At the same time, he also noticed the half-black horns falling from the ground. If it hadn't been hiding fast, if it had been cut on his head, it might have been necessary to cut his skull directly. Although in his heart he felt conflicted with his monster-like appearance, but he was still furious that Chen Mo cut off his horns. It's just anger but not fear. In Argalim's view, the man in black armor on the stone platform only took advantage of the attack, which could hurt him. For the strength of his cursed warriors, Algarith has absolute confidence that even God Odin is not necessarily his opponent. Chen Mo on Shidai was not relieved to cut off one of Algoritm's horns. Just now, he has done his best to get ready for the attack. Both speed and strength have been brought into full play, and he has also taken advantage of the sneak attack. But Rao is so, but he was evaded by Argalim in time. He only cut off one horn, which is almost useless. And when cutting off the horns just now, Chen Mo can clearly feel the huge resistance from the blade. If he didn't use his full strength and the powerful strength of the steel battle suit, he would not be able to cut it off at all. If only rely on his own strength, it is estimated that he can cut a gap. The physical strength of the cursed warrior is beyond his imagination, but I don't know if his body is as hard as this horn. Two people look at each other for a moment and their eyes are full of murderous spirit. Next moment, their bodies move at the same time and they all jump at each other. Chen Mo wields his sword and cuts at Algarith. Just after Chen Mo's sword cut off a part of his horns, Argalim was afraid to take it as empty-handed as he did with Frater. Just as he was holding the dagger from Frater's hand, he would stop even if he waved it. When Chen Mo's sword was stopped by him. But Algarith also found that there was an obvious gap on the blade of the dagger, but it was directly broken when the two swords were fighting each other. Obviously, the quality of this dagger in his hand is far inferior to that of Chen Mo's long sword. But after all, it's the saber of the guard of the ASAS, not made by Fanti. Although it's broken, it still blocks Chen Mo's attack, and it's not cut off directly. Argalim immediately made great efforts to open Chen Mo's sword, and then he chopped at Chen Mo. Just now, Chen Mo felt that the power of Argalim was far ahead of him. When the sword was swung away, the power came from it was extremely powerful. If it hadn't been for him to take back the sword first, he would have been pushed out. Even if Chen Mo is wearing a steel battle suit, his strength has been greatly increased. The cursed warrior Argalim is still crushing Chen Mo on the strength. So Chen Mo didn't meet algorithmic hard. When he saw the other side's dagger coming, Chen Mo flashed nimbly, and at the same time, he held the sword to his chest as a chest stab. Although he looks thick and bulky, in fact, Argalim is not slow. On the contrary, his response and attack are very quick. When he saw Chen Mo's chest stabbing sword in the air, algorithmic dare not connect with his strong body as he did with ordinary Asgard soldiers. Just now, the horn cut by Chen Mo's sword was still lying on the ground. He didn't think his body could block the magic soldier. Argalim quickly waved his dagger to block it. Chen Mo knows that his strength is not as good as that of the cursed warrior. Seeing that the long sword can't stab Algarith before being blocked, Chen Mo doesn't connect hard either. He quickly adjusts the direction of the blade and cuts up the gap on the short sword. Under the attack of the two swords, the sparks spring out, deepening the gap again. Later, Chen Mo did not fight against Algorithm but quickly collected his sword by rebounding. The long sword crossed an arc in the air and cut at Algorithm's neck again. Argolem's reaction was also quick. The dagger was raised to block Chen Mo's attack, but the gap on the dagger was deepened again. The speed and reaction of the two are very fast. You come and I go, and you fight more fiercely than Freya and Malchus. When the sound of the long swords is endless, and the sparks of the blade collision are constantly flashing. But as time went on, Chen Mo soon fell into the downwind. Argolem's speed is not much slower than that of him. In terms of strength, he completely crushed Chen Mo. Chen Mo took the initiative for a short time with the aid of the first attack, and then was quickly suppressed by Argolem's counterattack. Chen Mo didn't lose on the spot, but he also fell into a passive position. In the face of the terrorist power and violent attack contained in Argolem, Chen Mo can only constantly dissolve, block and dodge, and is unable to fight back. On the other side of the dorm, the battle between Malchus and Freya has also reached an impasse. Malachis was able to lead the Dark Elves to dominate the universe and compete with Odin's father. Although he mainly relied on the power of ether particles, his own strength was not weak. Even in the absence of etheric particles, though Malachis is not as powerful as Odin and Saul, it is much stronger than the three warriors of the fairy palace and the female warrior Shiv. However, Malachis did not like Odin and Bauer. In the past, he either commanded his army to attack, or relied on the etheric particles to attack. There was not much chance for him to fight in person, so his experience in close combat was slightly inferior to that of Freyja, the queen of the Asaph. Although Freya is good at magic, she is not a pure mage. Few people know that Freya is also a powerful female warrior. At that time when Odin was fighting in the Ninth World, Freya also stepped on the battlefield with him and helped him win many victories. But later, because of being tired of killing, she left the battlefield, and their daughter, Hela, followed Odin and finally conquered the Ninth World. Malchus did not expect that Freya's close combat strength was so strong. This is also the reason why he was hit by Freya at the beginning of the fight and fell into the downwind. But that doesn't mean that Malchus is much weaker than Freya. At this time, the dagger of Freya was taken away by Argolem, while the dagger of Malchus was in the hand, and the advantage was completely reversed. Though Freya, with rich combat experience, did not lose quickly, she could not pose a threat to the fully vigilant Malchus at all. On the contrary, she will lose if she defends for a long time. Under the fierce attack of Malachis, the situation of Freya becomes a little precarious. Once again, she hurriedly raised her arm and used the wrist guard to block the knife that was cut by Malchus. However, she didn't want Malchus to stop the knife and attack again. Instead, she directly cut the knife down against the wrist guard. Before Freya took back her arm, she cut it on her arm. The sharp blade cut a very deep wound on Freya's arm. The bone was visible. The bright red blood flowed out quickly and down her arm. When her arm was badly hurt, Franca's face changed and she quickly backed away, but Malchus didn't give her a chance to escape. Taking advantage of Freya's sluggish action after her injury, Malchus ran up to her and cut down again. With severe pain in her arm, Freya clenched her teeth and raised the other arm again, barely blocking the knife. When he was not injured, he was barely able to resist the attack of Malchus with his bare hands. At this time, his right arm was severely damaged and could not continue to block. His flexibility was greatly affected. It became more and more difficult to deal with the attack of Malchus only by his left arm. After gritting her teeth to block another attack from Malchus, it's too late for Freya to block the last stab that Malchus stabbed at her chest. In the moment of Malchus's ferocity and Freya's despair, a long silver sword suddenly rolled over from the side, and Senhin's blade made a circle in the air. When the short knife was about to pierce Freya's chest, the sharp blade of the long sword just cut into Malchus's wrist. Although the physical strength of Malchus is much stronger than that of ordinary people, under the sharp edge of the long sword, it is easily scratched like tofu. Malchus's right hand was cut off from his wrist, and with the dagger in his hand, he fell to the ground. and the sword which had cut off Malukie's right hand continued to roll and fly past them, and finally hiss, a sound deeply into the side of the wall, straight to the end of the handle. However, at the same time, a black figure was also hit and flew in a huge crash sound, hitting the wall on the other side heavily, directly crashing the wall made of gold rock into a piece of rubble. Just now, Chenmo is fighting with Argolim, but although he is in the downwind, Chenmo still pays attention to the surrounding situation. After discovering that Freya was injured, Chenmo focused on her. The reason why he followed them was to protect her from being killed like in the movie. So when Malkus's dagger was about to pierce Freya's heart, Chenmo could not help but throw the sword in his hand. Finally, in time to cut off Malkus's wrist, saved Freya. However, Chenmo was suppressed by the powerful algorithmic and reluctantly supported by a slightly better speed and exquisite sword technique. At this time, he threw a long sword to save Freya, but it revealed a huge flaw. Algorithmic seized the opportunity, punched him hard in the chest, and directly blew him out. From Maleficent stabbing Frater in the chest, to Chenmo throwing a long sword to cut off the palm of Maleficent and save Frater, but was bombarded by Argolim. All this happened between the lightning and flint. At the entrance of the palace, Saul and Odin just arrived to see this scene. Seeing that Freya's arm was stained with blood and almost died in the hands of Malukis, Saul's eyes were splitting. He directly raised the hammer of Thor and summoned lightning to shoot at Malukis. Malkus's right hand had just been cut off by Chenmo's long sword. Before he could react, he was hit by lightning from the side and back on his right cheek. The powerful thunder energy is rampant on Malkus's face, which directly turns his right half face into a piece of burnt black. The whole person is injured and falls to the ground. Argolim just punched Chenmo and was about to rush to kill Chenmo completely, but saw Saul and Odin coming together, and Malkus was injured and fell to the ground. Knowing that it's impossible to recapture the etheric particles today, Algorithmic made a quick decision and rushed to Malukis to pick him up and run at full speed towards the outdoor platform on one side. Seeing that the enemy wanted to escape, the furious Saul rushed in and threw the thunderbolt hammer in his hand at the two escaping people. However, although the thunderbolt hit Algorith's back, it did not cause him much damage. The body strength of Argorim, who transformed into a curse warrior, is extremely strong, and his back is full of bone armor. The thunderbolt hammer hits the thick bone armor and sends out when. With a loud bang, Algorith's body was hit by a powerful force, which made him swerve. The hammer of Thor made a flash of sparks on the bone armor and continued to fly towards the mountains in the distance, while Algorith, though reeling from the blow, still crushed the railings and jumped down holding Malukis. There were 2 blade aircrafts that broke through the defense and flew to the Golden Palace. In addition to the one that rushed into the king's palace, there was another one that was always on the outside. After jumping off the platform, they were caught by the aircrafts. Then they were all powered and fled towards the air at full speed. Saul rushed to the outdoor platform, took back the thunderbolt hammer flying back from afar, and once again threw it at the flying aircraft. It's just a waste of time for thunderbolt hammer to fly back. At this time, the sharp blade aircraft has gone far away. While thunderbolt hammer flies out, the sharp blade aircraft makes a quick turn and flies towards the dark spirit warship that comes to meet it. Soon, it converges. Then the shadow of the dark spirit warship and the blade aircraft began to disappear rapidly. Before Saul took back the thunderbolt hammer and launched another attack, the huge shadow of the dark spirit warship occupying a piece of sky disappeared completely. Saul looked at the empty sky with an unwilling face, then turned his head to look at Freya. Odin had come to hold her by her side and looked at her chest with heartache. Although Chenmo threw a long sword and cut off Malukis' wrist in time, under the inertia, the dagger still stabbed a wound on Freya's chest, which was not deep, just a little bleeding, not fatal. Looking at the palm holding the knife lying on the ground, Odin was very scared. If Chenmo didn't throw out the long sword in time, the short knife would have pierced into Freya's heart. They couldn't help it. This reminds Odin of what Chenmo said when he met Chenmo and Freya in the corridor. He said he would help him protect Freya because she is Saul's mother. At that time, he didn't pay attention to it. He was just a joke. How could a divine queen need human protection? But he didn't expect that in the end, Chen Mo, the human being, saved Freya from Malchus. Otherwise, he would live in regret and pain all his life. Chen Mo and Salmingaming proved to him that Malchus was still alive, and also reminded him that the dark elves might attack, but because of his king's arrogance, they didn't pay attention to the dark elves who had become bereaved dogs. As a result, they really rushed into the Golden Palace and almost made a big mistake. Odin looked at Freya in her arms guiltily. She didn't know what to say. Freya looked up at Odin and felt the guilt in Odin's heart. She smiled softly and comforted her. "I'm fine, just some skin injuries thanks to the commander." Speaking of this, the three men reacted with a sudden, and quickly turned their heads to look at the direction Chen had just flown out, while Freya, regardless of her injuries, came out of Odin's arms and walked quickly towards the collapsed wall. Saul and Odin followed, and Jane Foster, who had been hiding in the corner, came out at the sound. Just as the four people surrounded the collapsed stone pile, with a heavy face, Chen Mo's voice suddenly sounded from under the stone pile. "I'm not dead, can you stop acting like a grave?" In the surprised eyes of the four, the collapsed stones on the wall suddenly floated slowly, and then Chen Mo, dressed in a steel war suit, rose slowly from the pile. Saul could not help looking at his chest, but found that the armor itself was not deformed or damaged, except for some damage of the black coating on the surface and the silvery metallic luster below. They saw the power of Argolems just attack with their own eyes. Even Asgard's Proto's armor is hard to resist that attack. It is likely that even people with armor are directly destroyed, and only the shield embedded with energy protection magic can resist the blow perfectly without damage, but the arms of soldiers will surely break. They didn't expect Chen Mo's armor, which was obviously made by Earth science and technology, to be so strong in defense. It not only has no damage to itself, but also protects Chen Mo inside. It looks safe. In fact, Chen Mo and Zhan Yi are not as good as they look. Argolem's punch really hit Chen Mo's chest. Fortunately, Chen Mo didn't let the arc reactor exposed like Tony Stark, which was not directly blasted by Argolem. However, although the outer layer of the Edelman armor is not damaged, a considerable part of that huge power is still transmitted to the interior of the battle suit. Even if there is a shock absorption system, it cannot completely offset. The arc reactor was the first to suffer from direct damage, and the steel battle suit was shut down directly. Chen Mo himself was injured by a certain degree of earthquake. Fortunately, he had a strong self-healing ability, and the injury had been completely repaired. However, Chen Mo also realized that the current steel battle clothes are far from perfect and powerful. Although after upgrading to consciousness control, the speed and flexibility of the steel battle suit has been greatly improved, which can provide strength bonus when Chen Mo fights with the super strong, but will not affect the performance of speed. However, the fighting ability of the war clothes is not enough to withstand the attack of the super strong. Although adamant armor is indestructible, it does not have the ability to absorb kinetic energy of the original adamant alloy. There is no problem to resist sharp weapons such as swords and swords. However, two powerful force attacks such as the Hammer of Thunderbolt or the Cursed Warrior will damage the interior of the armor. This also exposes the shortcomings of the performance of the war suit, and the Edelman alloy alone is not enough to really make the war suit fearless of any attack. Even after several upgrades, the performance of the battle suit is still seriously unbalanced. The outer armor is powerful enough, and the reaction speed can make up for the problem of the original reaction delay with the help of consciousness control. However, there are still many areas to be improved in terms of shock absorption, power, reactor, and other systems. It's good to fight with Saul in the current battle clothes, but it's not good to deal with the super strong like Odin and the Curse Warrior. The upgrading and improvement of the product itself is to continuously find problems in use, so as to improve it pertinently, just like the previous upgrading for high temperature resistance. Chen Mo's steel battle suit has no problem dealing with ordinary enemies and superheroes, and only the super powerful of the pros can help him to find the shortage of the battle suit and continue to improve. Chen Mo will only face more and more powerful opponents in the future. There is still a long way to go for the upgrading of steel battle clothes. However, these are all future matters. He needs to solve the matter of the dark elves in front of him first. To be honest, the power of the cursed warriors, Argalim and Malukis, is a little beyond his expectation. He didn't expect that Malchus would be able to take the upper hand of Freya, who lost her weapon, so quickly that she almost killed her. It would have been hard to save Freya from Malchus if he had not been proficient in gun fighting and was used to mastering the whole battlefield at any time. Argalim's strength is even stronger than Sol, who has initially mastered the power of thunder. Although he should not be the opponent of the King Odin, Chen Mo is not sure whether Odin, who is now in his twilight years, can defeat him. Argalim, who has become a cursed warrior, is definitely the strongest one he has met so far and will meet for quite a long time in the future. Now, although Freya is saved, Argalim and Malukis escape. It's far from over. Wearing the steel battle clothes that had been completely out of power, Chen Mo walked out of the stone pile slowly and stood in front of the four people. The arc reactor was damaged, and the battle suit could not be opened automatically due to the loss of energy supply. Chen Mo had to remove the suit manually and put the battle suit into the space with a wave. Seeing the blood on the corner of Chen Mo's mouth, the four of them knew that Chen Mo was not intact either. He was injured by Argalim's attack. "Are you seriously injured? Shall I take you to the medical room?" Saul said quickly, looking at Chen Mo's eyes really filled with gratitude. Just now, he saw Malchus's dagger stabbed Freya's chest with his own eyes, but he couldn't stop it at all. If it wasn't for Chen Mo to throw out his long sword and cut off Malchus's hand, then Freya had died in Malchus's hand. He couldn't imagine how painful he would be at that time. Not only Sol, but Odin, who had always been dissatisfied with Chen Mo, looked at Chen Mo with respect. No matter how disrespectful Chen Mo was to him before, but he saved his beloved wife, Freya, then Chen Mo is his benefactor and deserves his respect and respect. Chen Mo raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiled and said to Saul, "I forgot to tell you that my self-healing ability is also stronger. Any injury can recover by itself. It was just an earthquake injury. It's long gone." The four of Saul's people all looked at Chen Mo with monster eyes, especially the three of Odin. They couldn't help thinking, are we gods or are you gods? Their self-healing ability has been very strong, and the wound on Freya's arm has stopped bleeding, but the deep visible bone wound still hasn't healed at all, and it will take a little time to fully recover. But Chen just received such a heavy blow. The corners of his mouth have been bleeding, obviously suffered a lot of internal injuries, but it's just a blink of an eye. It's even better. No wonder they can't accept it. Chen Mo's series of performances completely subverted their understanding of the Earth people. When did the weak and small Earth people give birth to such a terrible strong man? The strength Chen Mo showed before, as well as all kinds of magical and powerful abilities, even among their Asgard deities, could definitely be in the forefront. Odin knows something about the strength of the cursed warrior. With his declining strength, Odin is not sure that he can win. However, Chen Mo has been fighting with him for a long time. At last, he was attacked for saving talents, but he is not in any way. Odin took a look at the dagger that was thrown on the ground by Argalim, and half of it had been cut off. He was clear in his heart. If it is not for the enemy to see the help coming, run away directly, and then continue to fight. When Chen Mo cuts off the dagger, the other party has no weapons. It is hard to say who wins or who loses. Step forward, Odin looked at Chen Mo with a serious face and said in a deep voice, "I should take your advice." Saul and Freya both look at Odin with a surprised look. They know Odin's character very well. As the God King, Odin can say this sentence, which is equivalent to admitting his own mistakes. This is the first time Saul has memory. Jane Foster was also surprised. She did not expect that the headstrong and arrogant Odin would admit his mistake. But Chenmo knew that this was because he almost lost her because of his arrogance and ignored their warnings. And Chenmo just saved Freya, and also showed his strong strength. Odin naturally will not regard him as a weak man on earth, but put Chenmo in the same position as him, which will say this to him. Otherwise, even in the face of Sol, he could not admit his mistake. Looking at Odin with white hair and dignified expression, Chenmo knows that it is not easy for him to say this. Chenmo does not refuse Odin's kindness. Anyway, he is also an old man in his 5000s. He has to save face for him, so Chenmo didn't mention anything else but said with a smile, "It's not too late to accept it now." Hearing this, Odin thought of the escaping Malchus and the powerful cursed warrior and looked at Chenmo calmly. Odin did not dare to look down anymore. He immediately asked with a straight face, "What should we do now?" Malchus's target is the etheric particles. This celestial aggregation is his best chance to bring the universe back to darkness. He will never give up. After the rally, he will definitely launch another attack to take back the etheric particles. Speaking of this, Chenmo looks at Odin and asks positively, "Will Asgard's present defenses be able to withstand another attack?" Odin frowned at the words. In the past, due to carelessness, he didn't specially strengthen the defense or conduct the command in person. The invasion of the Dark Elves was completely the counterattack of the guard forces of Asgard, so he doesn't know the whole invasion process and the damage caused. But from the fact that they broke into the Golden Palace so easily and almost killed Freya, the power of these remaining Dark Elves is not as weak as he imagined. Odin knows that Chenmo is right. Malchus will never give up so easily. Especially when he has successfully entered the Golden Palace once, the next invasion may happen at any time. This time, Odin will never be careless again. Although she wanted to be with her, Odin knew the priorities. Let a group of soldiers escort Freya to the medical room to treat her injuries. Odin brings Chenmo, Saul, and Jane Foster back to the king's palace. At the same time, he calls on all the generals to learn about today's Asgard. You generals will soon arrive in Chi. Fandel, one of the 3 warriors in Xiangong, reports to Odin. The energy barrier generator was destroyed, and we can't restore the palace's protective barrier in a short time. Our heavy guns can't aim at the Dark Elves, not even Heimdall can see them. Van der Dahl couldn't help but pause here, then looked at Odin and said with a heavy face, "Your Majesty, we have lost all our defenses." Odin could not help but dignify when hearing the words, and then turned to look at Chenmo. After being attacked by the Dark Elves and almost losing the lesson of Freya, Odin did not continue to be arrogant and paid more attention to Chenmo's suggestions. Just now, in Freya's bedroom, Chenmo speculated that Asgard's defense could not prevent the Dark Elves from attacking again. Now, as he expected, they have lost their defense ability completely. If the Dark Elves attack again at this time, they may not be able to resist. When Chenmo saw that Odin looked at him and wanted to ask for his advice, he did not hesitate to speak directly. Asgard's defense has been completely destroyed, and the next battle will only bring blood here. Staying in Asgard and other Dark Elves to attack again will make us completely passive. In fact, we can turn passive defense into active attack. Odin heard words cannot help but doubt said, "You mean to send troops, but we can't detect their location. No army." Chenmo shook his head. "The target of Malukis is the etheric particle. As long as we take Jane Foster to Wadalheim, the Dark Elves will surely follow us." Saul heard the light in front of his eyes here and felt that a vague idea in his mind suddenly became clear. He said excitedly, "Yes, as long as Malchus takes the etheric particle out of the Simplified, it will be vulnerable and exposed, and I will be able to completely destroy it." Odin said with a frown, "But if you fail, the weapon may fall into our enemy's hands." Just then, Chenmo said again, "Only Malukis can control the etheric particles. When he takes the etheric particles out of the simplified body, Sol is responsible for destroying the etheric, and I take the opportunity to kill Malukis, so no one can continue to use it even if it fails to destroy the etheric." Odin hears the words and thinks Chenmo's words are reasonable, but he is still worried. "Malakis won't leave you alone. He'll probably solve you before he takes out the etheric particles." Chenmo hears the words, but he says with a clear face, "We can play a play, but I need someone else's help. In Odin and Saul's confused eyes, Chenmo smiled and said slowly, "I need Rocky to play with me." Odin and Saul can't help but look at each other. Rocky, let him cooperate with the acting. Is Chenmo's plan really reliable? As Freya was not killed by the Dark Elves, Odin did not sacrifice the whole Asaf to fight with the Dark Elves to the last man. Dark Elves' warships may appear on their heads at any time, but they have no way to realize it. In Asgard's passive defense, they will definitely suffer heavy casualties and even be doomed. Chenmo's method seems to be the only choice in front of them. So although Chenmo asked Rocky to join, Odin nodded and agreed to Chenmo's plan. Dungeons, the chaos created by Algorim, has been eliminated. All prisoners who escaped from the prison, except those killed on the spot by Saul and others, have been put back in their cells. At the entrance of the dungeon, in the Tianzi 1 room, Rocky was sitting on the chair and watching the book sent by Freya, but she heard a familiar sound of footsteps coming from the entrance. Only one person was found. The commander who made him afraid didn't come together. Rocky's original heart couldn't help but be relieved. I felt that the man behind me stopped in front of the energy barrier, and Loki did not lift his head. He continued to look at the book in his hand and said with some pondering, "Saul, how do you think of coming to see me? Has that big man been solved?" Saul frowned at the words and said in a deep voice, "My mother is hurt." When Loki heard the words, he could not help shaking his hand with the book. He wanted to continue pretending nothing happened, but he could not restrain his worries. Finally, he stood up, turned to Saul, and asked in a deep voice, "How is she?" Looking at Rocky's undisguised concern for Freya, Chenmo nodded secretly and said slowly, "It's under treatment. There's no danger of her life, but she almost died in the hands of Malekith. If it wasn't for the commander who risked his life to rescue her, her mother would be dead now." Saul told Rocky all about what happened just now, as well as the aggregation of celestial bodies, the dark elves, and the etheric particles. After knowing the real identity and purpose of Argolim and the whole process of Freya's injury, Rocky was afraid for a while. Thanks to Chenmo's timely rescue, otherwise he will live in remorse and remorse forever. Her last conversation with him was not pleasant, and he even said angrily that she was not his mother. He clearly remembered the loss in her eyes. When Argolim escaped from the dungeon, he pointed out the right direction for him. If Freya is really dead, he is to blame. So after learning that Chenmo saved Freya, Loki was grateful for Chenmo's fear. In Rocky's complicated eyes, Soul continued, "The Dark Elves are bound to come back again. Staying in Asgard will only wait for death. So we plan to take the initiative and go to Wadalheim to lead the Dark Elves to kill them completely, and the commander recommends you. My father decided to give you a chance to repent and go to revenge with us." It was a great surprise for Loki to hear that. He didn't expect Chenmo would recommend him, let alone Odin would agree. He thought that from the day Odin ordered him to be put in the dungeon, he would never let him out again. Rocky couldn't help looking at Soul and frowning. "Why do you believe me?" He had cheated Soul and Odin many times before, and he didn't believe they would trust him that much. Saul took a deep look at Rocky and replied in a deep voice, "I don't trust you, but my mother trusts you. I want to say that when we used to fight, I did have a little hope for you because you are my brother after all." When Loki heard this, he could not help looking a little changed. He remembered that Saul had been merciful to him again and again, and every trust was betrayed by him. Just as Loki reflected on his past betrayal and injury to Soul, he listened to Soul continue. "Now that hope no longer exists, I will not show mercy to you. If you dare to betray me, I will kill you." Loki smelled the words but was not angry. He could feel Saul's disappointment. Loki asked himself, in the face of his brother's betrayal and deception, he may have hated each other for a long time, not just disappointed like Saul. Looking at Saul with a stern face, Rocky asked with a smile, "When shall we start?" "Now." Then Saul released Rocky from his cell and took him out of the dungeon. Locked in a dungeon for more than half a year, Loki was excited to regain his freedom and asked as he followed Soul forward, "What's your plan, man? The two of us take your little girlfriend to Wadalheim and use her as a lure to bring the Dark Elves, and then what? You're going to kill them all. What is my task? Cheer you up." Saul's classical footsteps are not stopped. He takes Loki out of the Golden Palace and walks towards an Asgard airship, which stops not far away. At the same time, he does not return. First, you missed one person. Second, your task is not just to cheer up. At the same time, Loki's face was puzzled, but her eyes suddenly found two familiar figures. Loki looked up quickly and carefully. When he saw the two people standing by the airship, he could not help but stumble to the ground. The tall figure with the black armor around Jane Foster is not the one he didn't want to see the most. He's doomed to be a killer. There was a thrill in his heart. Loki suddenly understood Saul's words. He did miss a man, and this man was Chenmo. Looking at Chenmo standing by the airship and looking at him, Rocky's pace slowed down and said to Saul with an unnatural face, "Otherwise, I won't go. Anyway, I'm not strong enough. I can't help you if I go. Let Fandel and Siv go with you," Saul said when he heard the words. "The commander named you to go, and your task was assigned by him. You'd better tell him directly." Loki took a look at Chenmo, who was looking at him. He lowered his head and followed Saul without saying a word. As for refusal, forget it. As a member of Asgard, he has the obligation to fight for Asgard. Of course, the main thing is he has no courage to disobey Chenmo. He has learned enough from Chenmo, and he has been scared by Chenmo for a long time. So after Saul went to the airship, Rocky didn't dare to mention anything. Saul glanced at him with an unexpected expression. But Luo Jai, who came to Chenmo, felt a dull pain all over his body, and his legs were a little weak. After all, the painful memory before was so strong that it was not good to see Chenmo every time. He either beat him up or kicked him off a cliff or a tall building. If it wasn't for the airship to stop in a flat place, and for the outdoor platform of the Golden Palace, Rocky would never have taken the next step. It's just a matter of falling freely on the earth. If you do it again in Asgard, he won't be able to stay in Asgard. At first, Loki was worried that Chenmo would take care of him as soon as he met him, but to his relief, until he came to the airship, Chenmo just stood there quietly and didn't mean to do anything. However, Loki instinctively leans towards Sol. At the critical moment, only Sol can save him. But Chenmo, who had been on guard for a long time, didn't respond, but Jane Foster, who was ignored by him, strode towards him when he got to the airship. Loki stood beside Saul, looked at Saul's Earth girlfriend, looked at Saul's face, and said politely, "I'm sorry, Rocky, you may have heard of me," Loki said, but she saw Jane Foster come to him in a fierce way. She raised her right hand and slapped him in the face. "Pa," Rocky was interrupted by Jane Fosterson before he finished speaking. "This is for New York." Jane Foster looked at Rocky angrily and snapped. Looking at this familiar scene, Saul can't help but remember that she was slapped twice by Jane Foster in the medical room before. Jane is very good at everything. It's just that her temper is a little hot. But now it's not him who's been beaten. Saul is happy to watch the joke. For Loki, Jane Foster's strength as a mortal is no different from tickling. Looking at his Jane Foster with an angry look, Loki couldn't help looking at Sol and laughing. "I like her." Saul, who had seen the joke originally, saw a trace of ponder and sympathy in Rocky's eyes. "It seems that, although I can't beat you, your Earth girlfriend can clean you up." Although he knew that it was impossible for him to know that he was slapped twice by Jane Foster, Sol was still a little guilty in Rocky's eyes and turned to the crowd immediately. "It's getting late. Let's start right away." Jane Foster knew it wasn't time to avenge the Earth. She gave Rocky a bad look, and then she turned around and stepped on the airship. Loki didn't care about Jane Foster's anger, but he couldn't help but care about Chenmo. See Chenmo on the airship standing in the bow, did not pay attention to him. Loki just followed Saul on the airship, but it is the last side of the airship. "Where shall we go now?" After getting on the boat, Rocky asked Sol. "Rainbow Bridge." Saul shook his head and said to Rocky, "No, we'll take the secret passage." Saul shook his head and said to Rocky, "The Rainbow Bridge transmission is too high profile, and the Dark Elves are likely to hide above our heads now. The Rainbow Bridge movement is too big, and they will find it as soon as it is started, which is easy to arouse their suspicion. We need to go to Wattelheim through a more hidden channel." Seeing Saul's eyes on him, Loki nodded. "Well, I do know a secret passage, but you haven't told me your plan. Besides cheering up, I will be your ferryman." Saul took a deep look at Loki and told him the plan. Rocky's face got serious after listening. The action was more dangerous than he thought. Looking at Saul, Rocky frowned and said, "I'm very likely to be killed by you. You should at least give me a weapon, such as my dagger." In Loki's expectant eyes, Sol nodded softly and reached his hand to his waist. Loki could not help but smile on his face. He didn't want to face the dark elves, especially the terrorist who escaped from the dungeon. Only with weapons in hand can he have some confidence. Loki happily accepted Sol's dagger, which belonged to his artifact, and felt the long-lost security back to him. "That's right. At last, you have some reason." When Loki happily put the dagger back to his waist and talked to Sol, he suddenly felt that there was something on his wrist. Loki could not help but look down, and then his face was stunned. I saw a pair of strong handcuffs on his wrist, but Sol, when he had just got the dagger and was so pleased, quietly handcuffed him. Loki raised his hands, looked at Sol with an unbelievable face, but saw Sol smilingly and said, "I know you like to play tricks. Ha, I'll be more relieved." Loki looked at Sol, who was proud of himself. He used to cheat him. He played around. I didn't expect to be cheated by him today. Sol helped Jane Foster sit down in the middle of the airship, then turned to Rocky, who was still staring at the handcuffs. "Don't delay, let's go." Rocky looked at Sol and suddenly laughed. "You lied to me. It's amazing," Loki said, standing at the stern of the boat, holding the control lever of the airship in his handcuffed hands, driving the airship slowly to the sky and galloping towards the distant mountains. I don't know why, for the first time in many years, he was cheated by Sol. It can be said that he beat wild geese all the time, but the wild geese pecked his eyes. But not only did Loki not get angry, but he had a rather gratifying feeling that his silly brother finally had a brain. Fortunately, Sol didn't know what Loki thought. Otherwise, he would definitely follow Chen Mo's example, kick Loki off the airship, and let him experience a free fall again. But Sol soon found something wrong. He put his head out of the airship. Sol looked down and found that they were less than 10 meters above the ground. The airship had to shuttle between various buildings, which made Jane Foster a little seasick. Sol couldn't help turning his head and staring at Rocky angrily. "What are you doing? After half a year in prison, I can't even drive the airship. Raise the altitude and go straight through the air." Naturally, Loki would not say that he was thrown from a high place by Chen Mo for several times, resulting in psychological shadow. He was afraid of heights. The corner of his eye swept over an anti-aircraft battery that had just passed by, said Loki, pretending to be relaxed. "Just now something happened. I'm afraid that I would be shot down by the battery as the enemy by mistake." Sol was impatient to hear Rocky's lame excuse. "Fart. We are driving the Asgard airship, not the Dark Elves aircraft. Don't you see Jane getting seasick around you? Fly me up now, or I'll throw you off the boat." Loki's hands shook when he heard that he was holding the control lever, which made the airship follow a bump. Jane Foster, who was a little seasick, even retched. Seeing Sol's face getting angrier, he had the meaning to get up and walk towards him. Loki could not care about the problem of fear of heights. He quickly pulled the joystick and raised the height of the airship. He believed that Sol would not kick him down from the height of 100 meters like Chen Mo, but the height of 10 meters made Sol angry. He could do it completely. The height of 10 meters was just a fall for him, but he didn't want to experience the feeling of free falling again. The airship swept over the building and flew straight to the mountains in the distance. Jane Foster, dizzy and distraught, felt comfortable at last, even in the mood to see the scenery. The airship soon flew out of the center of Asgard and came to the surrounding hilly area. There were fewer and fewer buildings on the ground, and finally it was completely disappeared. Then it appeared in front of them was a large, continuous, huge lake. Under the control of Loki, the airship quickly lowered its height, clinging to the lake, and flew towards one of the continuous mountains surrounded by the lake. This mountain is very dangerous. It is almost surrounded by steep cliffs of more than 60 degrees. There is not even much vegetation on the mountain. The black cliff is exposed directly, which is even more dangerous. As the airship gets closer and closer to the mountain, the airship that has been flying close to the lake is pulled up again, and it soon reaches the height of half the mountainside, and it accelerates to rush straight towards the middle of the mountain. Jane Foster looked at the towering mountain in front of her and held Sol's hand nervously. Sol also turned to Rocky nervously. Rocky. He only knew that Loki knew a secret passage to the other world, but he didn't know the specific location and way of passage. At this time it seemed that the passage should be in this steep mountain, But now the airship is rushing straight towards the mountain, and the speed is getting faster and faster. What's the matter? Loki looked at Saul's nervous appearance but completely forgot about his fear of heights. He said proudly, "If it's that easy, everyone can do it." Looking closer and closer to the mountain, Saul could not help shouting, "Are you crazy?" At this moment, Saul seriously doubted whether Loki had been locked up for half a year and wanted to revenge the society and hit the cliff with them. However, Loki's psychological distortion is not a day or two. Otherwise, he would not want to kill him again and again before. He also took the Zetas to invade the Earth and try to rule the human race. Loki's face was excited, and a smile came from the corner of his mouth. Maybe. Under the control of Loki, the airship rushed to the middle of the mountain at a high speed, and in a flash it flew to the front. Jane Foster had already been afraid to hide in Saul's arms, while Saul was holding Jane Foster tightly, looking ahead nervously, ready to jump with Jane Foster. However, after seeing Chen Mo standing quietly in the back of the bow, Saul's tense mood was relieved. Then he found an inconspicuous crack on the mountain in front of him. But because the color of the mountain is dark, he could not find it before, so he didn't notice it in the distance. However, Saul was not completely relieved, because the width of the crack was just enough for the airship to enter and maybe even not enough. With the speed of the airship at this time, a little carelessness, it would directly hit the rock and the ship would destroy people. Seeing that he was about to fly into the crack, Loki's face became serious behind the airship. His eyes were firmly fixed on the crack, his hands were tightly holding the joystick, and his position of the airship was slightly adjusted. Finally, under the control of Loki, the airship rushed into the crack accurately. However, because the inside of the crack was not completely straight and the rocks on both sides were uneven, the metal wings on both sides of the airship collided with the rock wall constantly, bringing a piece of sparks, and the airship also bumped violently. Saul tightly hugged Jane Foster so that she could not be bumped out, while Chen Mo stood firmly in the bow and watched the changes in the cracks in front of her eyes. As the airship continues to fly forward at high speed, a colorful light suddenly appears in the original dark mountain cracks, just like the colorful light in the Space Channel when the Rainbow Bridge starts. The airship flies forward along the crack, and the colorful light becomes more and more prosperous, and then it completely becomes the flow of colorful light in the Rainbow Bridge transmission channel. The original mountain cracks also disappear completely. The airship stops bumping and flies forward smoothly in this space channel. Wadalheim, the sky is still shrouded in black clouds. Only a faint yellow light is cast in the gap to illuminate this desolate and dead world. In a desert, a few meters away from the ground, a strong light suddenly appeared out of the sky. The colorful light loomed in it. Then an airship with 2 rows of high metal wings suddenly burst out of the light. When the airship completely appeared, the light also disappeared rapidly, as if nothing had happened. As soon as the airship appeared, it fell to the ground. Fortunately, Loki adjusted the control lever in time, and then pulled the airship up again, floating forward in the air. Looking around at the dark environment, Loki proudly shouted, "Welcome to Wadalheim, the home of the Dark Elves." The airship is on the desolate land of Wat Alheim. They have arrived at the destination. At least Asgard has been safe. Now it is necessary to wait for the Dark Elves to hook. At this time in the sky over Asgard, the Dark Spirit warship in the invisible state is quietly floating in the air. Malkeith, who was seriously injured by Saul's thunder, was saved by Algarith, but his injury was not able to recover in a short time. After returning to the warship, Algarith sent Malukis to the sleeping cabin for treatment. When the 4 Chenmo arrived at Wadalheim through the secret space channel, Malukis was still in a deep sleep and had not yet woken up. At this time the Earth, Dr. Selvage and others are busy again. When Saul went to the dungeon to release Loki, Chenmo was not idle either. Using the unclosed space channel of the underground space, Chenmo conveyed new instructions to the Earth. The convergence of celestial bodies will reach its peak in one day, when the boundaries between the 9 countries and the Earth will be broken, and there will be many space channels connecting the 9 countries on the Earth. It's possible that people are driving, and the next moment they're going through the space corridor and into Watarheim. It's also possible that we are on our way. Next, we fall into the space passage and fall into the flame country of Muspelheim. We are roasted to be dried, or from the bed directly across to the world of ice, Jodheim, wearing pajamas was frozen into ice sculpture. The 9 kingdoms are extremely dangerous for any ordinary people on Earth. As long as we cross the past, we can say it's a 9-dead life. Even if good luck doesn't run to the dangerous place, but directly cross to Asgard, we will be directly arrested by the guards and put in the dungeon. This is not a novel. Crossing can become the protagonist. If you cross 9 countries carelessly, the biggest possibility is to become the feces in the monster's belly. Moreover, even if people on Earth do not cross the 9 countries, the dangerous creatures in the 9 countries are likely to come to the Earth through wormholes. Not to mention the powerful mythical creatures such as the ice giant. Even some wild animals in the 9 countries are enough to cause huge damage and casualties on the Earth. Therefore, Chenmo ordered that the residents in the unstable area of the space be evacuated immediately. Dr. Selvage didn't know the main location of the wormhole, but Chenmo knew it very well. When celestial bodies converge, the main wormhole connecting 9 countries will appear over Greenwich on the Thames River in southeast London. In addition to these huge main wormholes, there will be a large number of small and unstable wormholes around Greenwich. If Malchus really gets the ether particles, he can use the main wormhole that will be formed over Greenwich to connect the 9 countries, and attack the 9 countries at the same time with the ether particles, so that the whole world will be in darkness at the same time. But this is something Chenmo needs to worry about. For ordinary people, these small wormholes, which may appear anywhere at any time, are even more dangerous. After crossing the past, we are faced with all kinds of dangers. The duration of these small wormholes is very short. Even if they are safe, there is no way to return to the Earth. In order to avoid too many unnecessary casualties in the 5,000-year event, Chenmo ordered Shendun Bureau to cooperate with Dr. Selvage to urgently manufacture enough gravity detection devices to monitor the gravity anomaly within 10 kilometers around Greenwich. In addition, Chenmo also contacted the British Prime Minister through the Shield Bureau, asking them to evacuate all residents in and around Greenwich immediately.